All right, people, we are live again. Actually, it's first time we're live. But yeah, we have a fun bit today. Let me just make sure you are standing straight up. We're good. Move over just a bit. You can see me, but I needed to get it to where you can see most of me. But yeah, we have a good one. We have a few people that want to talk, which I'm definitely okay with. Oh, okay. My guy on here's yelling. Got it. But yeah, I have a few people come on and talk. As we are live right now, which you will see me not necessarily looking at what we are doing, is I'm in the middle of playing a game. But said that I was going to go live, so it's good. Wow. Leroy Jenkins is right. All right, here we go. Let's invite some people. Boom. We're back. We're back, boys. Buddy behind me right now is on the ground. Also, best name in all of. In all of what? I don't know what you're talking about, Nate. All right, criminal intelligence report. There we go. Percy is back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Mr. Percy Hartman.
What's going on, mate? How have you been?
Good. So you can tell everything's a lot better now.
Yes, thankfully. Where's
um,
where's fishing?
I have not talked to him in a while, dude. Uh,
Yeah.
I need to reach out to him. I hope he's doing okay. What about you? How have you been?
And mate, the season is starting up soon. You gotta get fishing here for these streams.
For sure. What about you? How have you been?
Pretty good, mate. Pretty good.
Good.
Not too bad.
Well, it's funny. You know, I actually thought about making this today. Last night I watched the Georgia Texas SEC championship game. Um, and today kind of watched it again. Not necessarily like, oh, Georgia, like, yeah, let's go, baby, but more of a kind of seeing us go from that Carson Beck to Gunnar Stockton style of play. Um, and
Right. Yep.
I think the more I go through all this, I'll say this. Uh, I've
You're
been. What's up?
you're cooked, mate.
Whoa,
George,
hold on. No, no, no,
George
no,
is cooked.
no. Well, I'll say this: the part that is frustrating to me is when Gunner came in. Gunner runs the offense, it looks like, with more confidence than Beck does, but Beck has more of the NFL style body, the caliber, the big arm, the 6'4" frame. Um, he's got all of that, but I think the part to me that was frustrating is we as Georgia, it doesn't matter who you put at quarterback or running back or wide receiver, whatever. People are, oh, well, Georgia has a lot of drops. Well, okay, I get it. But watching our offense against Texas, the defense. it looked like you were watching, those Chinese celebrations where they have the fireworks and the dragons, the
Yep,
fireworks.
yep.
Dude, and I mean, that's what our defense looked like. There it looks like. And I thought about making a meme on TikTok.
Yep.
Wait, say what?
No. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't say anything.
Um, but I wanted to make a meme, like a video on TikTok. And Nate, I'm sure you'll get what I'm saying too. Everybody will get what I'm saying when you think of Georgia. But I wanted to make a video where you have like Georgia's defense and you have all these like twists and turns and stunts and all the sacks that we had and hits in the backfield, the defense all being excited and it being mixed in with that Chinese celebration, the New Year and all the fireworks, and then it go to the offense, and I wanted it to be some old man going, "Well, this is how you make vanilla ice cream with Mike Bobo." That's
Yeah,
I wanted,
yeah.
because you like when you watch that Texas game, we'll run. We got motion from two receivers or a receiver and a tight end. We've got all these motion pieces going on. But then when we run it, where do we run it? Right up the middle. There's no tall sweep. There's no, just a halfback handoff to the right or left. There's no right or left. It is strictly up the middle. And you could tell Texas they started to stop falling for the eye candy. And that's the part of what I need Georgia to get back to doing is I need us to get back to running in all directions. I need to get back to running in all the gaps and all. Like, quit this whole wide receiver screens 57 times in a row and
That's
running the.
like every team does too.
No, I mean I think when you have teams that aren't very good, you do have to keep your offense pretty vanilla.
Right.
But if we're gonna have Kirby, who claims that we're gonna try to compete for national championships and do all that, you can't say that and then go out there and have an offense that looks like a nursing home. So,
Right.
but that's all I'm saying. That's where I'm at right now. Is you know can we get better on offense? And I don't think it means can we get better players. You're Georgia. I mean, dude, think about it. Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, Texas, Notre Dame, dude, all these teams have good players. The one thing that separates them all from each other is what? Coaching.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, also, I mean, who you have in quarterback tends to help.
it
I'm
True.
not I'm not a believer in Beck or Gunnar Stockton in complete fairness. So
I
yeah, I mean, I think when you look at Kirby Smart's like tenure at Georgia holistically, the one thing that's plagued the team outside of a brief stint with the mailman, it's been the inability to procure high level quarterbacking, and we're seeing it again. And it really, for anybody that's been paying attention over the last 7 years, it should not be surprising.
agreed. Um,
Also, TV. Um, what's your thoughts about like uh the teams that are potentially
hold
canceling spring
on,
games?
before we change subject, let's finish this one, okay?
Okay. Sorry.
No, I agree with you. And a big part of that, Percy, is Kirby's mindset on the quarterback should never win the game for you, but he also shouldn't lose the game for you. The quarterback should be the safe position that throws the check down routes that try like he should never do too much. And that's why
Mm-hmm.
you've seen Jake Fromm. You've seen that. Now, the mailman, like you said, they're just a completely different story. So, what's the deal with that? Uh
I mean, it turns out he was a lot better than everybody thought he was. I was a little hard on him when he was at Georgia, to be honest. But it turns out, yeah, I mean, he just was pretty good at quarterbacking.
well, and
But
I
you know,
I think the thing with him is it's not necessarily the quarterbacking part that I'm going to give him all the credit for and say that he's amazing at. To me, I'm going to say he had the ability to improvise. That's what he did. When something didn't work, he took off and he used his legs. But that man's not sitting back. I mean, there were games where he threw for a good bit, but he's not Quinn Ewers. He's not Arch Manning. He's not going to sit back and pick your defense apart the whole game. He's going to run a balanced offense, and when he takes off, he takes off. He makes stuff happen with his legs, and I say that because yes, that he was good, but good quarterbacks or great quarterbacks do good in the NFL. Like,
Well, yeah. There are some exceptions, but yeah, for the most part, that's true.
like, and I say that because like Tim Tebow was a bigger, stronger mailman. I mean, people can say what they want, but that's what I think. I think Tim Tebow was a bigger,
Man,
stronger. Go ahead.
maybe I'm totally wrong for saying this, and feel free to correct me if you think I am. But generally speaking, I think the quarterbacks that don't do particularly well in the NFL, the dual threats, the ones that rely substantially on their ability to use their legs or just sort of make shit happen out of nowhere, because that's far more difficult to replicate in the NFL. Um, because the quality is just obviously much higher. And if you look at somebody like Tim Tebow, I mean, that was kind of his whole thing, was that he was really good with his legs. He could improvise. He could make shit happen out of nowhere and surprise everybody. And it's just not easy to replicate when you're playing against grown men.
I mean, you're right, but even Tim Tebow found some success in it. Not saying, I mean, I agree with everything you just said. I'm just saying because he was so great in college, he still found a little bit of success in NFL, especially when he started to use his arm more. What team was it that he ended up taking to like the NFC Championship or it was something?
Oh man,
It
I'm not the biggest NFL fan in the world, so I probably couldn't tell you that.
wasn't the Vikings. Uh,
I mean,
anyway,
in my opinion, the only quarterback that sort of played that style of college ball that went on to be like just as spectacular and exceptional was Lamar Jackson.
yeah.
But that guy's just totally an alien and cannot be replicated.
Well, but what you're saying is kind of what I'm saying is what Nate, I'm sure Nate agrees is it's a very low percentage.
Right? Yeah.
The percentage is so low that people like Lamar Jackson, you're like, okay, they're the exception. Yeah, they are. I mean, even not Nico, Tua Tabagabaga. Even
Yeah.
even think of him, dude. It's like he tried to do it, but he kept getting his block knocked off to the point where he's had like 4 or 5 concussions in what 4 years, like a crazy amount.
Dude, like the best quarterbacks, in my opinion, that end up doing well in the NFL are the ones that can sit back and make good reads and put the ball in places most quarterbacks couldn't put them.
And
And just do that consistently. And that's pretty much, your ticket to being good in the NFL.
yeah, true. Um, I think also getting the ball in the hands of the playmaker, like getting it in open space, is always huge.
Of course, of course.
Uh, so
I also
there's
think, like, go ahead.
no. I was just gonna say that's why I am like what I think of Carson Beck. Even though I was really impressed by Gunner to come in and like say, hey, you're a backup, and it's like, okay, when have you played? Well, I mean, I played a few snaps here and there, but it was at the end of the game when you wanted me to hand it off. Okay. Well, now what are you
Yep.
about? Well, now I'm about to go into an SEC championship game and a first round of the playoffs, and I'm supposed to play like good. So,
Right.
uh, like I said, I was impressed by it, but I think Carson Beck is that type of quarterback that you see in the NFL that does well, that has that NFL style body. has the NFL body, but then turns around and can throw the ball 100 miles an hour, but doesn't do too much. Hits the check down a lot, will throw the deep ball if it's open. It just seemed like he was a little inconsistent doing it. He'd have some good games and he'd have some bad games. But either way, I mean, nobody's going to have a perfect 90% completion percentage. So
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess you're totally right in the sense that like Carson Beck could like not really cut it very well in the the college scene and then go on to do really well in the NFL. We've seen this 100 times. I mean, where was Tom Brady drafted?
yeah, exactly.
So
I have no idea.
I don't think he was early. Maybe I'm wrong.
I want to say he was like a
Uh,
third round guy, but of course, he got his shot through somebody getting hurt.
Yeah, so it's like I mean, it totally happens all the time. Because the college game and the NFL game are just like they're so different. They're so vastly different.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, like that actually doesn't like I don't think that bodes well for Georgia. I mean, in my opinion, you need to have a guy that is more suited for the college game, and I don't think that's Carson Beck. Believe it or not, call me crazy. I think that's DJ Legway. Like
No,
I'm pretty high on this guy going into the season, though I know the statistics or at face value are not amazing. But I do think that like in terms of like the sort of tangible material, qualities of what it takes to be good in college. I mean, he's got them, and so did Anthony Richardson, but different case.
no, and look, I'm not going to argue with you at all. I mean, I'm sure Mayhem would give you the same or similar answer. DJ Lagway is a good quarterback. I don't think anybody can knock that. There's not many freshmen that can come on into the SEC and just, I guess, dominate is the word. I mean, what at one point is towards the end of the season, he had the most 40 plus yard passing touchdowns in college football, and the dude didn't start until fourth, fifth game of the season. It was like, whoa, like something ridiculous. Where
Yeah.
I was really started to try to pay attention to him a little bit. And I'll say too, the thing that makes Lagway good is he does a good job of not trying to do too much. But I know he's still struggling a little bit because he wants to,
Yeah, I
play.
was about to say the one thing actually, the one critique that I could give Lagway, and hopefully something that Napier and the team have worked on in the offseason, is the reason he's got so many interceptions, despite the fact that he makes so many plays that are amazing, is because he's so dead set on like making something happen every single play. And this is what I was talking about earlier, where like the Tim Tebows go into the NFL and realize you can't just make shit happen. It's the NFL now. And so you have to adjust wildly your game plan and how exactly you play.
Yeah.
I think Lagway, when he was in high school, was just such a freak that he most of the time could just make shit happen. If you look at some of his old footage, I mean, it's like men amongst boys out there. But in college, like it's just different. Like you have to have a bit more respect for your opponents. They're more talented, they're older, they're bigger, they're stronger, and that would be my only complaint with DJ is that he needs to like be a bit smarter, a bit smarter.
Well, and that's something, you talked about the Georgia deal. That's something that Georgia overdoes, I think, is like they said Jake Fromm in high school was throwing bombs. Like he was just throwing the ball like crazy. And when he got to Georgia, the longer he stayed, the more he regressed. And they started to call him the check down king. And just cause like he never threw any, but it's that Georgia way of making a quarterback be as safe as possible, because basically Georgia's going to tell you our quarterback's not going to lose the game for us. He might not win the game either, but he's not going to lose the game for us. He's not going to throw that in or
Yeah.
do all that. We're going to win the game with our defense. That's what Kirby thinks. We're okay with mediocre play on offense and then electric play on defense, which I get it. That's Kirby's mantra, and I love watching our defense. But I don't think you should have to have a bad offense. I'm not saying that you need to go out there and score fast like Ohio State, but you can be unpredictable offense and still not try to throw the ball 40 yards downfield every time. This is the last thing I'll say, and then Mayhem, my bad to kind of keep talking. I'll let Mayhem give his thoughts on it. But my other thing with our offense, looking very vanilla, is the plays that we ran in the red zone. I've already said this, but just watching the Texas Georgia game, like even in the first half, we have the worst play calling sheet for red zone plays I have ever seen. It consists of run up the middle, quarterback draws, or quarterback powers. That's it. There's
Right.
nothing. And I wonder, because Georgia's defense is so good, when we are in practice, does our coordinator, does Mike Bobo get so used to playing against that kind of defense where he's like, man, there's not many weaknesses, that he then makes a play call sheet for that kind of defense and not the team he's playing? Does that make sense?
Right. No, it does. Yeah, it does.
Like, I'm scared to run this play because when I run it against my team, that guy
Yeah.
intercepts it. So it's like, yeah, but you're not playing Georgia.
Look, I think that. Oh man, I guess I just fundamentally disagree with like Kirby's like overall overarching strategy. At least in this particular era of ball.
I get.
And look, who am I? The guys won tons of games, but I just think it's the era of offense. And when you go against an Ohio State and your game plan is, I'm going to stop those guys, good fucking luck. So, like,
Georgia,
I don't know, man. I mean, like, I get it. Yeah.
No, keep going. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Overall, I just think if you've got a good defense and a good offense, generally speaking, I think that the better offense is more often not going to prevail, which is why we've seen a shift towards high-powered offenses winning versus low-powered offenses. I mean, Ohio State just won a championship, and they didn't exactly do it by playing some generational defense as much as they did absolutely just torching teams by scoring 50 points. Now, of course, Jim Knowles, amazing. And of course, they definitely serviceable. I mean, you can't win a championship by having a bad defense, but the strength of the team was definitely was definitely the offense. Now, to sort of contradict my own self here, you did see Michigan win a championship basically on the back of their defense and their offensive line and running the ball, and it was sort of the first time I think we had seen that in a long time, where a team basically won a championship with old school principles, clock management, control the line of scrimmage, play physical defense, like that sort of thing, which I guess you don't really see a ton of that anymore generally. But I do sort of view that as the outlier.
No, I agree. And Rec Talk says Ohio State had a pretty dang good defense, and they did. But you could tell when they're playing games, that's definitely not the focus. You don't hear the announcers bragging about Ohio State's defense, even though they spent a lot of money on that offense and defense. They did. But
I mean, yeah. Like I said, you can't win a championship by having a bad defense. Jim Knowles did an amazing job with the defense at Ohio State, and I give them tons of credit. But Ryan Day specifically is an offensive guy, and they, after he had lost a couple big games, decided, I'm not going to call plays anymore. I'm going to go get a play caller, and they went out and get Chip Kelly. Which, what better play caller? outside of maybe a handful. But yeah, I mean they won a championship because of what they were able to do offensively, just absolutely torching teams, man.
See, that's where I'm jealous.
Specifically downfield.
Yeah,
I
agreed.
mean,
well, and I'll
go
tell you
ahead.
this: Chip Kelly does a great job of setting plays up. That's where I'm jealous as a Georgia fan because Mike Bobo, example, I'm calling this right now. Okay, Georgia plays against two very small teams, not good teams at all to begin the season. Georgia's going to go out there and put up 50 points. They might even put up 60. And you know what everybody's going to say? Man, and y'all didn't want Mike Bobo, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about how bad you beat the bad teams. I don't, because that's been his history. He destroys bad teams. Whoop-de-doo. Man, I got more money than a homeless person. Oh, well, congratulations, big guy. I'm proud.
Right, yeah.
Nobody cares. But then we're going to play a game, and it's going to be against a good opponent. And you know what Georgia fans are going to say? You can't win them all. Dude, we've won 2 national championships. Are you not happy? Can you not just be happy? It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You can't have it both ways. You can't brag about how good our offense is. And then when it does terrible, turn around and make excuses for it. You can't do that.
Yeah, so, I agree. I actually am kind of surprised. I'm a little bit surprised at how long Uncle Lou has ridden the Mike Bobo train. He's still on it.
well, I think Rex, you've gone through a lot of at Georgia Tech. I think what Lou is hanging on to, and I do respect it, you don't want a lot of turnovers. We can afford turnovers from defense because Kirby is the defense guy. He's our guy. He's our defensive mastermind. So when we lose a DC or a DB coach or whatever, it's a hit, but it's not a big hit. But you saw how big the hit was losing Todd Monken, even though Mike Bobo was with him for 2 years before he left. Our offense was completely different. It became that. Go ahead.
2 things. First of all, the reason no one talked about Ohio State's defense is because their offense was so good. You know who gave up less yards on defense than anyone in the country last year?
Texas.
It was Ohio State. If you look at the stats, they gave up 247. I think Texas was third, but Ohio State had an elite defense. But that's besides the point. The problem with Georgia's offense last year was what?
Hold on, you kind of went out, Tech. What'd you say?
Let me come back on my computer. My phone is not doing well with this. I'll hop back on.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh snap! We got a mayhem in here.
I was trying to, I was trying not to, interrupt anybody. I was trying to, be polite, but
I appreciate that. We just kind of getting back into the football mood and mindset. So I just told person last night he jumped on. Bro, what's up? I'm like, you know what? We'll do it tomorrow night. so mayhem, what you got?
y'all were pretty much talking about like offenses. Y'all talking about offenses now and defenses, I guess. Like
we're kind of a basis of football. I know Nate was wanting to talk about something in a bit, so I was gonna wait till we finish this, kind of change the subject. But biggest thing is just I was kind of not complaining, but just saying of what I would like to see out of Georgia going into. Go ahead.
So I do believe this. Now, is Mike Bobo the best offense coordinator in the game right now? No, he's not, right?
Yeah.
Is he top 10? No. But is he like maybe a fringe top 15 offense coordinator? Yeah, sure. I would say that, yes. You cannot name 15 coordinators better than Mike Bobo. You can't. It's not possible. So I would say he's a friend. I would say he's right outside of the top 10 of coordinators.
Wait, hold on.
Right?
He's what? He's top 10?
No, he's
right outside the top 10. You can't name.
Okay.
You can't
That's bold.
name like You can't name 12 coordinators better than him.
I can name
But
12 shits I've taken better than Mike Bobo.
well, I don't know about that, but I mean, I understand both. The point I'm trying to make is I understand both sides because I have been on both sides, and I'm gonna be honest. Where I stand right now with Mike Bobo is I just want to win games. That's where I stand. If you win the game, you win the game. I mean, at the end of the day, a national championship. Whenever you win a national championship, it didn't say by how many points you won and how many points you scored. If you win the game, you win the game. So at this point, I just want Mike Bobo to score as many points to win the game. That's where I really stand with Mike Bobo because some days or some games, I'm thinking, man, he really coordinated that game amazingly. You couldn't really get no better than that. But then
What do
there's
you
some
play?
games. There's some games where I look at and I'm like head scratching, like they're really predictable because like I have argued with myself over this, right? I'm
Yeah.
like, Mike Bobo is a good coordinator, and I gave my reasons to myself, but then I'm like, well, he's not a good coordinator. So honestly, that whole Mike Bobo deal, like, he can put up, average of almost 40 points per game or whatever, and that's pretty good if you ask me. But on the other hand, like, there are some games where I'm scratching my head, like, is that really Mike Bobo calling them plays, or is Kirby, making some decisions, or is he really giving him the full leash? Like, because I'm gonna give you an example, right? Dabo Sweeney and Clemson, right?
Yeah.
Do you really think Garrett Riley, is it Garrett Riley that's there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you really think Garrett Riley is in 100% complete control of the play calling? Absolutely not.
Hold on. I'll say this real quick. And Rec Talk, you'll agree. Percy, you'll agree. Mayhem, you will agree. At the beginning of the season, that percentage was probably about 25-30%, where Garrett Riley had that much, control. But by halfway of the season, that mark where Dabo got pissed off because they were playing just vanilla football, that percentage went up to about 60 to 65% because Garrett Riley, and I forgot the quarterback's name. I'm a huge fan of him. What's his name?
Klubnik.
Yeah, man, they were popping off. 400 yards a game, 400 yards, 350, 350. I'm like, oh, where did this come from? You didn't do that against bad teams. But so he doesn't have 100%. I don't think any coordinator does, but I do think that percentage went up a lot higher towards that midway through the season. So I agree with what you said. I do think it's a lot higher than we.
Because my question to you would be, if Bobo were to get fired today, who would you hire? And then my second question,
My,
my second question, my second question is, I mean, well, actually, it's not really a question; it's more of a statement. I mean, you and I both know that he's going to be a coordinator the next day. I mean, somewhere else. I mean, he's going to be a hot commodity to get.
Do you know the name that's been tossed around if you fired Mike Bobo, who you'd hire tomorrow?
I do.
I mean, you talking about, but Buster Faulkner, yeah. I mean, he's good.
Makes me sick.
But-
Does make me sick.
But who did Buster Faulkner learn from?
Todd
Buster Faulkner's been offered multiple millions to be a coordinator by more than one team, and has turned it down. And I know that for a fact, by the way. Like, the guy is, in my opinion, waiting for that Georgia job to open up.
That's what I said. He's treating it the way that Kirby did when Kirby was at Alabama.
And that's coming from inside the tech program, by the way. That's coming from people that would know. So I've been on your side of the fence, Mayhem, with Bobo, because when you just look at stats as an outsider, it's hard to understand why Georgia fans hate him. So he averages 30 plus points a game. But here's the thing. Georgia's problem last year was stopping the run and running the ball. You were ranked like 80 something in rush offense, and you have a stable of 4- and 5-star running backs. That is kind of head scratching.
It is.
Well, it's head scratching whenever you have A majority of them, and I hate playing this card, but for this example, I'm gonna have to. I put myself in a corner, but you know, I mean, let's just be real. I mean, Branson Robinson, Roderick Robinson, at times ETN was injured throughout the year. I hate playing that card because I hate whenever other people say, "Oh, but we were injured." Though I hate that mess. But I'm not making any excuses. We lost the games, and we should have lost them games. I'm not making any excuses. But
Does that justify being 80th in the country? Like 88th?
yeah, but a lot of the times we were having as running back number one for a lot of them games were Cash Jones and Dylan Bell. I mean,
And guys, look, and I hate it because I know Percy wants to say something. Nate does. This goes back to my point earlier. And Sir J, welcome, Daniel, all you guys. This goes back to my point earlier. Whenever Georgia's offense, was in the red zone, we were dog crap. I mean, you could see the play calling ended up in a field goal. We had the lowest touchdown ratio or percentage in the red zone. Oh, not lowest. We were like 10th in the SEC, but with our kind of roster. And my thing was, because our defense is so good, you saw our offense play against teams as if they were playing Georgia's defense. That play call sheet was the same that it would probably be in practice. Well, we don't run this, and this in practice because we're playing Georgia's defense instead of changing it to who we're playing. Now to what you said about the running game, Rick. Whenever you see Georgia's offense and you see it run up the middle 97 times a game, and then they fake it to the outside and then run it up the middle, what do you think our defense sees in practice? Run up the middle. So when a team decides to run off the edge, like Georgia Tech did with the quarterback,
that's all we do.
Yeah. So guess what? Georgia didn't do well. So that's my point is when you play a team that does things you don't see in practice, you're not going to be very good at it. And that's why I was frustrated with, the run game and the stopping the run, because it's such a vanilla run package. There's no running off tackle. There's no hitting the 2, the 4, the 6 gap, the 1, the 3, the 5. Mike Bobo will tell you, well, our offensive line is just better. We should be able to just push them around. It's 2025 and the transfer portal exists. So you know what Georgia Tech has? They have 4 stars on that D line. They have guys that will go play NFL. You know what? That we have to wake up and quit thinking that it's 1950 and all the black people, play for all black colleges. Like, I know I'm just mad because I agree with what Mayhem is saying and I agree on points per game. But you saw Mike Bobo against Alabama in the first half try to fill the fight out like a boxing match. Alabama didn't. They tried to score every play. But then all of a sudden, Mike Bobo came alive and started running a real offense. And we were just moving the ball downfield. Even when we took the lead, Bama was not letting us. We were taking it. And it's like, Mike, why can't you do that from the beginning? So that's my frustration, guys.
See, that is that's one I do agree with you, TB, about when you said it filling it out like a boxing match. You don't. I mean, if you ever watch the Georgia game, that is so true. Like it seems like he's setting up for later down the road. He's setting up plays for later drives or something. I don't know. It's just like he's setting up for something, right?
Yes.
That's always kind of what
seems like complacent play. It seems like complacent play calling a little bit, where Georgia has run the offense that basically Alabama did before Lane Kiffin got there. I don't know if y'all would agree with that, but it's kind of similar.
No,
run heavy play action, run between tackles,
wear the other team down and beat them in the third and fourth quarter. Yes,
right. Very very low risk offense.
Yeah.
And now with the NIL game being available to everybody, where it wasn't before, we know players were getting paid. Texas, Ole Miss went and bought a roster. I mean, it's no coincidence that Ohio State had the highest paid roster and won the national title, right? So all these teams have extraordinarily talented players. So Georgia is not just going to be able to out-talent everybody, even in their own conference.
Agreed. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. And also, you know, I've been saying this for a couple years now, and I don't think nobody was listening. I know nobody was listening, but like I feel like that Georgia Tech. I've been trying to tell people Georgia Tech is going to get better and better and better. I mean, you know that this. I don't even know why they even did. I mean, Rec Talk, you can tell me a little bit more, but I don't even know why they did a coaching search. I mean, y'all have the best available coach that y'all could have gotten. I mean, and that's not a
That was
knock on y'all.
serious.
That's not, huh?
You talking about hiring Brent Key? Brent Key had never been a head coach. He'd never been a head coach in a game in his life. So I can tell you the names that were serious. Jamie Chadwell. We did not hire Jamie Chadwell because he wanted to wipe the entire staff and bring his own people in. And it's a very Georgia Tech thing to turn your nose up that. And I'm not even saying we shouldn't have hired Jamie Chadwell. Now, I love Brent Key 100%. And Brent Key's doing some things that are creative to work around what Georgia Tech doesn't have, like hiring Buster Falk. He's made some really good hires. Hiring Jess Simpson, who is our defensive line coach. You're just talking about our defense.
Whoa, hold on. Y'all got Jess Simpson?
Yes, the man who three-peated 3 different times at Buford.
That was my head coach in high school.
Really? Yeah, he's our defensive line coach. We hired him like 2 years ago.
He went from Buford. I graduated in 11, and right after 12 or 13, he went to the Atlanta Falcons.
Then he went to Duke in Miami, or Miami Duke, and then Tech hired him. I think once Elko, he was at Duke, and once Elko got hired by A&M, we hired Santucci, and I think he came with Tyler Santucci from Duke.
Got it. Well, it's a genius hire because not only you're getting a great guy with a lot of experience, you're getting a guy that knows the state of Georgia like the back of his hand, bro.
You got a mainline recruiting tie into one of the football factories. And I mean, what are the most fertile recruiting grounds in the country? California, Texas, Georgia, Florida, in whatever order you want to put them in.
Yeah.
Texas and California are probably 1 and 2 in some order, and then it's probably Florida, Georgia, but it's hard to say. And that's another thing Key's done. He said this, I think it was in a meeting to donors, like, when I hire a coach, the first thing I look at, can he recruit? That's the first thing. If you can't recruit, you're not going to be on the staff. And Tech has never thought that way before. Tech likes to stick their noses up and just think because Bobby Dodd coached here 80 years ago that anyone gives a shit about that. And they don't. Oh, well, Calvin Johnson played here 20-some years ago. You got to recruit some new Calvin Johnsons. All right. I mean, time moves on. We can't go back.
But I like to be on the record and saying that I'm supposed to be this Georgia Tech hater online. I'm supposed to come and call in to every Georgia Tech show and tell them that they're going to go 0-12 every year and whatever. But I mean, I really don't believe that. You know what I mean? Like, as a Georgia fan, yeah, I don't like Georgia Tech, but I'm being a realistic person here. I mean, they should be winning a minimum of 8 games a year. If y'all don't expect 8 games out of this head coach and the job he's done, I mean, these 6-win seasons is over for Georgia Tech, in my opinion. Right? I think it should be 7, 8, and if you get to 9, then that's a win, a win for y'all. But like 8-win season should be like the norm for this.
I would even argue that 9 may be the norm, and 10 getting 10 or more is an ACC championship. I think Georgia Tech's at that point. Now, granted, I'm giving Georgia Tech credit, but I'm also attacking the ACC when I say that. I don't see many teams. You saw Georgia Tech knock off Miami.
Yeah.
Like, Georgia Tech isn't some team where like, oh, hey, man, we're glad to get 8 wins and we'll go home and eat our bowl of cereal. No, like, they're a team where you're like, dang it, we got to play them. That, like, you're thinking that when you got to play Georgia Tech.
Well, I said that tonight on my show. I said Georgia Tech, they're kind of similar to South Carolina right now. They're a team you don't want to play if you're a top 10 team because Georgia Tech tends to play up to whatever skill level they're playing. Like, there's no reason Georgia Tech should have took Georgia to 8 overtimes. Like, I'll be reasonable about Georgia in this discussion. Georgia should have been able to do what they wanted to Tech, especially at Sanford. I think a good part of that was just coaching. Now, we got out coached in overtime. I don't agree with the play calling we did in overtime one bit. You ended up running the play we should have with Carson Beck.
Now, I'll say this real quick. I'll let you right back to it. I've dogged Mike Bobo this whole time. Mike Bobo in overtime against Georgia Tech, man, I would have
He did well.
went to the LGBT and proposed to Mike Bobo. Like that was the most beautiful I've ever seen him call plays. But guess what? Why don't we get those plays in a game? So, anyways, but back to what you were saying.
No, yeah. I mean, we had 3 shots to walk that game off.
Yes.
Didn't do it. That's a failure of our coaching staff. Now, we took belt to ass for a half, but that's why it's a 4-quarter game. And in this instance, 4 quarters and 8 overtimes. But I agree. And I'll give a shout out to Mayhem. Like, he was on the train of Georgia Tech's on the rise before most Tech fans were on that train. So we'll see their schedules a little bit more forgiving for them this year. The first big test, I don't even, maybe it's disrespectful to Colorado. I'm not super worried about Colorado, but I think Clemson, that'll really tell you what kind of team we got.
But then I remember this past season, I called in the Rex call-in show, and all I heard was it was right after y'all lost. Did y'all lose to Syracuse this year? I can't remember, but
and I was in New York for that. Yeah, I know.
But I think you did a call-in show right after that, or the week after that, whatever it was. And everybody was like, "Fire Brent Key, fire Brent Key," and I called in. I'm like, "What's going on? Don't fire Brent Key. What are you doing?"
Those guys are insane. Those guys are insane, and they don't deserve any success Georgia Tech ever has. Because that is a case you can say, okay, fire Brent Key. Then who are you going to get that's going to come into Georgia Tech with all the limitations that they have currently and do it for the money you're paying? Brent Key was making less than $3 million a year. Now, he just got a bump. But, I mean, that's embarrassingly low pay for a coach, and that people will be like, he needs to be fired. They're out of their minds. I had to block one of them.
Really?
I mean, I'll tell you why. I can't even say why I had to block them on your stream because it'll get you in trouble on YouTube. It was insane.
Okay.
It was insane.
Well, I appreciate that. No, I agree. Percy, my bad. I think earlier you were trying to say something, but I guess what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no worries, man. Man, I got a couple thoughts here. I've been listening for a minute, and I've built up some talking points here. So I would say the first is I actually think Georgia Tech overperformed in that game against Georgia. Georgia's far more talented. You took it to, what was it, 7 or 8 overtimes. It's in Sanford Stadium. So I would have a hard time saying that the reason the team lost was because of the coaching staff. But I understand as a fan the inclination to sort of want to point fingers because you never want to lose to a rival. That's always awful.
The play calling in overtime was what I didn't like. But overall, I thought Tech's coaching staff did a really good job in that game. We obviously overperformed.
Yeah, I mean, well, I actually thought that some of those play calls in overtime, I didn't expect them to score, and they scored, and they kept advancing to the next overtime, the next overtime, the next overtime, the next overtime. So I don't know. I mean, look, we're talking about super small margins when we're talking about 8 overtimes like this, but I agree with you. Eventually, somebody had to either make a really good defensive play call or a really good offensive play call, and it happened to be Georgia. But going back to Mike Bobo, so last year, you guys, despite the fact that you're probably, man, I've not looked, but you're certainly in the top, single digits for talent, like top 2, top 3, maybe number 1. I've not looked. Yet the offense was outside the top 50.
Yeah.
So I actually, if I'm a Georgia fan, I am wanting to replace Mike Bobo. Like I never understood why you actually went and got him again. But then he's showed up and he's just sort of been, I mean, given the talent that Georgia have, really mediocre. I mean, really, really mediocre. And not only mediocre in terms of the overall total offense, in terms of like raw numbers and statistics, but the on-field product is mediocre. It's not inventive. It's not new. It's not modern. I if I were a Georgia fan, like objectively, as objective as I can be as a Florida fan here, I I'd be calling for this guy's head. I don't know, man. I don't know.
don't know if it's
Maybe
fully
somebody's got a
over.
better point.
I mean, they won their conference and they beat a playoff team in Texas twice, right?
I mean, if we're talking about teams, like the team's accomplishments, yes, the team did well, but I'm talking about the offense in isolation.
Oh yeah, I mean, if we're gonna be honest, if Georgia's defense didn't play the way that they did, then Georgia's not walking out of that SEC championship game. Georgia's not walking out of that game against Texas. You know,
They're probably not walking into one.
yeah,
To be
facts.
truthful.
You're not walking out. You're not even walking in. But I think the big thing too, you know, when you were talking about that, I went on a rant the other day about this to somebody. If you went to Dollar General and that Dollar General was underperforming, who would you blame? Would you blame the CEO of all Dollar Generals, or would you blame that plant manager? That general, you'd blame him because Dollar General as a whole is doing pretty well. Walmart as a whole is doing pretty well.
Unfortunately.
What are y'all paying Mike Bobo, by the way? Because that shapes my opinion of him as well.
Too damn much, I'm sure.
I think 3 free Golden Corral buffets a week.
It's probably like $1.5 million, if I had to guess. I can probably look it up.
I just Googled it, and that's a spot on guess, by the way. Credit to you. Yeah, it's 1.4.
Oh, snap. Okay.
Okay. So it's not absolute top tier, but it's close.
Which, by the way, says a lot. I mean, you go and get a guy, and you're not paying top tier for him. It's probably because he's not fucking top tier. I don't know, mate.
But I mean, I guess I'm saying when you think about an offense and how that offense runs, who do you blame? I'm not blaming the defensive backs coach at Georgia for Georgia's wide receivers dropping the ball. I'm going to blame the wide receiver coach, and then who else am I going to blame? The offensive coordinator. Who preps the quarterbacks? Yeah, not the D-line coach, the quarterback coach and the offensive coordinator. So at the end of the day, when do we just take it for what it is? Don't be butthurt. Don't be, oh no, don't. You're just doing that because no. It's like it's business. If I have to fire my best friend, it doesn't matter if it's my best friend. I got to fire you, bro. You're not doing
Has
a good.
Kirby done that yet? By the way, I don't think he's had to fire a coordinator yet, has he?
No,
he didn't fire James Coley.
No, well, I don't think he did, Mayhem, because I that's what I was about to say. James Coley
I mean,
was one of the offensive coordinators we had. He's a good recruiter, but he's just a terrible offensive coordinator.
Or did he, basically say, "Hey, go find another job," and he found another job? Or
I think Kirby protects your reputation.
Okay, because that was kind of what I was getting at. What was the big criticism of Mark Richt is that he was too loyal to people, and Bobo was one of the guys, I guess. I mean, Bobo didn't have the issues he did at the time, but I get maybe that's not an issue with Kirby. He seems to be loyal to quarterbacks, but maybe not.
But no, I'm just, anyways, long story short, that's all I'm saying is at some point we have to blame Mike Bobo, and not because, and even Lou will say this, people get mad at him for his past and his past time at Georgia. I don't care. I don't care about your past time, your future time. I don't care if you're from the future. I'm going to blame you for the current. And right now, I saw our wide receivers drop as many, balls as they did. So,
wouldn't that?
Hey,
that would also be James Coley's fault, right?
It would be, but I guess what I'm saying, think about it. Think about this blame game that's going on at Georgia. Oh, the wide receivers can't catch the ball. The running backs can't run the ball. The offensive line can't get a push. This offensive line's terrible. So you're telling me all these different groups that are under this coordinator are bad. At what point do we blame the coordinator? You see what I'm saying? You can't sit there and blame all these. That's like going to a high school and going, how come all these test scores are terrible? Well, the kids are just bad. Wait, what? So, oh yeah, this kid's bad. This kid's bad. What about this teacher? Well, what do they average? Like at some point, you have to blame the school or blame the teacher. So that's all. That's where I'm getting at is times have changed to where kids now, and I say this from just a personal experience, kids don't learn like they used to. Before, when we were younger, coaches would be like, "Hey, shut the F up and go where I tell you." Yes, sir, coach. Now they want to be explained to. They want to be talked to. They want to be communicated with.
Well,
And
And
let's
they're
just
making $4 million a
let's just
year.
let's just
Some of
let's
them.
just tell the truth, right? I mean, they're softer than they used to be. That's just the truth.
now you can say that, Mayhem. I say they're smarter because
Because the reason why I say that is because wasn't it a few years ago or maybe even last year, I remember seeing a story about Lane Kiffin apparently got a video leak where he was talking, talking bad to one of the players, and the players had anxiety, or I
Oh, yeah.
mean,
Called him a pussy.
yeah, and that hurt his feelings,
He
and
sued him. He sued the university.
yeah, like come
Well,
on,
but like,
bro.
come on, that's not. What are you talking about? It's a professional relationship, you understand, not an exploitative one. So there's still regulatory, restrictions as to how you can talk to players, and that's a good thing.
but that's where I'm kind of going with it, Percy, is players are smarter nowadays. Back then, you could grab the face mask or grab the dude by his jersey and throw him down and yell at him and do all this. And it's like, now, if you tried to do that to a player, they'd probably punch you in the face. Especially if you're talking a college player and he's 6'4", 315 pounds, and you try to do. You've seen NFL videos where the players are getting into it with the coaches. So I think today players are a lot smarter in the sense of they stand up for themselves. We can't tell men to stand up for themselves, but then allow them to get bullied.
But
Oh,
it's also
great point.
it's also that I mean a lot of this stuff, a lot of these players are not coachable either, because I mean I know on the field, you can talk about on the field, but look at off the field issues for Georgia, right? And uh, I mean I've never seen this much driving related issues. It's
Yeah.
because,
Also,
and then you blame Kirby Smart. You blame Kirby for this. You blame all the coaches for it. And yeah, I would want to blame the coaches for it because they need to
You
be
should.
they need to be doing something about it. But then
I
whenever
actually wouldn't blame Kirby.
but
well,
whenever you set these standards of, well, you can't cuss at them, you can't, you got to be soft, you got to be careful what you say. I mean, then
But
what?
that's not. But that. Hold on. But this is a straw man because you're making it seem like the coaches can't discipline the players, which they absolutely can and do. The problem is if a lot of these players that happen to be really good at football come from dysfunctional homes, how is that Kirby Smart's problem? Like, like if you were to ask Kirby Smart, I'm sure that there's a structure in which all of these players must operate within. But at the end of the day, if outside the football field, outside training, outside the school, they go off and do something on their own, like speed or smoke weed and get caught or whatever, to say that somehow is Kirby Smart's fault is unbelievable.
Then why
He's not their parent. He's not their parent.
Does the University of Georgia provide them very fast cars to drive?
Then why haven't Georgia Tech got 30 or whatever players speeding and killing people?
now,
I mean,
I'll pause you on this, okay? I'll say this. There was what's the name of the dude? Josh Pate.
Hold on. Wait. Sorry, Tiger. I really apologize here. Do you think that Kirby Smart has won all of the games that he's won, including multiple championships, by not having disciplined players? Like, what argument are you making here?
Are we talking to Josh Pate? Who's straw manning now?
No, hold on. Listen, look. This is me. Hold on, person, because I get what you're saying. Josh Pate he brought up a few different colleges who've had 15 plus off the field, violations. Like as a team, 15 plus, dude. There's like 40 plus schools out there that have had 15 plus from last season to this season off the field violations, whether it's smoking weed or drinking, drinking and driving, speeding. So I think Georgia gets highlighted because there's more, right? But then I think
Because they're playing for championships generally.
Well, and they're in the spotlight, but I think also because of the history, every new one gets spotlighted like crazy. I think of like Draymond Green for the Warriors. If he fouls somebody, they're going to look at it for real as a technical foul or flagrant because his past of kicking people in the, like doing stuff, they're going to look at your past and
So Ohio State won this past national championship, so we should start hearing about their reckless driving behaviors, right?
now, but what you're saying,
Soon.
What argument are you making here?
The argument I'm trying to make, right, is a players, like, the players want to be in charge. This is not where you learn from the coaches. It's not where you. I mean, yeah, they have discipline problems. I understand that, right? I mean, but they have discipline things set in stone for each other. But like ETN, he got caught. Was it speeding or whatever? Guess what his little quote unquote punishment was? A 1-game suspension. Whoop de freaking do.
Dude, look, mate, it's also possible. I mean, look at Urban Meyer's teams in the early to mid 2010s that won so many games, that also had an unbelievable amount of disciplinary problems. Like it's also possible that once these players start winning lots of games and winning championships and winning SEC championships, that ego starts to grow as well, and it becomes more difficult to corral the locker room. I mean, like, if we're talking about the sort of sociological problems at play, I'm willing to discuss that. But I think that to draw some larger conclusion that, well, actually, it must just mean that Kirby Smart's not disciplining the players, or it must mean that the players just simply want to take the reins and sort of not have to deal with the coaches at all. I think those are two extremes.
Now, Percy, I'll say this. I don't think I've been stumped in a long time. But what you just said, I felt like I just took a class, because I was like, wait, I guess he's right. The more I win, the more I think, the percentage is higher of, maybe I think I'm better than everybody. Vanderbilt's not going to have these problems.
Well, they could. I mean, you're also just glossing over the fact that Georgia has gone out of their way to make this problem worse by paying parking tickets for kids. This girl that was involved with a double homicide accident, she was close to getting her license suspended because of her driving history. Georgia has a fixer named Gant. He goes up to the Morgan County Courthouse and begs them to take points off of her driving record. Now, do you think she should be driving recruits around? I'm trying to think. Cook was going so fast, and he was high, wrecked into 5 unparked cars, admitted to the police that he was high, misses his court date. A person who works on staff for the University of Georgia Athletic Department emails the courthouse, says, "Hey, it's my fault. He didn't make his court date. Can we do something?" So what I'm saying is, it's not that Georgia isn't doing anything. They're going out of their way to make the problem worse.
Okay, well, hold on. So, Percy, I think we're all in the same agreement. One, you need to discipline players. And I get what you're saying, Percy, is it's not Kirby's fault, but Kirby is not helping the problem from the way Rec Talk is saying of, hey, when things happen, we do need to discipline them in a way. And I'm not saying you don't discipline them, but like you said,
I think Kirby he's almost certainly disciplining them.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying.
How do you know that? He just almost certainly is. Based on what?
That's what that's my whole point. That was my whole point.
Based on the fact that they've committed violations that are putting the team at risk from winning. Do you not think that Kirby Smart would have a problem with that?
What does your driving history have to do with your play on a football field?
Well, I think what Percy is saying is you getting suspended or not being able to play.
He's doing it now that a year later they're averaging a driving-related, not incident, arrest per month. Yeah. This is going on 2 years after a double fatality accident. You're kind of acting like we're all just like, oh, well, I guess there's nothing that can be done. There is. He could go to the NIL collective that's providing them these souped-up Dodge Chargers and said, hey, cut that shit out. We're not doing that anymore. You're telling me Kirby
and why would he do that? He wants to win games and stay competitive with the rest of the league.
I don't want anyone else to die, though. That's where I'm coming from. And someone is, based on the frequency that this is happening.
But hold on. Is Georgia the only wealthy school giving out cars? I mean, how long has Nick Saban been doing that?
I don't know. I'm talking
So
about
is Kirby supposed to no longer stay competitive with the rest of the league?
Staffers going 104 miles an hour down a windy road and resulting in the deaths of 2 people. How many programs have that problem? How many programs have then since had to fire other staffers for DUIs or reckless driving? Staff members.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole entire
Kirby
point. I was,
Smart, Kirby Smart is hired to do one thing, and that's win football games. And I would imagine he's not going to take measures that reduce his ability to compete in NIL in the recruitment marketplace and win football games. He's not going to do that.
Anyone be suspended ever for any program?
Now,
the whole
Not their job description, right?
look,
well, I'll say this real quick. The
Okay.
whole entire point I was trying to make, right, is you got this new school way of teaching where it's basically like this I don't know, this soft type of teachings, and it's not this old school type of teachings. And then the players think that they can override these coaches and they can do whatever they want to, and then as a result, this is what you're getting.
Now, my argument to you, though, and then I'll go back to
But I made the argument on Florida in the early 2010s that this was happening way before this sort of new age wokeism that you're bitching about.
So people dying because a staff member is driving, not just drunk.
Brother, are you familiar with Hernandez? He fucking killed people. This has been happening longer than Georgia and longer than NIL.
So what? What is that?
So my point,
the fucking thing.
Because he's making the point that this is because of like wokeism and people have gone soft and they just don't respect discipline anymore.
Wokeism.
Brother, he's fucking saying it. What are you talking about? Have you not been listening to anybody else on the call or just me?
I'm talking to you, though. I think me and Mayhem are talking about 2 different things. I think that's part of the problem.
Y'all are talking about 2 different things, but I'll say this. One, Mayhem, from hearing Kirby chew people out and hearing him in practices and stuff, I don't think Kirby coaches anybody soft. I think Kirby will never change. He's hard-headed. He's on cuss out whoever he wants to cuss out. I'm sure you've heard him on the microphone at practice cussing people out. He's the last one I'd call soft. But 2, it's not even an argument. I'm not defending anybody, Rec Talk, but I think the kids passing away from the drunk driving incident, I think that is a percentage chance, just like the way somebody gets in a car wreck or an airplane crashes. Now, you have to be drunk to be entered into that percentage, but I think there are a lot of kids out there that drive drunk and speed. And yes, you were talking about the Dodge Chargers and all that. I think if you gave somebody a Toyota, a 1995, they could still speed in that.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. So you're saying that it was a staff member
that was driving? Yes.
Okay, and
staff member,
a recruiting staff member that crashed and killed people.
Herself, she was driving herself, and then a player.
Okay. What does this have to do with giving recruits cars?
You asked what she did, man.
But so hold on. 10 minutes ago, you said maybe we should rethink giving all these kids Dodge Chargers.
Oh yeah, in light of what's happened, and that you keep having driving, not just arrest, like reckless driving, endangering the public in general. Maybe it's a good idea to say, hey, let's not do that. Let's not contribute to the problem. That was the point I was making.
Percy, I think what he's saying is, what is a step we could take to not necessarily take away giving these athletes cars and giving them a way to get around and stuff, but to kind of make the point of like, hey, you guys would have steaks tonight, but because you've been messing up lately, you get hamburgers.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if they want to go with their own NIL money and buy whatever vehicle, fine. But
which they will.
Sure, but you don't have to contribute to it as the university.
So Direct Talk, you're saying that then the fault would not fall on the school?
Yeah, I mean, I think that.
So,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
All I was gonna say is, I do agree with it not falling on the school, but we know how people are. they're going to then blame that, oh, well, they took the money they got from Georgia and went and bought it. They're still going to find a way to blame Georgia.
Well, I want to be clear too. Like, I'm not trying to go out of my way to blame Georgia. This is like, if this was happening at Georgia Tech, I would be outraged. I would be more outraged because it's happening at my school. Like, I do think it's a problem. Like, I do think that this girl that was involved in the accident had no business driving recruits around.
Yeah.
If you know, I think that was a mistake that Georgia made.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with what Rec Talk said, but I also do believe, and I know you're gonna keep on bringing back up, like, well, it happened in 2008, it happened with Miami, it happened with all them people, but like, I mean, I'm gonna agree with what Rec Talk said, but I'm also adding on to, I mean, I know Kirby Smart says the F word every now and then, but like, I don't know, man. I just feel like it's what's in it for me type of deal. Like, I want instant gratification now. I mean, I want money now. You're seeing it right now with Nico, like the whole Nico
that's happening
situation.
everywhere for
Yeah,
everybody.
it is. It's happening everywhere. It's what's in it
Including
for
Texas.
me. It's instant gratification, and like, they don't care about anything but themselves and what's to benefit for themselves. I mean, that's
Well, I
literally
mean,
I
it.
don't know about
of
that.
course. Well, I mean, look. At the end of
They're
the
not
day,
coachable. It's not coachable. It's not coachable.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
okay. Well,
That's
I wouldn't go that far.
not
Look,
coachable.
some of
I
these
think
kids are weighing options, and they are trying to determine the most money they can make in college, but also the best opportunity to go to the NFL and make substantial money long term. So I understand that dynamic has resulted in some pretty unfortunate outcomes in a number of different ways and for a number of different universities. But to reach sort of a point of agreement with everybody here, I think I am somebody that thinks there should be more regulation
Agree.
as to
I agree.
what you're allowed to give players, maybe even the amount that you're allowed to give a certain player, or whatever. Like, whatever regulations need to be in place to level the sort of power dynamic between the programs and the players that all the programs are trying to recruit, I think it is ultimately good, not only for the players, but also for everybody else. The spectator, the programs, the coaches, everybody.
I agree with that.
And I think, Mayhem, maybe what you're getting at is, as a player, if I'm making like orders of magnitude more than my position coach, it might be hard for me to really listen to that guy.
Exactly.
Great point. Yep.
Yeah, and this happens in the NFL too, by the way. This is a problem in the NFL. The difference with the NFL is there's a salary cap and there's a collective bargaining agreement. Now, I would love to see a collective bargaining agreement in college football, but that's very difficult to do. And I was on a show in College Football Mafia with a lawyer that represents athletes, and he was saying, well, that is almost impossible to do with private schools. So Duke, Southern Cal, like, it would be hard to do a collective bargaining agreement with, I don't know why, but private schools, but I would love to see it.
Okay. No, but I mean, I don't know. I guess for me, and you guys tell me what you think. There does need to be some kind of come together, and I'm not saying some kumbaya, like, guys, let's just stop what we're doing. But I think that's how I would go about it. Is I think I would be the type, like, look, I still want you guys to have cars and get around, but it's like, I can't promise that every kid's going to come from a 2-parent household. I can't.
Yeah. Something else I think I would say is, I do agree that historically these players have been exploited because these programs are making historically unbelievable amounts of money off the backs of players that are not being paid. So I sort of empathize with the players, and I want to find a way to bridge this gap to where everybody wins. And I'm not neglectful of what has happened historically to these players, but man, where we are right now, I will fully admit is suboptimal. It's not tenable long term, and I something sooner rather than later, I would imagine, must be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we went from this incredibly oppressive system, like that we were suspending kids for signing jerseys
Dude. Oh my god.
while the schools
Todd,
sold their jerseys.
yeah, Todd Gurley. Remember that? He did
Johnny
not win a
Manziel.
Heisman. He
Johnny
did not win a
Manziel.
Heisman because of that.
Yeah, you took somebody's opportunity to win a Heisman for what? $300?
That's fucking crazy
Yeah.
and wrong. And
He
It's
would have
exploitative.
100% won.
yeah. But then we swung the gate forward to there are no rules. Like there is tampering on paper, but anytime, like no one's going to say anything about it. Like Brent Key's never going to say someone's tampering with his players. You know why? Because he's tampering.
I know.
And
Also, like it used to be that the college football had a certain level of parity, because if you had a coach that was a particularly good recruiter and salesman, despite the fact that he might not be at a particularly wealthy school, he could still recruit good players and he could still compete maybe well above what a program should be competing at. Whereas nowadays, recruiting is basically rewarding disproportionately schools that have obscene amounts of money. And so the sort of the wealth gap is growing significantly, and the level of inequality within the league is going to become more and more stark.
yeah, and it's not just between teams. Now it's ballooned to conferences getting in an
Right,
arms
yep.
race and
Great
chasing
point.
the next TV deal. So it's not just the teams. Now all of college football is this massive money grab, and who gets fucked? The fan. That's who ends up getting screwed at the end of the day. Because now we're not having spring games, which was solely for the fan. You can't get attached to a player because they're all on year-to-year deals. And I'll say this too. I'm not mad at the players. If a company called me tomorrow and said, I'm going to pay you twice what you're making, I'm gone. I don't care how much I like the company I'm with for. The players have,
Great point. Yeah.
they're operating in the system that they exist in. And by the way, they're doing what coaches did for decades and decades.
Yeah.
But for some
of
reason,
course.
everyone
Yeah.
wants to MF the players now. Like, no, we need some sort. The NCAA just needs
People like a scapegoat.
Well, yeah, and it's easy to get mad at kids. They're dumb. What are they doing? And I don't even judge them too, because if you gave me $4 million as a 30-something-year-old right now, I would act a fool.
I'd buy a fast car.
16, 17, 18. Well, in I don't know in every state. Are you in Florida?
No, I was in Florida for a long time, but I've been in Tennessee for a number of years now.
So in the state of Georgia, you can pay high school players now.
Oh, woof.
You can be on a high school roster and make NIL money.
Yep. Missouri it does that as well, because we lost a Missouri recruit because of that.
I would imagine that would benefit private schools over public schools.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know. We just signed our first 5-star in Josh Petty, and he came from a very well-to-do school. So yeah, maybe you're right. Was it in Roswell, Fellowship Christian or something?
Okay.
I felt out of place. Have you ever played Fallout New Vegas? I felt like there was going to be a money check on the way.
Oh, it's a great fucking game, man.
Yeah, that's a big game.
Yeah, you can't come to New Vegas, man. You don't have enough caps. Get out of here.
Man, I hear that's going to be. Wait, hold on. This is really like a sort of left field topic. Did anybody here watch the Fallout TV show?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I guess the next season is going to be New Vegas,
No.
which I'm pretty hyped about because that was my favorite game
Is
of
Goggins
that
still gonna
series.
be in it?
Is who?
Oh yeah, Goggins. Yeah, Walton Goggins is still in it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's all I need. That's all I need.
Same. Yeah, that he's good, man.
Well, you I think you guys have made great points on that. I don't
Can we
really.
disagree? I won before we go, real quick. All right, I win. Cool.
Oh, we're
I
not.
needed, I
Right.
needed that for my ego. My ego's never. In fact, I don't know if you knew this. Before I started to go into Georgia Tech games as a kid, they had to widen the entrance to fit my head in.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, that was something nice they did for my ego.
No, I love. I mean, you guys know I love talking college football. And I think that's the crazy part is the how do you say it? All these topics that are now available because of all of the stuff we have.
Yeah, and there's not really a right or wrong answer. I'm actually glad I came on tonight. In the weeks following, I'm gonna Tiger. If you want to be on Mayhem, is it Percy?
Percy, yeah.
I'm due. I've got the whole thing set up in my OBS now. Did y'all ever see Around the Horn on ESPN?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
I want to do that, or I am going to do that on my channel. So we'll do like buy or sell. Belichick will work out at UNC, and then you get random points.
I would sell all my Belichick stock immediately.
Oh yeah, I've made multiple videos, probably 2 hours worth of videos on exactly why I don't think Belichick will work out.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, are you allowed to talk about it now, or do you want to wait until?
Percy, how do I? Is there a Twitter you have or something I can reach out to you?
Yeah, well, not a Twitter, but I could give you my phone number, I have a Snapchat, shit like that.
Well, I'm an old man, so I don't have Snapchat, but I mean, if you're comfortable giving me your phone number, you can put it, I guess, in the private chat. That's up to you.
Okay, yeah. Let's see.
And I know how to get a hold of these guys.
Yeah, I would.
How do I make this a private?
Well, if you look in StreamYard to the very right, there's a private chat.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah.
You know, one thing I really tried to do with my channel and it just never really worked. But one thing I really wanted to do, and I don't know if Ballard really understood what I was trying to do with the touchdown show, but you know, we still do the touchdown show, but I really wanted to bring it to a new direction, kind of like, you know, like First Take or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where, like, I'm not saying it's scripted or anything like that, but like Ballard take one side of an argument and I take one side. It doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong. It's just strictly for content, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like,
Ballard will be the heel and you'll be the face. That's how we say
right. And I would love to do that on like the touchdown. So it don't matter if I'm right or wrong, but I, you know, get prep for the show and I take a couple hours to really give my arguments and then Ballard give his arguments. I think me and him could have a really, really good show because we really gel together when we talk to each other and on live and stuff. But I don't think he necessarily understood what I was trying to say. But I would love to do a show like that on my channel where, you know, it don't matter if I'm right or wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm gonna defend it, right? And it would create a lot of good content.
For sure. The sad thing is the thing that worked the best on my channel was a conference realignment video, and I hate conference realignment, and so I just refuse to do that again because every video is some bullshit with this face and flames in the background, and my mom's boyfriend's gardener said that UNC to the SEC in 2026. I'm not interested in it.
Yeah, and Florida State was supposed to be in the Big Ten yesterday.
I cannot stand
Man,
that.
low key, I'm actually really rooting for the ACC to like get their shit together because I don't want to see further consolidation of the super leagues.
Me either.
I would rather, you know, the Big 12 and the ACC sort of get this shit together. Because I feel like having like, a handful of super leagues just really makes the sport far less interesting.
It makes it the NFL. I mean, you would have two leagues. You'd have the Big and the SEC, basically, is what.
Well,
Yeah.
if they're going to go to that type of model, like they're trying to do now, I think you should go ahead and do it now and get it over with. Stop hee-hawing around. And I mean, there's no way that there's no way that you're realistically believing that the James Madison or the 131 ranked team in Division One football can realistically win a national championship. So I mean, why in the world do you have them in there? Give the best top 48, 50 teams or whatever, and create two conferences, 24, 25 teams apiece, and like do the NFL model.
The last shred of what makes college football is gone. I mean, that would be my thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, to build on his point, what made conferences fun was that they were representative of their region of the country. So traveling wasn't really that much of a chore because it was generally close to you. And the entire league was, or not the league, but the conference was built on, teams within a certain region. And if you just have like, Oregon playing in the Big Ten, which is supposed to be the Midwest, I don't know. To build on his point, I think it kind of kills the last shred of culture that the league had, right? Which was
because teams have history with each other, like Georgia Tech, North Carolina. Like they've played a ton of times, or Georgia, Auburn. Like these teams you pulled, like you put USC in the Big. They don't have any history with that. Like those games don't hit for a college football fan the same way that even like Georgia Tech does, even though they're not in the same conference. They used to be, but you also lose rivalries too. I mean, you're just not going to be able to maintain the rivalries. 100%. You're not going to be able to have non-conference games because you're going to have, if you go to 24 teams in your conference, you're not going to be able to play all those teams but once like every 4 years in your own conference, and you're not going to be able to schedule any meaningful non-con games.
Well, the one thing that really made me fall in love with my very first game that I can remember, like way back, was a bowl game. Right, the if I go back and I try to remember my very first game that I ever watched was the Oklahoma Boise State bowl game. Right.
Oh yeah.
And like that was the first one that I can remember. That's as far back as I can remember. Right. So and Boise State pulled off the win, massive upset and whatever. But like bowl games to me really meant something back then because the teams that didn't have no chance of making the national championship, they could possibly get to a really good bowl game, right? And that would be their national championship. But like take North Texas, for example. What are they playing for? What are you playing for?
Everything in NCAA 25, according to my dynasties. They're always in the playoffs, but that's another point.
Facts. But I mean, part of me, I do get what you're saying, but you've heard Kirby say it a lot, Mayhem. Big schools playing North Texas are the reason that North Texas get to keep a football team.
Yes.
Well, I understand. I understand that point. I understand that, but if I'm going to North Texas, I want to play for a championship and not just my conference championship. I mean, I want to play for the big league.
But the problem with but the league is so large that you'll never reach complete parity.
Like for example, like why can't they make a group of 5? Well, I know it's not really a group of 5. I mean, I guess I don't know. Probably not even group of 5 anymore. But like we call it group of 5. But so like why can't they make a championship, quote unquote, for? I mean, college football, what, a $7 billion industry? I mean, you can't create another championship.
No,
Like,
Mayhem, where you're going, I will bow down to that. If you're telling me that the same way that March Madness creates the MIT, boy, I would be for that in a heartbeat. Have a March Madness where you have the regular March Madness, but then you have like a secondary playoff / championship that's not Division II.
exactly.
Like an
Dude.
invitational.
Dude, what? I would watch that in a heartbeat.
And then
That-
another thing is we're already going that direction because I'm hearing rumors where we're having play-in games for playoffs instead of
You're having they're playing games for your conference. They're talking about your conference title game. I think that's what you're saying. But the issue with that I have with what you're saying is you're already seeing it. First of all, you need teams like North Texas to schedule during the season to beat the shit out of. That you need that.
You need the rest. Yeah.
That's why every other SEC coach was bitching, whining, and complaining about their non-con schedule. Because when your league, I mean, look at the SEC. You got Texas, Oklahoma, A&M's on the rise. You got Georgia, LSU, Bama's never going to be down for long. You're in a not
well, they might be down. They might be down for a while, but yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It depends on if they pull the cord on DeBoer this year or not. I don't know. Florida's on the rise. Had Florida's quarterback not gone down last year, they probably would have given Georgia a run for their money, right? I mean, you just don't have a week off in these when you start building these super conferences.
Yeah, that's why I actually think that Scott Strickland at Florida has been so like annoying as a fan because he's like dead set on scheduling Miami and UCF, and it's like, stop doing that, mate. Like we're playing an SEC slate here, and the week one we have to host Miami. I don't know, and then of course UCF is like you were saying earlier with Georgia Tech, it's the worst team to schedule because if you win, you get no credit because they're not like a pushover. But if you lose, exactly. But if you lose, it's like all of a sudden the sky is falling. How could you lose to UCF and Georgia Tech? So it's the worst team.
You know what was really funny? You speak about Alabama a few seconds ago, but Alabama fans are some of the dumbest fan base I've ever heard, right? Because you're talking about the non-con games, right? And because they're like, well, we're just gonna schedule weaker opponents in the non-con, and we'll make the playoffs every year, bro. Your 3 losses were in the SEC. What are you talking about?
No, they said more than that. This is what they were really saying. Well, if we were in the ACC, we'd win it all every year. But you're forgetting the fact that you're getting paid way more to play in the conference that you're playing. So you can't have it both ways. You can take the money and have a harder conference, or forego $25 million a year in your conference payout and play in an easier conference. That's my issue with Florida State. They think that getting in the SEC or Big Ten is the solution to all their problems because they're going to get more money.
It's just the beginning.
Let me ask you this. This is for the entire panel. Take North Carolina. They're dying to get out of the ACC and in the SEC. If you put UNC in the SEC today, 10 years from now, are they north of 500 in their own conference?
No.
They're a glorified Kentucky or South Carolina or Missouri.
Yeah, unless Bill Belichick decides that he's going to be the best recruiter of all time. No.
Yeah,
well, literally,
which he isn't because he's got the personality of a fucking tilapia, mate.
Well,
he's not.
Listen,
I disagree. I disagree with that.
Hold on, Mayhem. If Bill Belichick's girlfriend showed up at my house and asked me to go to North Carolina, I'm going. I'm going.
Yeah, well.
But I would hit the portal, baby.
I literally just interviewed a high school football player that is
Mayhem, continue real quick. I'm letting you guys know I'm keeping you on. I'm going to the gas station to get something to drink, but I'm just going to mute myself. Keep talking.
Okay. But I literally just interviewed a high school football player that got offered to North Carolina, and I literally asked him. I said, "There's a lot of people that believe like Bill Belichick cannot recruit. Like, there's a lot of people believe." I asked him. I said, "I mean, how was your recruitment there at North Carolina? And can you tell me anything about that?" And he looked at me like he was like, "You think he told me this. He said, you really think that Bill Belichick can recruit? That man can recruit." And he said that man has so much aura, and he looks like somebody
Laura.
from a he looks like somebody from a dream. Is like this. It
Jesus.
felt like,
I mean,
Seems
look,
I
like
mean,
he's in
it's
love.
possible. Jesus, yeah, it sounds like he's
He's in love
questioning his
with Belichick.
sexuality. Look, I'll say this. I mean, do I think that Bill Belichick will attract recruits simply because of the name and the prestige? Of course, that's going to happen. Of course, that's going to happen. But if we're talking about him recruiting players predicated on his salesmanship or his ability to sell snake oil or his ability to sort of out you know personality some of these other recruits or recruiters rather, uh, absolutely not. That's definitely
but
not going to happen.
in
But I
the
think
in the
he'll get
state.
plenty of recruits because he's Bill Belichick.
But in the state of college football as it is now, you really don't need that.
Well,
Like,
that works against him. What are the similarities between the NFL and college game? Almost nothing, other than they have the
Yeah.
same rules of football they play. You don't have to deal with a transfer portal twice a year in the NFL. You don't have to worry about year-to-year contracts with every single player.
You also don't have to recruit players. You just draft them.
You just draft them. Bill Belichick ran off the greatest quarterback of all time and maybe the greatest tight end of all time because he was a dick to deal with. And so my criticism would be maybe he can recruit some good rosters. Can he keep them, though?
I don't
Yeah.
know. I mean,
I
it
don't know, man.
depends on how much, how good is the money. I mean, that's really
A
what
lot
it
of teams
boils
with
down
more
to.
money than North Carolina.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, we already talked about how recruiting generally, more or less nowadays, is just about who has the most money and the sort of like, you know,
Because
uh,
even Colorado with not a ton of money, Colorado don't have a ton of money, but Deion Sanders has openly, publicly stated that he's not going inside of a recruit's house. He's not. He's Deion
He's never done
Sanders.
that. He's never done that.
Yeah, he's never done
well,
it. He
but
wouldn't. He will never do that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he'll never, but I'm pretty sure up to this point he's never done that. But comparing the charisma of Deion Sanders to
great
on with
point. Yeah.
Cincinnati is like as polar opposite to me as you can get. Like,
They're-
Dude,
go ahead.
this is the second time now that North Carolina has taken a swing on some like coach with a lot of prestige. I mean, in my opinion, that's what they did with Mac Brown.
Yeah.
And now they're sort of doing it again with Bill Belichick. The only difference is at least Mac Brown was successful in college football.
He won the Natty.
But, Bill Belichick, not only to build on, man, what's your name? I forget your name.
Rec Talk.
Rec Talk, yeah. To build on his point about how, like, and the NFL and college football are vastly different, and basically the only thing they have in common is the fact that they have the same rules, and that's sort of not even totally true. But like, I'm telling you, man, this guy is almost 112 years old, and he's never coached in college before, and he's got a really entitled personality, if you ask me. I just don't think this guy's going to succeed. If you were to put him somewhere else where they had money, like take Belichick and put him at Texas A&M or something, then okay, maybe we can have a conversation. But man, he's not going
than he's going to have at North Carolina.
Right? Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe put him somewhere where he's going to have less expectation. But at the end of the day, this guy is just looking for a hobby. at the end of his
But
life here.
but but
Go ahead, man.
but to go off of what Rectalk was saying, he said that it's vastly different. I mean, to me, whenever I look at Dion and I look at Bill Belichick, I'm looking at them as icons in football in general, right? One's a coach, one's was a player, right, and
They're
now is a
both
coach.
brand
But
additions to the programs. Yes, like they're brand
exactly,
Which is why I
yeah,
said
but
that if you're telling me that Belichick is going to get some recruits because he's Bill Belichick and he's built his sort of NFL dynasty off of the back of a handful of players, Tom Brady in specific, then sure. I mean, I think he's going to do that, but he's
yeah,
not. He himself, via his own personality and charisma skills, he's not going to recruit players based on any of that.
and then I also believe that Bill Belichick, um, I don't know if he has currently hired a great staff to recruit or not. I really don't keep up with
That's a
North
requirement.
Carolina,
Yes,
but
that would be a requirement.
I would assume that he has hired some great personalities
His
to
son.
do that for him.
I
You know
think
what I
he
mean?
demanded that his son be hired. Here's the thing: is Chip Kelly was the highest paid coordinator in college football. Where is he now?
Ohio State.
It's in the NFL.
He went to the NFL to the Raiders to become the high. The point is, this is a young man's game. There are troves of coordinators and head coaches leaving the college game because of the grind that it is and how much time they have to put into it. So I don't think Bill Belichick realizes. It's kind of like saying jail sucks and the bar is closing behind you. Those are two different things. The experience being in it is a little bit different. Now I'm going to pivot to a slightly different question. There's no win for North Carolina because even if he is a great football coach at North Carolina,
he can only coach a couple of years.
He's going to go to the NFL. He's only a few
Bill
games
Belichick?
away. Yeah. He's only a few games away
No.
from winning his coach in NFL history. So the minute an
Maybe,
NFL
I mean,
team will give him a chance, he will take it, which if he's successful, if he was
the guy's 72.
Yeah, but I get what Rhett Talk is saying is if he goes out and can do it in college, which is more stressful and takes more wear and tear, NFL's easy. So if he does
Hold on. And I'm not a big NFL fan, so tell me if I'm wrong here. Was Bill Belichick having a hard time getting an NFL gig?
Incredibly.
No.
Yes.
Oh, you think he was having a hard time?
He'd be there. The only reason he's at North Carolina is the Falcons gave him the middle finger. You know how bad the Falcons are?
Yeah.
I think what really happened, Bill Belichick overstayed his welcome in the NFL. That's what happened.
I think he overstayed his welcome in the Patriots.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy, to build on his point, Nick Saban was, 72 years old, or 71, and then decided, actually, college football is a little too much for me at this age. It's a little bit too much to keep up with. I've basically fucking won everything, so I'm going to, retire. Bill Belichick is coming in at 72 and is somehow supposed to, keep up with the grind of being a college football head coach. I don't buy it, man.
I think he was just tired of the change.
NIL was a big part of Saban leaving.
He had already accomplished everything. I think whoever said it earlier about this being just a hobby for Bill Belichick, I agree completely. And I mean, I heard everything you guys were saying. I love it. I think you guys are making good points on Belichick just kind of being bored, wanting to kind of find something to do.
I don't think he's bored. I don't think he could find a job in the NFL. And this is the only place that was going to.
But why? But that's crazy. Hold on. If you're an NFL team and Bill Belichick has accomplished all he's accomplished in the NFL, but then he goes to North Carolina and goes 9-3. Why is that a decision maker if you choose to hire him?
Well, I think
at 73 years old.
I think it has a lot to do with his age. Had he been 52 and the Patriots let go of him or whatever, then he would still be in the NFL at a different team. I mean, I think it has a lot to do with his age.
Well, I'll tell you why I think he might go to the NFL. Because his contract details screw UNC. He can leave and only have to pay $1 million. They have to pay $30 million to fire him, or whatever percentage of his contract is. It's so heavily weighted to him being able to leave whenever he wants.
Could it possibly be that because he's Bill Belichick, he was able to negotiate a remarkably favorable contract?
I would think so. I think North Carolina took it.
No, I mean that's possible. I just think because the way Bill Belichick is, like, he's demanding, like we were kind of talking about that before. I think, and this is speculation on my part, I think he demanded that he have an easy way out of this contract. That way, if he has an opportunity to become the winning NFL coach in history, he can do that without
But
much.
I don't now. Tell me if I'm.
But what does that do for his legacy, though? I mean, if he goes to the NFL back again,
well,
and is just good enough to make it across the finish line for the winningest head coach. I mean, I don't know.
I mean,
Percy, I think it's bad, but if he's willing to go down with his ship, if that's his mindset, is like, I'll lose 70 games to win 20 or 30, I'm going to do it.
Let me see how far away he is from it first.
Go ahead, man. What you saying, man?
I might be speaking out of my ass,
but I mean, y'all were talking about him, NFL teams not wanting him. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I swore I heard this story come out. But I heard that one singular person at North Carolina said, "Hey, we're hiring him. It don't matter what's got to get done. We're going to hire him." And then a lot of people at North Carolina did not want to hire him, and
not for $10 million a year, I would think.
And then, from my understanding, it was one guy that was paid, that has a lot of money tied into North Carolina. He said, "Yeah, we're hiring him," and that's why because I mean that's why it took so long, because he was quote unquote hired at North Carolina without even an official contract.
Yeah,
but that happens all the time, though.
Yeah, no, that's true. Now, by the way, he's 26 wins away from being the winningest NFL coach of all time. So that's probably 2 or 3 seasons if he was killing it.
Which he's not.
Yeah, he's probably not going to. He's actually at number 3, George Hollis.
I don't know, man. I mean, and look, this is all subjective here. But if I'm Bill Belichick, I'm kind like, how many people consider Belichick the GOAT? Like, I guess most NFL fans, if I had to guess. Like, why would you go back and risk tarnishing your legacy? I don't know. I mean, like, I guess my question is, and to your point, I get what you're trying to say about how he's X amount of games away from a record and he wants to break the record. But based on the general perception of his tenure in the NFL, what more does he have to prove to people?
Well, it was tarnished when he left the Patriots. I'm like, Tom Brady going to another team in Tampa Bay and winning a Super Bowl the year after.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
But it's not like he's gonna. But it's not like he's gonna win a Super Bowl when he goes back to the NFL.
Probably not.
I don't think he cares about that. I think and I agree. I think he's looking at it like, you know what? I just want to be number one. And I don't care if it hurts my win-loss records. I don't care if my percentage goes from 650 to 550. They're going to know my name.
Now, something we haven't talked about, I don't know that they made this hire 100% for what happens on the field. Because conference realignment is such a thing, I think they wanted to make a hire, too, that put their name out there and made them more favorable when whatever the next realignment phase is. That could be the case, too.
Very well could be.
That's a good point, just because of the popularity contest.
Work for Colorado.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. I think my difference between Belichick and Colorado and Deion, Deion coached for multiple years, way before he went to
I mean,
college.
Dion actually has won games at Colorado.
Well, that too. But I think he's coached college football for a while, so he was ahead of the game when he went to Colorado. Even if he didn't coach D1,
Not a while. He had coached 3 or 4 years.
but at least enough to know what he was getting into.
More than Belichick, yes, for
Um,
sure.
But the difference between Belichick and Dion to me, and I'm not necessarily like all pro Dion. I'm not anti Dion. To me, I love how many haters there are of Dion. So that's what kind of fuels me to like.
Low key, I'm kind of a Dion hater.
And that's okay. I'm just
I've
saying.
made multiple videos hating on Dion.
Well, I just wanted you guys to know before I say this, I don't want it to be like I'm all Dion for president. He's the next Barack Obama. I'm not saying that. I mean, no,
that'd be cool.
That would be an interesting turn.
But what I'm trying to say is, Dion, when I found out all that he does off the field and for Colorado, Belichick ain't doing that. If he does, I'd be surprised. But y'all know how much money Dion gave?
He's also got his fucking kids playing for the team, mate.
Yeah, that too. I'm just saying, Dion gave so much money to the program to help with recruiting, to help with facilities, all these things. Did y'all hear about him delaying his coaching payment?
Colorado or Jackson State, just so I'm clear on what you're saying.
At first it was Jackson State, but I don't know if you heard, Jackson State did Dion wrong.
Yeah, they screwed him. I don't think he was supposed to get part of the gate, I think, and they never paid him that. Right.
And there was another thing that he gave X amount of money for facilities, and they took like 40% of it and gave it to like other programs. Like they did what they wanted with it. Well, when he got to Colorado, apparently that was one of the things in his contract was, I'm going to give money to the school, but I want it to be what I want it for. So that's where all these things started to come from. And I respect that in a way of, you're losing money, but your mindset is it's an investment. And I remember the AD talking about, oh, it was tough to hire him. We were telling him we could pay him this much, but, and he goes, no, look, when we start making money, then you can pay me. Like they set his salary, but he knew there was a possibility he might not even make half that the first year because of them not having.
I mean, he was rich before he got there.
But that's what I'm saying. Belichick is too. But I don't see Belichick making the same sacrifices. That's what I'm trying to say is.
Definitely not. But also Belichick's children aren't playing for the team. I think maybe part of the reason that Deion Sanders has had so much of a stake in the success of the teams he's coached is because his son is the starting quarterback.
Now, if his son was trash, I would definitely be anti-Deion. Like, you're starting your quarterback, but he's terrible. But I do.
I mean, he's a good player. Yeah,
he's a great player.
You're going to invest more if your kids are a part of something. So basically, Colorado hit a home run.
Well, I'm going to push.
I mean, they did. Yeah, they absolutely did. Because what was it? Before he got there, they were 0-12.
Yeah, they were 1-11.
I mean,
1-11.
Yeah. I mean, there's no doubt. They hit a massive home run. I mean, Deion's a fantastic head coach, and he's a damn good recruiter, and his son is pretty fucking good at being a quarterback. So
I'll make a bold prediction, and I don't know how bold this is, but I'll make a prediction. Right? Some people might call it bold, but Deion Sanders, because I think Florida State will eventually fire their head coach. That guy is. I don't care if he went 13-0. I don't care if he went 0-13. I really don't care.
Mike Norvell's trash.
He's not a good head coach. Come on.
He's not.
He had flash in a pan, and he's outside of that he's not good. But anyways, once they fire him, because it's right in my opinion it's inevitable, or however you say that word, but I think he's going to get fired, and as soon as he gets fired, Deion's going to be the first call. Deion will be the head coach of Florida State, and that's a guarantee. That's a spoiler.
If Florida State was smart, they would certainly call Deion.
No, I don't think they would be smart to call Deion.
Interesting.
For the same reason, would you say Mike Norvell's a good coach because he had one good year? You got to see what Deion does with these kids.
Well, but hold on, wasn't he successful with Jackson State?
Well,
And
he had rosters that no one's ever had at an HBCU too, and he never won his conference with them.
look though, and I'm gonna.
Hold on. Let me do some Googling here. Sorry.
Yeah, fact check me.
I mean, I have always been a Dion fan. I'm going to be honest. I mean, I've tried.
I mean, he's insufferable, but I think he's good at coaching football.
I have tried to hate on Dion. I can't. I think he's just too likable for me. I like Deion Sanders.
Well, I can easily hate on him, but
I guess it says they won 2 SWAC. They won 2 SWAC. However, the back-to-back Celebration Bowl losses, so they lost their bowl games. So I was wrong.
Okay.
But my point would be like no one's ever had a 5-star at an HBCU. So does that mean he's a bad coach? No, but I also don't think that means he's a great coach either.
But think about the fact that do you think FSU have the pick of the litter?
No.
Okay. So if they're willing to call Dion and Dion has ties and he wants to go coach there because it's an upgrade and his son's out of college football, I mean, I don't know. If I'm Florida State, if I'm a fan of Florida State, I'm happy about that move.
I would have to see a sustained
also, I would be very interested to see what Deion Sanders could do recruiting at a school that I think we can all agree here. Florida State's like ceiling as a school in recruiting is number 1. If they've got the right guy in there, Florida State can recruit number 1.
Now, Percy, I agree with you on the Dion deal. Like I said, I do think Dion is great, but Florida State.
I'm not even that much of a Dion fan, man. I'm just saying.
No.
He just saying he thinks it's a good move.
And for Florida State to make that move, you're gonna need to see Dion without his kids. But for me, I would want to see Dion over the next 2 years. If over the next 2 years
he's at Colorado, mate.
You said what?
He's at Colorado.
No, right. I guess what I'm saying is, can he maintain this 7 to 8 wins at Colorado, a school that's very depleted? You just brought in the number 1 quarterback in the nation, and Julian Sayin, who's literally right down the road from me. How do you do with him? How do you implement him? How do you get him prepared?
But the fact that he got him.
Yeah, Juju Lewis.
Part where Bill Belichick is going to get players, and you're going to.
This guy's a man. Yeah, I don't know. Personally, and I'll end here. I think to compare Deion Sanders to Bill Belichick in this particular juxtaposition is kind of ridiculous.
No,
because if I'm an athletic director of a Power 5 school, give me Deion like every day of the week of a Bill Belichick. Like what?
Look, I don't know how Rec Talk feels, but I agree 1,000%. I'm just saying for the Florida State thing that Mayhem was saying, Florida State is going to want to see more of a resume from Deion before they buy in. Even though if I'm Florida State and you see your school is struggling, I'd make the move just out of the popularity contest. Look, hey, I don't even care if Deion can't recruit. We'll put guys around you. You're Deion. But in a sense of trying to be smart and pick the right guy, I think they'll wait a year or two to see, okay, like even without his sons, he's still just as passionate. He's still just as much.
I also think that's crazy because Kirby Smart had 0 head coaching abilities whenever he got hired. He was just a defense coordinator.
Yeah, but come on, dude. That guy had spent so much time under Saban. And also, like, if you're trying to sit around and catch lightning in a fucking pan or in a bottle and sort of get Kirby Smart again, that's not a good strategy, in my opinion.
You wouldn't be hiring Deion for that. Deion doesn't have, like, when you're hiring an up and coming coach, is what he is. You're looking at 10 wins at these programs, 9-10 wins consistently.
He just won 9 games.
So, all right, so he's got to continue that. Florida State's not looking to win a popularity contest here. They're looking to win national titles. That's the expectation they have, and
Brother, hold on. Man, I could not disagree more. At this point, Florida State just wants to be constantly there. Outside of a lightning in a bottle season where Jordan Travis carried them.
Exactly, facts.
Well,
okay.
I think Rec Talk, and because I agree with Rec Talk on this. I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I'm saying Florida State wants to be a national title contender every year.
That's their ceiling.
Yeah, no, agreed, and that's what I get. What you're saying though
That's
is
anyone's ceiling.
No, it's not anyone's ceiling.
There's one team every decade that wins multiple national titles on a stretch. I mean, it's the ceiling.
Well, hold on, wait. I'm saying FSU's ceiling is winning championships. Do you think that Virginia Tech's ceiling is winning championships?
Not right now, no.
Okay, well, not ever. Not anytime in the modern era.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that could change, but yeah.
I mean, it could, but it would take it.
There's some teams that will never change. You're never going to see Virginia Tech win a national championship. It's just never going to happen.
No up and coming coach is going to try to pick a Virginia Tech, and if they do, they're not staying. So
Virginia Tech will never win in my lifetime.
Well, I guess is think about that, Mayhem. Is it Virginia that got the D or offensive coordinator from Clemson? Or is that Syracuse?
That's Syracuse, yeah. I think no.
Syracuse will never win a national championship because as soon as he gets good, somebody's going to take him. So I guess what I'm saying is Florida State wants to win national championships, but from watching Mike Norvell struggles with coaching in game.
I don't think Mike Norvell's a good coach. I'll say that. Yeah,
he's not. I don't think he's definitely not.
Yeah,
he's definitely
Jordan
not.
Travis carried that team.
Facts. And literally, I've been screaming that. And as soon as he got hurt, they were a different team.
Can we agree on this? Yes, we need to see more out of Deion, but at that same rate that we need to see more, the more Florida State sees out of Mike Norvell, the higher chances go for Deion. They go for everybody else. They go for all these.
Man, look, if you gave Deion a program like FSU, I think he would recruit really, really well. There's so much to sell.
Then he's recruiting with the big boys in college football.
He is 100%.
Yeah,
but also
I think he'll get outworked in recruiting. He'll get flat.
He's overperformed recruiting expectations at Colorado.
Yes,
and then he overperformed them at Jackson State. Why would he not overperform at FSU?
Because you're going to get diminishing returns as you move up. And what I'm reading, and I could be misreading it. What you're saying is you're just going to expect him to have the same gains in recruiting as he moves up that he has from Jackson.
Even if he has 50% of the gains, even if he drops off 50%, that's, in my opinion, still plenty good enough in the ACC to win a ton of games, mate.
Now,
Florida State's problem isn't recruiting, though.
No, it's not. But I'll say this, though, Rec Talk.
Well, no. I mean, I agree with you that Mike Norvell is just simply not a good coach. But if you up the recruiting and give them a better head coach, I think they'll win plenty of games.
Now, but tell me this. Do you think there's a lot of recruits, Rec Talk, that Deion has missed out on because he's at Colorado?
Yeah, I'm sure there are. Yeah,
well, that's where I think I'm going with it is I don't think he would outperform Georgia, not right away or anything. He's going to have proof. But just like this, Mayhem was talking about this guy committed to North Carolina, and he's going, oh, yeah, Bill Belichick's a good recruiter. No, this man just walked in the room, and you were in awe that you had a however many NFL champion coach in your team, in your Super Bowl win, however you say it, in your living room. So you were just in shock.
Totally.
The same way if a celebrity walked by and talked.
This is what I've been saying. Yeah, Belichick is going to recruit probably all right. And it's going to be because all of these recruits who grew up watching his teams are mesmerized by the fact that this guy is such a star status.
Now flip that. If this is the if. Right now I'm kind of still on the fence by it. But if Deion this year can win another 8 games, he can make a freshman quarterback coming in look good and be one of the top quarterbacks in their conference, then I'll buy the stock. But right now, I'm just
I'll change my mind. Yeah.
I'm just a pro. Like, hey, Dion,
Man, I'll say it, and I'll go on a limb here. I'm already buying the stock. I think he's going to do that. I think if you gave me an over/under of 7 games for Colorado in this next season, I'd take the over.
I'd take the under.
that's
Okay.
it, and that's the thing. That's a perfect number right there. Because if you said
So,
I'd
all
easily.
right, I got the schedule pulled up right here, right? And
Okay.
so Georgia Tech, I would say Georgia Tech wins that game. That's the opening. All right,
But where's it at? Is it at?
It's in Boulder. So this is not a give me game for Georgia Tech. Like, let me as a Georgia Tech fan say that.
Now, I don't know who coordinated this game, but I'm proud of Colorado for having a pair of gonads and scheduling a Georgia Tech team who we just all agreed
I think
earlier.
Man, I said earlier, I think it's a bad idea. I think scheduling Georgia Tech is like the worst team because they're good enough to beat you, but if you beat them, you get nothing.
Well, it's about viewership, I think. Like they've also moved this game to Friday, and so this is going to be the only game worth watching. And I'm sure that went into these contract negotiations because now, like in the ACC, your buyout is based on your viewership, so that helps Georgia Tech. It doesn't necessarily help Colorado. And then we have a home and home with them, so they'll come to Atlanta next year. Depends on how you look at it, but you could make arguments for either
way, even though it doesn't help the viewership thing you just talked about.
For Colorado,
people watch Colorado no matter what. I mean, you saw last year
Tech that we're playing them, yes.
And so that is awesome. I think for both of you that you're on a Friday.
But
I think it's bad scheduling from the AD. That's just me.
I do believe Georgia Tech will win the game, and Colorado are they? Is it for 100% sure that they're starting Juju Lewis, the freshman?
I don't know. They got a transfer from Toledo or something or Tulane, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, heck no, they ain't start. You don't get the number 1 quarterback to come to Colorado and go, hey buddy, I want you to sit to the side.
Well,
play.
It depends on how he looks in practice.
Right here.
Yeah,
but I mean, I just think
surprise me, but it would disappoint me in the sense of, dude, if North Texas got the number 1 player in the nation and didn't play him, he's gone. He's out. Like I'm not.
Yeah, maybe. So timeout. I'm going to ask you guys this. There is a line that's been set on this game. What do you think the line is, and who's favored in this game?
I think I'll say Colorado probably Tech. 2 points.
Colorado 2.
7.5 for Georgia Tech.
7.5 Tech.
No, 7.5 Tech is too much. I think Tech is probably favored. I'll go 3. I'll go 3.5 Tech.
I'm going -10 for the 3-point give for the home team. -10 Georgia Tech because you got a freshman quarterback.
Wow, you're high on Tech this year. So it is -4.5 for Colorado.
What?
So, oh wow.
Well, hold on. I might be saying this wrong. Georgia Tech's a 4.5-point favorite over Colorado.
Oh, okay.
I guess it's in. Oh, okay.
So -4.5 for Colorado would mean Tech's favorite, right? Or no, -4.5 for Tech would mean their favorite.
Yeah.
So it's 4.5 for Tech.
4.5 for Tech, which I think's about right with what Colorado lost.
Probably.
And Tech brings back everything on offense, basically minus Eric Singleton Jr., but then they bring in one of the best receivers in the portal in Eric Rivers. So they probably
I probably, if I were a betting man, I don't know that I'd touch this game.
I would still would say Georgia Tech won't win this game. Only because of what, like you said, what Colorado has lost. But then they played Delaware. That's a win.
Now, hold on, Mayhem. Before you go to the next game, I want to say this. The reason why I think Colorado, or why this game is where it's at, we've seen Colorado's offense. It is a plug and play. You had where he came in and he just launched the ball all the way downfield. You're bringing in a quarterback who would love nothing more than to throw the ball downfield, just a bunch of deep balls. If Georgia Tech's defense isn't what you're saying they are, Rec Talk,
on the defensive line, there's major question marks.
Well, then, so maybe he gets a bunch of time. maybe Colorado's offensive line is, even better than it was last year.
They weren't good last year, by the way. They gave up 39 sacks to a mobile quarterback.
Oh, you're talking about Colorado.
Yes.
Yeah.
Georgia Tech was a top 10 offensive line in the country last year.
I'm saying the first year they were god awful. The second year they were awful. But maybe if they're a little bit better, that's where they'll beat you guys, is just the high scoring fastball game. But anyways, all right.
We should probably ask that before we move on too. What's the over under on this game?
Total point score?
Yeah, total score between the two teams.
Okay, I'll say 55.
Well, I'm going 70. I'm going 72.
Ooh. 72. Percy?
50. I'm gonna say 55.
It's a lot. That's a lot.
I think it's gonna be a lot of points scored.
And we're both scoring 5 times, yeah. More than that, actually.
Yeah, but I mean, you're telling me that you would only score 1 touchdown a quarter?
You're saying we'll score more, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like
I think Georgia Tech's defense is a little bit better than that.
Yeah, but I think Georgia Tech's offense is beautiful.
Oh, by the way, what I should tell you about Georgia Tech's defense, do you know who we hired as our DC?
Who's that?
The defensive backs coach from Texas, who was the #1 pass defense in the country. And we just brought in 2 studs in Tay Harris and Dalen Pinson that had a ton of money thrown at them by like USC and other schools.
Where are they from?
Tay Harris is from Cedartown. Dalen Pinson's from Georgia, too. I don't remember.
Oh, you're saying they're recruits. Okay, I didn't know if you meant like portal.
Oh, yeah.
That's incredible knowledge off the top of the dome, by the way. Jesus.
Oh, dude, I've done like I did a 2-hour breakdown of our entire roster. So
I don't, man, I'm a Florida fan, but I don't know that I could fucking call players off like that at the top of the dome. That's nuts.
I just looked at the roster.
I'm going to change it and say I'm going to go 62.
I'm going to say 55.
Okay.
All right, Percy?
Nah, I think it'll be lower. I might go 45. I mean, because the only reason I say that is because generally speaking, early season like this, I don't know that that either of these two teams' offenses are going to be like totally clicking.
Offenses struggle generally week 1.
Yeah, but y'all haven't lost anybody. I think y'all will be rolling.
We don't lose our OC. We do lose 3 offensive linemen, including our center.
Yeah, but your quarterback.
I kind of think. Yeah, but also you're away. And
altitude you have to take into account. I was born in Colorado, and I talked with my dad, and he said, "Man, it takes a few days to get used to the altitude in Boulder."
Oh,
yeah, I might go 45.
All right, over under Mayhem wins is 56.5.
That's so high, man.
Yeah, it feels a little high to me too. Georgia Tech's offense was very hit and miss. Haynes King is also pretty injury prone. He likes to run a lot.
Yeah, he does.
And that quickens the game up too, which means you don't have an opportunity to score as much.
Which is why I like y'all's offense, because it's funny. You went from the triple option, keeping the ball away from teams,
to the spread.
What a great addition, by the way.
Still keep ball away from teams because Haynes King.
Thank you. By the way, no one gave a shit about Haynes King when we got him, by the way. I can't tell you how many people said we were a bunch of idiots. And in their defense, Jimbo Fisher must be the worst offensive mind of all time. Because if you look at Haynes King's throwing motion, and I'm nobody, but I played quarterback in high school, so I had my throwing motion filmed and stuff. His throwing motion was the most bizarre delivery for a quarterback I've ever seen. And it was different in high school and it's different at Tech. So it must have been something Jimbo.
But man, his ability to take off with the ball is, man, it's good. It's good. He's got wheels, mate. He's got fucking wheels.
He's a
that guy.
4'5" flat white guy.
As a Florida fan, finish the job this season, for the love of God,
dude.
Finish the job on Georgia. Jesus Christ, please. It's at Georgia Tech.
Real quick, it's at Mercedes-Benz. But
is it a neutral site?
No, we sold our home game for $10 million to play it at the
Oh, that's
Crazy.
wow. That's
I mean,
unfortunate.
I don't
Benz.
blame
Yeah. I mean, we got to do what we got to do. During that game, I had Dog over here. I streamed that game. There's like, I think almost 300 people hate watching me at the end of that. And 2 minutes before regulation ended, I went in my daughter's bathroom because someone was in the main bathroom, and I went to wash my hands and I forgot to turn the water off, which wouldn't have been an issue, but she clogged the sink with something. So for 2 minutes of regulation and 8 overtime,
Whoa.
and then 45 minutes that I ate crow after the game on a stream, my bathroom flooded to the point the water came out in the living room and leaked to the other bathroom. So I went
It
through
ruins
that.
the carpet.
Yes. I had a lot to do. So I go through all that, and then I'm like, there's literally 2 inches of standing water in my house.
Oh my god.
Hey,
Dude, I remember, man, I was watching that game, and because I always pull against Georgia, basically no matter what, oh god, it was a really disappointing game. I was a big Tech fan.
So
I've never felt so bad in my life, ever. Even when I got divorced, I didn't feel as bad as I did during that game.
So I'm gonna just say, for the sake of this argument, that Georgia Tech wins here.
I would pick Tech, but don't make me put any money on it. I've only bet once, and I separated a Miami man from his money, so Percy should be happy with me.
That's good. That's good.
But,
you know what? I think I'd go Tech here as well.
Yeah.
I'd go Tech. I think they'll get more. No. I'm going Tech to win, and I think that's because Colorado's losing too much.
Well, then the next game they play is Delaware. Everybody should think that Colorado's going to win that, right?
Yeah, I'll give them that. That's a gimme game.
Okay, they go on the road on a Friday to Houston, which I don't really think it matters. I think Colorado will win that game.
I don't know anything about.
I don't know, man. That's a trip game.
Houston is always that upset. Well, not even an upset team anymore. They're good.
Who do they play?
Houston's a trap game.
They play Wyoming. They play Wyoming after that.
So it can't be a trap game if they play Wyoming after.
Man, hold your horses real quick, buddy. I'm looking up Houston's schedule from last year.
Did they win 8 games last year?
Dude, Houston was if what I remember, they were okay. They lost to BYU 30-18. They beat Kansas State, Utah. They beat TCU. They lost to Oklahoma 16-12.
But what are they returning?
I have no idea about Houston.
From these teams, though, I'll say this. I guess I kind of changed my mind. There were teams that they beat that they probably shouldn't have, but then they got beat by like Cincinnati 34-0. They got beat.
I still think Colorado's going to win this game versus Houston.
I'll say they'll win. I mean,
does anybody here think Luke Fickell at Wisconsin is going to do something?
And I hope he does. I want to be a fan of him. I want to be a fan of him.
I love Luke Fickell. I want Fickell to win.
Yeah,
but
he wears a sweater vest. I mean, what is not to like with the guy?
Oh, my bad.
I know.
Hey, Ham, just tell us to shut up. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I'll mute.
I think they'll beat Wyoming, obviously. So that's 3 wins in a row, and then I think they lose to BYU Jews because I do think they
BYU Jews.
The BYU Jews. Jesus Christ, fucking mighty.
Huh?
They couldn't be more opposite of Jewish people. They're Mormon.
They're fucking Mormon, mate.
But you know why they call them the BYU Jews, right?
Because they hoard money and
their quarterback is literally Jewish.
Oh, I guess they overlooked that Mormon.
Oh my god, it's rough. That's rough. If we were on a stream with more viewers, I would advocate against that nomenclature.
Literally, they say it. Have you ever watched a BYU game last year? They said it all. They said it all year last year. The BYU Jews
on TV, like the
on
announcer?
TV. Yes.
No fucking way, dude. That
Yes,
sounds so incredibly like.
because
Oh, that's rough. All right.
Is owned by Disney, the most woke thing you can find, and they said BYG's
Oh
on it.
no. Oh no.
they were telling the story. They were telling the reporters were telling the story about how the football player is Jewish and how he embraces the fans calling BYU the BY Jews. Yes, and
The
they and then he
BYGs. All
and
right.
he
Wow.
said and then the quarterback said that he loves it whenever they call him the BY Jews.
Well, yeah, he's
Well,
Jewish.
that is.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, of course.
Well, that's okay. Well, all right. Well, look, if they're calling them the BY Jews, who the fuck am I?
Yeah.
Can I just, as a side note, say how much I respect the Jews because they don't want you to be a part of their thing. They don't knock on your door.
No, they don't. They really don't. In fact, they implore that you don't.
No, like you
They
can't.
they gatekeep heaven. They don't want anybody there.
They do. One of my best friends is Jewish, and I'm divorced, so I'm like, hey, dude, you know what I need? One of these nice Jewish women. He's like, it's never going to happen, bro. It's just never
No.
going to happen. Like,
Because you gotta be a Jew, mate.
and you can't convert. They don't allow.
Well,
that.
you can, but you got to know the right people.
Yeah, but they don't.
To get into the Jewish heaven, you got to network.
Any Jewish synagogue that would allow you to convert is not well liked by the larger community.
And if you do convert, you probably got to lie that you didn't convert, that you were born a Jew.
Yeah, dude.
I think
Whoa.
Colorado with this schedule goes about 8-4.
Hey, hold on. So if somebody asks you, it's probably the question too when you go to like a Jewish convention. If you were to order a combo, do you want it regular or do you want a large for 30 cents more?
Oh, dude, that's true. By the way, because I went on a trip with this guy. This guy, I don't know what he's worth north or south of 20 million. Okay, just telling you.
Okay,
the Jews have money, man.
Barstool Sports is selling the BYU T-shirts.
Well,
God, dude.
Portnoy is not the most politically correct.
Mayhem, I want to hear this.
This sounds. Why? Look, I have no problem with it, but this sounds like it would not go over well with the general public.
Okay, so this guy I go on a trip with, don't know what he's worth north to south of 20 million. He gets a $10 charge that he doesn't agree with on the rental car and loses his fucking mind over it. And I'm like, bro, $10 is what you're. Yes.
And he's like, how the fuck do you think I'm worth 20 million, mate?
Yeah. It's not like giving these jackasses $10 when I don't owe it to them. Yeah, man.
Fuck that, mate.
Well, Mayhem, I am very interested to hear the rest of the schedule, but I want to tell a little side story. So first off, growing up, I was dirt poor. I mean, when I say dirt poor, like, the little YouTube videos where you see people making the clay houses and the little pools and stuff, like my family was the bystanders watching them record that video.
Oh shit, dude.
We were
poor.
Shit. Not like and I just say that in a way of it sucks because the way we became poor is such a tale, like a fairy tale. My grandmother, she was a part of a family that was very rich. Well, back in the day, we know slavery was a thing. Well, her family.
Well, no, was it?
Well, her family owned a few slaves. Well, my mom is black, my dad is white. Well, they treated their slaves really well. They didn't call them that. They just said they were workers. They had their own house. They welcomed them. They ate with them, all that. Well, when my great-grandparents died, they gave the family, all the kids, the 5 kids, 3 girls and 2 boys, the 250 acres here, the 1,000 acres here, the peanut company. Well, the brothers somehow took it from the girls and did their own thing with it. And so my grandmother ended up becoming really poor because of it. And the only thing she got out of it was a lake house on Lake Seminole, which if you guys are from Georgia, you probably know where Lake Seminole is. But we didn't have any money. So she ended up having to sell the lake. Well, at the time, she didn't know money. So she sold it for a super cheap amount. And so it's funny because now that she knows money, when you told that story about the $10 charge, that's how my grandmother is. She's that way.
Yeah.
Like when we go to a restaurant and they order, like they give us fries, she'll quick. These fries are not hot. Can I get fresh fries? And they have to make them. Yeah, bro. And I'm like, man, don't do that. She'll sit there and wait 15 minutes for hot fries, and I'm like,
Bro,
Man, fucking low key. That's how my dad is. I mean,
yeah,
like whenever we go somewhere, but like he didn't fucking grow up poor.
no.
I mean, like he's had plenty of fucking money,
But
plenty of white privilege.
my grandmother did have money. She just didn't have it for a little bit of time because she was done wrong. But the way she thinks is everything is about the principle. So when you were talking about the $10 charge, Rec Talk, it's like to him, it wasn't the fact that it was only $10. He was just of like, no, I'm going to argue with you because you're doing me wrong.
So I'm the opposite. And I'm not wealthy. Please don't take this as that. But I like my internet. You know how every year they'll be like, oh, we're going up $20 and you got to call us to renegotiate I just pay it because I don't want to
How
deal
old
with
are
it.
you, Rec Talk?
I'm 34.
Yeah, Rec Talk. I'm 28. I think we're both millennials, and
Yeah.
that's how I am.
Yeah, same.
Like if I go somewhere and I ordered a medium at McDonald's, but they give me a large and they charged me for a large, I'm basically like, whatever, it's no big deal. Like I'll just fucking do it. Recently, I got so my internet via Xfinity, which if you're in the Southeast, you know what this is.
Yeah.
I via Xfinity, my monthly charge is like $120, which is pretty high actually relative to like some of the other alternatives. But recently they hit me with a $168, like out of nowhere, and my sister was like, "Man, you need to call and you need to figure out." And I'm just like, "No, I'm not." I'm just like, "I'll fucking pay it. Fuck it. I don't want to. I don't want to have to, deal with some schmuck on the phone and talk about
Hello,
why my."
for calling Xfinity.
Well, there's an
Oh God, I
opportunity
know.
because you're going to be on the phone with them for 2 hours. You're
Yep.
going to tell 5 people your name, address, account number because they don't pass that information to anybody. And I would literally rather be a Georgia fan than put up with that.
Oh man, yeah. I don't know that I'd ever rather be a Georgia fan.
But that
Before we go back to Mayhem real quick, do y'all know what Cookout is? The restaurant?
Yeah,
Fuck, of course I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was a manager there.
Okay. Well, Mayhem, this is for you. I went through the drive-thru and ordered cheese bites. Well, they gave me cheese fries with nacho cheese over the fries. I took that home and I ate it.
That's hey, but that's not a bad fuck up. That's shit. I need the shit out of that.
At it as soon as I got it, and I looked at the lady. She goes, "Is everything okay?" I said, "Yes, ma'am."
Man, when I Uber Eats like Taco Bell and I get my shit and there's no hot or mild sauce, I'm immediately like 5 stars. Like
Yeah,
I just don't care. I think it's John Mulaney has a really good bit about this where he talks about having a girlfriend made him have more self-respect about like how he'd be out in public and he'd order something and it would come wrong and he would be like, "Oh no, that's fine." And then she'd be like, "No, we need to talk to the waitress and get this fixed." And he'd be like, "You know what? You're right. We do need to get this fixed."
I want to Rec talk what you just said. Rec, he was saying this guy he was listening to was talking about having a girlfriend made him have more self-respect. And that's what he was saying is he'd go to a restaurant and they'd get something wrong and he's like, "Oh man, whatever." And the girlfriend's like, "No, you need to tell him. We
We need to fix this shit.
Yeah,
no, that don't have to do with respect. That has to do with like women like to argue about anything, man. She just wants to get in conflict.
Oh, hey, calm down, guys.
This was my issue with my ex-wife. She was addicted to returning things. She would buy
Oh my God.
like 3 of something, with the intention of I've never returned anything in my life ever. So, wow, we got to return this. And then when you go to the
Well-
grocery store, we got to read every ingredient of every box. So I wouldn't go with it. I just wouldn't go.
Well, I guess in fairness, man, I watch quite a lot of John Mulaney, who does a lot of bitching about his girlfriend, but I'm gay, so I actually don't understand any of these problems.
Whoa,
But-
hold on. It's not a big deal, but it throws me off. Percy, you're gay?
Is this am I getting kicked off the fucking live stream?
No.
What's going?
Yeah, there was a form for you to sign before you came on.
Oh fuck! All right, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Type the "I'm not gay" check mark box when you join.
God
So you
damn,
don't-
shit.
You
Well,
don't put up with that, then I would think there's
Wait.
guys out there that are kind of bitchy.
we all know.
Nah, I mean, no, not really, mate. Not like women are. Women are like,
But another
Um,
thing,
Look,
another thing is whenever a woman wants to go down each and every single aisle like they've never been to a grocery store
Oh.
before.
oh my
is
goodness.
this a thing that happens?
Yes, dude.
It's not what I thought
Oh,
you were
man.
going to say.
I
The
don't want you
woman
to
wants you to go down each and every time.
Oh
know, right?
fuck!
think
I
I'm
mean, yeah.
Look, hold on. I don't want you to think I'm judging you. My best friend from college, she's gay. I mean, that's been my best.
Oh yeah, no, I
10
didn't
years.
take any offense, man.
Well, I called, attention to it more of like, it threw me off because I've never met a gay college football fan. So I'm kind of like, yo, I got one. Like,
Well,
Oh shit! Collect me like
a
fucking
black friend?
Pokemon cards.
facts. I got a legendary Percy. I got
That's another
Yeah.
dude. I've spent a lot of money on the Pokemon TCG on mobile.
Hey man, stop, bro. I'm a
Oh
Pokemon.
shit! Yeah,
Yu-Gi-Oh.
I have as well.
It's Team Yu-Gi-Oh, bro.
Hey, y'all stop. Y'all gonna get me.
Yu-Gi-Oh, dude, you might as well play D&D. There's so many rules to that.
Oh, but Yu-Gi-Oh's way better. I'm siding with this gentleman here. Yu-Gi-Oh's way better than Pokemon.
I've never gotten into Yu-Gi-Oh. I remember getting a what was the name? The Game Boy. I remember getting a Game Boy
Yu-Gi-Oh
game, and I didn't know how to play it.
Like Duel Masters. I'm trying to remember what.
Yes, it was Duel Master,
and it was an impossible game. You get Exodia.
okay, so
Dude, yeah. There's nothing like getting a Yu-Gi-Oh pack and getting one of the Exodia pieces, or getting like a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Come on, mate. Like nothing
Or
fucking
just-
compared.
God
Or
pack?
just
I don't know.
buying buying the Exodia deck that literally discards a ton of cards just to pull out Exodia.
yeah.
That is
God,
not
it's true.
competitively played.
Hey, I'm half black, half white, right? I went.
What?
Hold on, whoa. Hold on.
I was just gonna do what you did. real quick.
Yeah, that's a good point, mate. I thought you were all white. What the fuck's going on? I was confused. I thought you had a good tan.
We got a black guy. We got a Georgia Tech fan. Like, this is crazy. This is
Yeah,
So
we're
this
colorless.
is so basically we have two legendary cards in this group.
facts. Look, hold on now. I'm a
Oh
double
shit.
because I kind of support Trump, but that's another subject. Look,
Whoa,
Oh, whoa. That's
yo,
oh shit.
I remember being such a nerd because at this school I was like, I think we had 800 people at our school, and I think 21 of them were black. There wasn't a lot of them. And I remember going to school, just buying a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh cards and just having this deck, right? That was just a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh packs together.
Is that how you
Oh, we-
assimilated?
Bro, we used to do that all the time in school. We would buy 3 packs and then put cards together and
Oh,
create our.
I never played. I knew nothing about how to play. I would just bring them, and people would look through my deck like, bro, that's crazy.
You got this shit going on here, mate. And you're like,
Because
I
I
have
think-
no fucking idea.
You dang
Because
right.
I was a part of a Yu-Gi-Oh club, and I think you could have up to like 60 cards in your deck. I think that was the rule, but I stopped playing Yu-Gi-Oh whenever the pendulums started. Whenever they,
Oh yeah,
I don't even know.
man. I
because
used to have the the thing that you put on your arm. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah,
Yeah, I got that when I was like, I don't know, maybe 11 or 12,
Is that
and
where
I
you
felt like,
check in? Is that where you put the?
yeah,
yeah.
like
Like
Yugi
Joe?
had.
Oh, okay. So, ma'am, can I tell you how nerdy that is? And this is true. My
Hit-
first day at Georgia Tech, I go to the dining area and they're having a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament.
Yeah, you
Dude,
can't.
so in high school,
Yo,
whenever I was in high school, that is literally what my group was. Whenever I went to high school in the morning time, whenever the buses and the car riders would go in the cafeteria, and you would see a whole bunch of people at a table playing Yu-Gi-Oh. That was my group.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, that was your people.
Yeah, that was my people. Yeah.
hold on now. Look, I guess I'm telling how black I am. When I got to school, my group of people were playing spades.
Did you play hearts after that?
Hey, Baskins,
Come on,
I'm
get your
not going to
books,
let you
buddy.
live down. I'm not going to let you live down the fact that you said you were a Trump supporter. I'm gonna. We're gonna get back at that later.
Look, I feel about Trump the same way I do about Dion. I'm not anti-Dion or Trump, but I'm not like get back in.
Oh God.
I'm not like,
Oh,
You're
God.
you're very Pate-like right now with this Trump thing. You're very
That's so
fence-like.
true. Yeah, you're fence sitting. You don't want to pick a side.
you know what?
And
Let me get my hood. Let me get my.
Trump's not really a guy that you can fence ride. Like,
No, he's not. You're either with him or you fucking
Well,
hate him.
or he
I'll wait.
hates you.
Let me get my white hood real quick.
Well, that's yeah.
Whoa, okay. I feel like I'm
Whoa.
getting set up here to
You just said that I had to
Oh
be.
no.
that. No, I didn't say you had. Who said you had to be racist?
No, you said I had to be with or against.
Oh yeah,
I mean, you do.
So do I? Do you want me to get the hood or the whip?
I don't
Get that whip out there now.
I don't understand what's going on.
You look. I thought we were showing our true selves. You know what? I'll be quiet. Go ahead. Y'all are
So
good.
like,
Well,
if
We
you get
look. We like. Allow me to say this. I love you, even if you're a Trump supporter. I still love you, and I'll still come on.
so I'm of the camp where I don't see I'm of the camp where I don't care about politics.
Racist.
yeah, you are, dude. You totally are.
you mayhem.
You're telling me you don't care what happens to black people? What
No,
are you?
I said
There you go.
I said politics.
Put your hold on, mate.
Hold on. How did we go from Colorado's schedule to here, bro?
It's a
I
lab.
said
telling me-
politics.
You're telling me you don't care about what happens to black people? Put your hood on then.
I said politics.
Well, politics affects black people, mate. Put your hood on.
Well, they
Hey,
You don't
affect
care
you,
about
mate.
systematic racism, then, mate.
you doing with your life?
Politics affects everybody.
No.
Yeah.
Wait. So you're saying all lives matter? Is you saying? Is that what you're
Oh my God, he is, isn't he? He's
What a
saying all lives matter.
See, if you were never a manager at Cookout, you wouldn't think this way.
Oh,
Well,
Okay, sorry. Hey guys, shut up.
what's
Back to the schedule. All right, they play.
hold on? What's this guy's team, by the way? I don't even know this motherfucker's team.
You know his team.
It's
You know
not.
it.
I mean, I know you're Georgia Tech, but what's his team?
Don't you say it, man?
it's Tiger Baskin's team.
No,
It's Georgia.
no. I was trying to save us. You could.
Racist. I said it. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
We're not all the same.
You were supposed to bring
You know,
back-
when he was going against Kirby Smart pretty hard earlier, and I thought that meant that he probably wasn't a Georgia fan.
he breaks
I was
that
the
mold.
only one. I was the only one in here defending Kirby Smart, and I'm a goddamn Florida fan. What the fuck? What the fuck's going on?
You're self-loathing.
See,
Mayhem. You had every right to make Alabama fans look bad, and you chose violence.
Is he a Bama fan? What's going on?
No,
I'm not.
No,
I wanted him to choose that. I wanted him to say he was because of his. Anyways, all right, I'm gonna shut up. All right, you said.
but Trump's awful. Go ahead.
All right, so you said
Yes.
you got Georgia Tech. Boom, you move on to Delaware. Then you have Houston. Who do you got after that? I want to hear the whole schedule, man.
It depends on if Trump won that state, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if we're talking about southern states, then I think Colorado's going to fucking sweep.
Go ahead, please, Mayhem. Will you please continue to play with this? You know,
Fuck Pennsylvania.
Yeah, fuck all the swing states. It was stolen anyway. It's rigged. Fuck off. Just fucking tell me what the.
they're gonna get fracked. You know they're gonna get fracked. A lot
It's
of
fucking rigged, mate. It was too big to rig. We all know it. Just fucking tell us what the goddamn fucking shit is.
oh, why do we
Oh,
have
who is Mayhem's multiplied?
yo?
Listen, I don't know what happened. You could just kick the other guy off the stage.
Are you a
Is it-
clone?
Yeah, I'm a clone.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome.
If you're Mayhem, what are the 5 pieces of Exodia?
I don't even know that, bro. I'm out.
Well, we got to know that we don't have an imposter.
That's such a good point.
This isn't
What
Mayhem.
What did you ask me?
What are the 5 pieces of Exodia?
Uh-oh.
I mean, the what are you talking about? The cars, like the right arm, the left arm, the right leg, left leg. What are you
I
talking
don't
about?
know the answer to this question, but you should.
It's
I just
it's
asked you.
actually a pretty. It's not a hard answer actually. Unfortunately.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. You're talking
I
to us.
I just answered you.
What'd
You
you say?
said you just
So
named
yeah,
all
the
your
left
hobby
arm,
parts.
right arm, left leg, right leg, body, head. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said.
All right.
But I just I kind of just exited out of the thing the schedule because I thought we were never going to get back to it. So
Yeah, we did spend an hour talking about every taboo topic that we could think.
Yeah.
Well, actually, hold on. I have one more topic. What does everybody think about abortion? Are we
Love it.
pro-abortion? Are we anti-abortion? What's going on here?
Love it.
No, stop it. Don't do that. Stop. Mayhem, don't listen to him.
Wish
Yeah.
I was a woman so I could have one.
What's going on? Capital punishment. What do we think? I mean, should people be killed? Or
That actually, I do have a strong opinion on. No.
No.
You should not execute people.
The government should not have carte blanche over who they should kill.
Yeah, I think in Florida, they of all the people on death row, 30% of them have been exonerated via DNA evidence. So they're barely batting 700.
Oh, snap. Hey, stop. Look, this is, I love
Hey, but wait, hold on. Wait, no, stop. This motherfucker's based as hell. What are you talking about? Don't stop him. He's spitting. He's straight fucking spitting here. What are you?
And this is what I love about the right. They're like, hey, fuck the government and all this power they have. But when it comes to killing people, that's okay.
Oh my, hold on. This guy's fucking straight spitting. Tiger, if you censor this man, I'm gonna fucking leave.
Hold on, Percy. Did he say this is what he loves about the whites?
No, well, that's a good point. Did you say that?
What I love about the whites.
Oh, you said
It kind of sounded like this is what you love about the whites.
you said about the right.
The right. Yeah. So this is what I love about the right.
Okay.
Which
Okay.
is
Yeah, no,
genuinely white people.
Yeah, no, he said the right, but no, this guy's straight fucking spitting facts, mate.
He is, but I wanted to hear the schedule. Can we get a mix of both? Can I get a mix of?
All right, give us one game and then we'll do another topic.
All right, after this next game, we can talk about what we think about gays getting married.
Oh
Love
my!
it.
Stop it! God.
Equal protection under the law. What is that? 14th?
What do we think about trans people who are underage getting surgeries?
Got mine scheduled for next week.
Yo, that's crazy. This man. Mayhem, you okay over there?
What's that? What's up?
He put earmuffs on. He's like, fuck
Yeah,
this,
he
man.
did.
This
His
is,
mom came in the room and was like, Mayhem? No.
you're talking about transes. You know what's gonna
It's
happen. You'll catch it.
Yeah.
I know you will.
Continue with the schedule, please.
What's the next game?
Oh, I told you I had exited out like 30 minutes ago. I don't have no idea.
Well, pull that bitch back up, mate.
Pull it
I
back
All right.
up. Pull it out, mate. Pull it
I
out.
can type faster. I'm a pro. So we went over Houston. We gave them wins. So we said they're dropping to Tech. They're going to beat Delaware. They're going to beat on the road at Houston. They're going to win Wyoming. We said they were going to lose to BYU. At TCU, I don't know anything about TCU other than they made a national title.
Dude, this is the massive problem with this. Nobody fucking knows what's going on with the Big 12.
Now,
I don't think
Iowa
anybody
State-
here knows what's happening with any of these Big 12 teams.
Well, I know a few of the Big 12 teams, like the BYUs, whatever you want to
The
call them. But,
BYUs.
Yeah, you're
I,
pretty
I
Jesus
know they bring.
fucking
I know,
Christ.
and then I know that I believe it's Arizona State. They are top 10 in returning players this season. So them are the only two
Okay.
I know a lot about. And then Arizona State, they bring back their quarterback. So I mean, they've got to be really good, right?
Well, they got 4 ranked teams on their schedule: and BYU, Iowa State, Arizona State, who won the conference last year.
Man, what is Iowa State returning?
They must be returning something because it's got them ranked 11th on here.
But they're top 10
I think,
in return.
but I'm a
They're
big
top 10.
man. I'm a big Matt Campbell fan.
They're top 10 in returning players in general.
All right, I give Matt Campbell that game then.
Yeah, I would too.
So I'm going to say they go 1-3 in their ranked games.
I would agree. I would agree with that.
They'll beat someone they shouldn't. They're going to lose most of them.
I agree with that.
I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, look, when you're looking at these games on paper, it's sort of easy to say, oh, they lose this game, they lose this game, they lose this game. I don't know, mate. I think Dion's going to find a way to win some of these games. I mean, these are going to be close games. This is why, like, going game by game is so tough. I think going by record is a bit easier.
Well,
but if you knew exactly what everybody brought back and everything like that, it's still so difficult to. I mean, you there's never been a person to correctly predict all these records.
I mean, I'm not saying that we have to be perfect. I'm just saying, like,
better than Trump.
Well, exactly. Yeah. I mean, you don't want to rig everything and make it, a win when it wasn't, but
crash the college football economy or anything.
You don't exactly. I mean, you don't want to, institute a bunch of tariffs on the transfer of players, and but
Y'all are dumb, bro.
Or I don't know, deport players that have not done anything to a.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to, without due process, tell players they have to leave and go to another school that's outside the country in Mexico. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I will tell you this, okay? Mayhem, I know you're mad because you're like, bro, I just pulled up the schedule. So
No, I didn't.
I did, but
this is Rick talk. Okay.
I ain't mad.
So this is what I found out. I did not know this, and this is the part where, like, yes, I've wanted to hate Trump over the years, but then I start to find stuff out, and I feel like a dumb person. I did not know that freaking China, out of all people, has the highest tariffs against America than anyone.
No, that's not true. God, I hate this. I hate this because I'm having to stop being funny and stop being. I have to stop being a bit serious.
Look, Percy, I want you to be honest, okay? I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm not gonna say you're wrong or anything like that. But I saw that right now the tariffs from China are at 134%.
But why? Why are they at 134? Oh, they're at 125. But why are they at 125?
They're at 125. Well, America they were lower. Well, then when Trump raised them,
Oh God.
now hold on. So then China went up, and look, this is not a Trump video that I saw. A video from China saying how many companies have now had to kind of slow down on production and exporting and all that because of the tariffs. So a lot of companies
No
in
shit.
China are losing money because of this tariff war.
Yeah,
We're
everyone.
losing money, mate.
You said what?
So let's back up a second.
This guy, yeah, I would love to do this, but this guy's probably better at articulating than me. So allow him.
When Trump ran for office, what did he say about the tariffs? Not
Look,
going to affect anyone. Not going to raise prices on anything.
He ran on inflation. He literally ran on inflation. Told everybody that it was Bidenflation. And then he gets into office, and all of a sudden he's making everything more expensive. But now he's telling everybody, "Oh, it's taking your medicine."
Well, yeah, he said it wasn't going to affect the public. The point of a tariff, and either he doesn't understand what tariffs do or how they're used, or he's purposefully manipulating the market to his benefit. I think those are the only two options.
I think he's manipulating it. Even though I just told you I'm a huge fan, I think he's manipulating it.
Right? So
oh no.
You issue a tariff to raise the price of that good, and it's usually targeted to one specific thing. It raises the price of that foreign good to incentivize the domestic good.
Correct.
Then, usually in conjunction with that, like we did, I don't know what, in the 40s and stuff under Roosevelt, we subsidized the domestic industries to further. Trump didn't do that. He did kind of the opposite. So he enacted tariffs on most of the world, not on Russia,
everybody,
not on Russia,
not on Russia or North Korea,
or Canada, which I was kind of surprising.
A little bit.
I can open a pack, but the weird thing is who he did enact tariffs on. Where do we get most of the silicon and electronics that are in almost everything that we buy? Taiwan. So he tariffs Taiwan. Biden had had set aside money, and Congress had voted on domestic production of micro processors in
with the CHIPS Act.
With the CHIPS Act. Then he says, fuck that, because it's Biden. So for me, it's literally like the worst thing you could do unless
I love you. I love you so much. I didn't expect you to be spitting straight fucking game.
Because I have a redneck accent. But
I know, but I fucking love you.
So unless he and his buddies have net short positions on a lot of this, which I think they do, which is what you're saying. Because recessions are not bad for everybody. They're great.
Well, cycles absolutely skyrocketed right before he said that he was going to pause the tariffs.
Yeah. And supporters of his will say, well, look, he tweeted now's a good time to buy. Yeah, but he tweets 1,000 things that are crazy every day. No one other than who he had privately signaled knew. And then he had people in the White House and he said, this guy made $900 million. This guy made
$400 million. Oh my God, I know. Yeah.
And to me, it's just like, what? This is where I don't feel like you can fence ride, because the right will say, look at this bitch Nancy Pelosi and her trades. And my thing, this is the difference in me and these people. My position is throw them both in jail.
100%.
Their position is they're all doing wrong. Throw none of them in jail.
I'm not one side or the other, but
you hold on, mate. But you just said you were. You said you were a massive Trump fan. That's picking a side.
No, hold on. I didn't say I was a.
He did not say that. I don't.
I was saying I'm the same way I feel about Dion is how I feel about Trump. I'm not pro Trump.
That's a wild comparison.
Well, I was saying it earlier when we brought up Trump. I was trying to compare it. Like, I'm not like the biggest Dion fan, but I'm not a hater of Dion. So I'm not a hater of Trump, but I'm not.
But Dion's won games. Trump hasn't won any games.
But I guess what I'm saying is with Trump, it's like it seems like having a businessman in office has been,
Who's gone bankrupt fucking a dozen goddamn times, mate.
yeah, but that you're also saying that okay, so nobody's perfect.
Well, it's not
Well,
that he's not perfect. He has a wake of fraud in his past. Trump University. Hell, he did one before he took office in his crypto coin.
Now,
There's multiple.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. Yeah, I mean, look. All jokes aside, low key, you can't make the argument that anything Trump has done since he's been in office, whether it's executive orders that have heightened the price of drug prescription prices, or what they passed in Congress, which cuts Medicaid, cuts food stamps, or Doge, which cuts tons of things. I mean, like you really can't make the argument that any of this is good for the American people, especially when he's doing all of this to afford massive tax cuts for the wealthy.
And I guess I'm trying to explain to you guys my stance, because one of my best friends is a teacher. And they just cut the funding for a lot of the education and a lot of the teachers. Like,
they're trying to completely dissolve the Department of Education, mate.
But I guess what I'm trying to get at is, you know what? Let me start from the beginning.
Well, what do you like about him? What are
let's start there. Hold on. Yeah, that's a great question. What has he done so far, or in his first term even, that you liked and said, I'll vote for him again because of these things?
This is, now granted, I didn't vote because I think all of it is a freaking TV show that goes on Netflix that, makes everybody else think this and that. So okay. I don't do it. But I'm telling you this, for me, it was like when I saw all these things happening for Trump, I guess it kind of made my mind not wake up, not the whole woke deal. But
all these things happen. What do you mean?
I guess what I'm saying is, how many people are upset with all these orders that Trumps are making? That's one thing. Two, I never knew. I'm 31 or about to be 31. I didn't know presidents had this kind of the power.
But they don't. That's the thing. I mean, he's actively bypassing Congress to do quite a lot of what he's doing.
But what I'm
so he doesn't actually have a lot of the power, and in some cases, federal judges have struck it down. In some cases, the Supreme Court struck it down.
And I have seen that. I have. But what I'm trying to say is if presidents have the kind of power to do these things to the point where judges have to strike it down, you're telling me that all the presidents we've had in the last 50 years haven't thought to try to make America in their own way good to the point where it gets struck down?
Well, no, because
absolutely they have. Every president that's come before Trump tries to increase the hats that the president wears.
Okay.
Right? And that's
not to the extent. Well, hold on. I would push back. Not to the extent that Trump has.
No, and I
mean the amount of decisions Trump is making that are getting struck down in court it's unprecedented.
Well, yeah, and there's one Supreme Court decision that is problematic, and I think contributes a lot to this, and that they've basically made the president immune from anything he does ever, as long as he says he's doing it as part of his presidential duty. That is new to this term of Trump.
Okay. It is.
Well, but I guess I'm not.
It was his Supreme Court that made that decision in favor of him, though. But in complete fairness, Biden could have used this to his advantage, and he didn't.
Now look.
So
Look, I'll say Percy and Rec Talk. I hope you can, and I hope by the end of this you'll see, I do agree with you guys more than I think you don't agree with you. I guess what I'm trying to say is, it blew my mind to the fact of, whoa, presidents have this much power?
They don't.
No, but the fact that he's trying to do all these things are
is him overextending his constitutional authority.
Now, but like the tariff still getting passed, the fact that didn't get shut down, and now all of a sudden,
because
he fires anyone that disagrees with him.
Now, but look,
100%, which happened in the first term. In the second term, he's been surrounded by complete and utter loyalists.
Now, yes, and
So,
I've seen that. But when I saw that China ended up struggling from this, and now, like I saw this,
but China struggling because our economies are so interwoven is
well,
actually us struggling.
what
Number one. Number two would be the retaliatory tariffs that Trump put into place on quote unquote Liberation Day
well, and
was wrong in the sense that he calculated the tariffs via the deficit. It was not actually the effective tariff or even close to it.
and
It was it was a farce. I mean,
Right,
but
trade
so,
deficit.
so
Yeah.
hear me out, guys. And this is not a hey guys, I'm a Trump guy, you're not. I'm going to argue with you. Don't think about it like that. I guess I'm saying it in a way of when I found out that there are 50 countries out there that have higher tariffs on us than we do them, it disappointed me in America that over the course of time, why did we not just say, hey, no, it should be equal?
well,
Well,
but
why
hold
should
on.
it be equal? But,
You wonder
like,
exactly. Hold on. Are you familiar with what mercantilism is?
No, 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 explain it. Like I said, I don't, like I said, I'm trying not to, I don't want to sound like I'm a huge Trump, I'm not.
No,
But
no,
I'm,
no.
yeah, and they're
And
kind
that's
of
totally
double
fair.
teaming you, so and that's kind of unfair, and I get that.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I'm not. Look, yeah, I've been calling into your show for a while here, so I'm definitely not trying to you know double team you or like gang up on you. Totally not what's happening.
feel that
But
way.
mercantilism was very prominent in the 17 and 1800s. And it essentially was predicated on the idea that trade needed to be balanced, that
Okay.
trade needed to be equal. You needed to equal your trade deficits. And the reason was because what you were trading was generally not, produced goods in the sense that we have iPhones or chairs or whatever, right? You were trading gold, you were trading silver, you were trading, corn,
Grain, yeah.
whatever, grain. And so under that model, it made complete sense to equalize trading. But nowadays, in the year 2025, year of our Lord, uh, having an equal trade deficit is irrelevant because what you're trading isn't at face value. If China, for example, is trading us a bunch of things, or if let's say, Apple has an iPhone factory in Shanghai, and they, aren't matching 401ks. They're not guaranteeing vacation time.
Yeah.
They're not paying $25 an hour, et cetera, et cetera. And they produce those iPhones and then ship them to the United States for everybody to buy. It's to our benefit that they're saving money because ultimately it brings the cost of the product way down. This is the benefit of globalization. And this has happened in a number of different industries. So when Trump says things like, we need to bring manufacturing back to the United States, this is a problem because ultimately the United States is an expensive location to manufacture and procure products. You have to match 401ks at 4 or 5%. You have to guarantee vacation time. You have to pay for health insurance. You have to pay them overtime. You have to pay them $25 an hour, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's actually, so the reason that we've done what we've done globally in exporting production has benefited the consumer greatly.
Now tell me this though, because I want both of you, because like I said, I'm not arguing from a hey, I saw this video. This is just from what the way that I think.
Hmm.
If Rec Talk and Percy have a business and they have always made 70% profit, okay? So let's say that right now you guys make $400,000 a year. That's a good bit of money. Well, if you work in a different place where you don't have to pay that $22, $25 an hour, and they go, "Hey, Percy, Rec Talk, no longer can you do that. You have to work here in this different place where instead of making 400,000, you'll make 200,000." You and I would not be okay with making half of what I made.
We wouldn't first of all, we wouldn't eat the cost of that. The consumer would, which
Now,
is why
100%.
this is problematic.
and that's where I guess I'm kind of going with this is if the cost of making an iPhone is really
It's about $10.
$10, but we sell it for $1,200.
Right.
That's where I guess I'm kind of going with this is,
But part of market manipulation, mate, is that once you start making iPhones in the United States, Apple isn't just going to be happy to eat that. I mean, they're a corporation, right? So what they're going to do is they're going to pass that cost down onto everybody else. And suddenly the cost of an iPhone shoots from 1,200 to, 2,000.
But that's what I'm asking you though, Percy and Rec Talk. Is it possible? And I'm not asking you, would you, but is it possible to say, not talking to that person, but go, hey, instead of you cheating every person who buys an iPhone out of 11 or 1,000,
You're sounding like a Democrat.
and
Exactly. What you're trying to do is called market manipulation, and it's leftist philosophy.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying market manipulation. I'm saying that, hey, you have gotten away with selling an $85 phone or a $10 phone for $1,200.
But this is market manipulation, man.
Yeah. So, but that's what I'm saying is, look,
how are you going to make them charge less and make them eat the cost?
No, I guess that's what I'm talking to you guys about is you can't make anybody do anything.
You can't.
No.
Well,
That's what I'm trying to say is like.
Otherwise, we wouldn't pay people overtime and stuff. We have regulations surrounding it.
But I guess what I'm saying is, how do you pay people what they're worth? How do you?
But hold on. And this is a genuine question. When did people on the right suddenly start caring about exploitation abroad?
Yes.
Outside of the last 2 months.
I completely agree. I guess I'm coming at it from a curiosity way of like.
But also, China has over the past 15 years lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty through their exploitation of manufacturing.
Now, I want to believe you, but a lot of the videos
look it up
from Chinese people.
Look it up. Don't take anecdotes, mate. Look it up. Look up the statistics.
Doesn't China have heavy control over what gets out of their country too, and like just
but
what they allow?
Chinese people say is that number you're talking about is inflated from free health care.
All right, let's sidestep.
Well, they don't. Well, hold on. Their healthcare system is awful.
Yeah, it is. I'm just saying.
It's not Norwegian healthcare. They have a massive problem with getting their healthcare to everybody.
Agreed.
They're kind of a hellscape over there. China's certainly not perfect. Absolutely not, by far. And also, I would actually argue China's a fascist regime. But in complete fairness, through the ability to manufacture, they have lifted an unbelievable amount of people out of poverty. And the reason that manufacturing in China has become difficult over the last 5 years is because their middle class is growing, and as it grows, it's requesting things like benefits and higher pay, et cetera, et cetera. It's why Apple's been trying to diversify into India for years now.
Now, I'll say this real quick, and then I want to let Rec Talk. You were about to make a point, Rec Talk. That's, I guess, where I want you guys to know where I'm coming from. And Mayhem, I know you're doing your letting us talk, which I appreciate it. But where I'm trying to come from is I hate that the world is an evil place, but I know you have to fight evil with evil. And if I felt like somebody was making a 800% profit off of an item, why wouldn't they be okay with going, you know what? Instead of making 800%, we'll make 400%, which is
because
way.
that's not how capitalism works.
No,
It's
and
predicated on it's and this is the last thing I'll say, and I'll let my friend here talk. The way that capitalism works is people want to make the most money possible. That's the only way it works.
it is.
That's the only way it works. So if you are predicating your market philosophy on market benevolence, that is really a poor strategy.
Yes, I agree with you. But if you said, "Hey, we're gonna do this," how would you go about it? And I'm not. It's a rhetorical question.
Oh,
I'm not asking you to say how you would go about it. I'm just saying in a way of, as much as I think Trump is an a-hole, for him to come across and go, you know what? Well, how about this? You're going to do tariffs at 125 or 130% towards us. We'll do it to 150% towards you. What did China turn around and do? They were like, well, fine. We'll do it at 145%, which then halted production to a lot of these factories in China. And the person I was listening to, and I was going to tell you guys this, it was a
who
company.
is it? Out of curiosity,
Say what now?
who is it? Out of curiosity,
It literally, I promise, bro, it was a random.
okay.
It
I
was
didn't know if it was a
owner.
talking head.
Yeah, no. It was an owner of a Chinese factory that said, and this is where I feel disrespected. He said, out of every country in the world, USA is the number one country that buys the most non-necessary items in the world.
I don't
Yes,
know what
but
that has to do with trade, though.
No, agreed. But he was saying
I'll let my friend talk here.
But he was saying that's how we make money. Is he said 60% of the stuff we sell goes to USA. But now that they've done this tariff trade, now we got to figure out how to sell to Europe.
Which means that we're unevenly affected. It affects us more because we buy more of their stuff than they do ours. And this was my point.
And look, Rick talk, yes, but at the same time, it's not a necessary item. It's not a gas. It's
right, but what if you're cutting your nose off to spite your face? Set aside the ethics and all of that. What if doing this just fucks your country to no end?
Well, and
you're right, but you get to be right.
The item that they sold, this is a factory, by the way, was a nightlight.
But you understand, mate, that it's not just nightlights.
No.
China makes almost everything we consume to a trivial degree. So it's not just nightlights. It's everything.
And I know, and look, in Percy, and like I said, I'm not trying to I know I keep saying this, but I really want you guys to know, I'm not trying to win the argument, but I'm telling you guys
Well, I'm not clear on your position either, to be fair. Like, I'm kind of, what is it that you want?
Well, I guess.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah, a great question would be, maybe he would agree with this. What is it Trump is doing that you like?
Like, do you think these tariffs are good? And if so, why did he put a 90-day halt on them?
Now, look, and I'm going to give you two answers. One, I don't know. I really don't know if it's good. I think the second part, I'm just happy that we have somebody who's trying to do something. And look, before you guys answer, I'm saying if you have a factory in China who is halting the production of night lights, like, come on, guys, night lights, are we serious? It just goes to everything. But I guess what I'm saying is it just goes to show the amount of money you can make off of selling stuff to America that is not a need. If America doesn't get night lights,
but Cole, come on, mate. Come on.
Saying if we didn't buy night lights, we wouldn't have this issue?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
it's our excessive want and spending and greed that has got us here. That's what I'm trying to get at.
That's what I'm trying to say is the greed of America to buy random things, which is our fault.
But every country does this, mate.
You're blaming the consumer in this, which is wild to me.
Well, no. I'm
afraid.
America. I'm blaming America. I'm saying I'm not trying to give Trump credit for this. What I'm trying to say, Percy, is if that company, if 60% of their money that they make is off of America, but it's off of
They're
tariff.
not making very much money at all, mate, because it's an American company. They're making a very small percentage.
But the 60% of their profit is off of America.
Here's what's hard for me to understand is everything you're saying you don't like in this scenario, like, oh, the greed, blah, 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 embodies who Trump is at a fundamental level.
It is
Totally true.
Look, guys, and it's so hard, I guess, to explain is it's almost like if you had a friend. Look, I guess this is the best way to me explain it, and away from Trump. If Rec Talk was my friend in school and I got bullied in school, but if Rec Talk was a bully but stopped me from getting bullied, like
by beating up everyone in the school that didn't have anything to do with it,
I guess maybe
that would be the analogous scenario.
I guess if you were friends with the bullies, but then they pushed me into a locker and you came over and said, "Hey, not him."
Oh,
you can.
I understand now. You think we're not the bully?
No. I think
we're the victim in world markets.
I think before Trump, we were the victim, which there's not a middle ground.
Oh,
there's not a victim. There's not a middle ground. But before, I think we were with Biden. I think it was like,
you hold on, mate. You realize that all of the Trump tariffs on China, Biden retained. And actually, he added $15 billion of tariffs onto that.
But I think he also gave away.
So this idea that Biden was weak on China is revisionist history.
But I think he also gave away $15 billion.
Well, also, like, I'll give
explain how. Well, hold on, Mike. Explain how he gave away $15 billion.
We gave Ukraine, what was it, 25, 30 billion?
We're talking about China.
No. But you're talking about the overall of America.
Yeah, but now you're talking.
I don't think we gave. Hold on.
And a war.
I don't think we gave. Yeah.
Can I say something real quick?
No, yes. Okay.
All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna tell you exactly how I feel about this. Right.
All right. I'm gonna pause.
I really don't want John Cena to win his 17th World Championship at WrestleMania.
Damn it.
Roman Reigns, baby, Roman Reigns.
And then also, I just have a question. I have a question for the panel, and then I'm gonna get off here because it is 3:00 in the morning. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Thank you.
Great SpongeBob episode.
If I meet you in the middle of the road, bro, I'm fighting you, Mayhem. But I guess damn it, what were we talking about? Go ahead.
Well, you were talking about why we're giving $15 billion or whatever to Ukraine, and I'm not trying to be rude, but that's kind of throwing monkey shit at the wall and just kind of like these things are not related.
No, they're not.
Just pivoting to something else.
But hear me out.
We were talking about China.
But okay, Percy Rec Talk. What would be the reason ever to try to make more money for America? Why would you?
Mate, hold on. Goddamn, hold on, mate. America is already the richest nation to have ever existed in the history of the world.
So
let's start there.
Nation in debt?
Mate, just hold on. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on. No country ever has been as wealthy per capita as the United States is right now. That is the reason that we import far more than we export. Because we have a consumer base that is very wealthy and is willing to buy all of the shit, whether it's nightlights or whether it's Johnny Manziel jerseys or whatever the fuck it is. That's number one.
So United States is approximately in 36.22 trillion
in debt. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Who do we owe that debt to?
It just says this debt includes both debt held by the public.
Who do we owe that debt to?
Government.
Tell me.
Mostly China.
Who do we owe that debt to?
It just says the debt held by the public is about 28.96%, or not 28.
So
96 trillion to intergovernmental debt. Okay.
Let me educate the panel. Most of that debt we owe to ourselves. We don't owe it to
I
China.
guess what I'm trying to tell you is,
Well, hold on, mate. Give me just 1 minute. We don't owe this debt to China. We don't owe this debt to the EU. We don't owe this debt to penguins living on an island. We owe this debt to ourselves. It's money that we've borrowed from programs like Medicaid and Social Security. That is where most of our debt comes from. So this idea that, oh, well, we owe China all this money, and so we should, balance the trade deficit. First of all, that's not how trade deficits work. Second of all, that's not who we owe our money to.
look, I'll tell you guys this. Before we ever started this conversation, I didn't even think about how much we owed China. I don't even care. Debt is debt. If I owe 2
But
payments,
are you familiar with modern monetary policy?
what I'm telling you is, if I owe 2 payments on my car, if I'm behind on my heat payment, if I'm behind on my Georgia Power payment,
But you
You
can't look
can't
at
run the
government.
country. You can't run the country like a business, because the country's not a business. It prints its own goddamn money.
no, but instead of printing money, do you not just make more money off of other people? I'm not saying
We
China.
do. It's called GDP. We
So,
make plenty of money. We make more money than any country in the goddamn world.
so if we're $36 trillion in debt, everybody else is more in debt than us?
In some cases, plenty of countries are in plenty of debt.
But they're more than $36 trillion in debt?
But hold on. I just explained that most of that money we owe to ourselves.
And that's fine. Debt is debt. I'm not saying we owe it to China.
It's
I'm not saying China
it's
owes
not though. It's not. I mean,
But I'm trying to tell you guys, I don't blame China. I'm not one of these guys that's like, I hate Chinese food. No, I'm just saying in general.
I mean, fuck, I love the shit out of Chinese food.
I do too, and I eat it once or twice a week. I'm saying it. I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm not saying who it comes from. I'm saying if I was in debt, what are all the things I could do to try to make money?
You know who
But you-
leverages debt better than anyone? The wealthy. It's not a bad thing for them. Just
Well,
like Ohio State is $232 million in debt, but you can't look at an institution like you do a business either.
see, and that's what I guess that's what I'm kind of going to is, and I want your guys' insight on that. Because I feel like Trump is trying to run the business, and Percy said it perfect. You can't run the country like a business.
He can't even run a business.
What's the point? He can't even run a goddamn business, mate.
He bankrupted a
He
casino.
went bankrupt doing fucking casinos in Atlantic City. You know how fucking awful you have to be at running a business to bankrupt a goddamn casino.
But if you guys saw how many rich people went bankrupt all the time, it would surprise you. There are a lot of rich people that go bankrupt.
But see, that's the difference between you and I guess maybe. And maybe I'm assuming a little bit. I don't think rich people should be president.
No, look,
I think
I completely agree. I guess I'm kind of going at it from, it's kind of nice to have a change.
Well, but hold on a second.
Goes with the grain.
Because you've now pivoted to, it's not okay. We need to pay our debts to whoever. We're however many $1 trillion in debt. But these rich assholes, they're smart when they don't pay their debt and file bankruptcy.
No. I didn't say that. I don't think it's smart when they don't. I'm saying I think if as a country we try to figure out ways to make money, that's not a bad thing.
How much more money? But
hold on. This is, mate, the deficit isn't a product of, oh my God. If we have a positive deficit with everybody, right? Or if we have a trading surplus,
yeah,
that does not mean that the country is making money.
It doesn't. And also, let's just look at our own deficit, because you brought up our own debt. Do you know who's added more money to our deficit than any president before him? And I'll give you a hint. It's not Barack Obama or Joe Biden.
No, but I do think
Donald Trump.
But I think if people before you made the debt go down really far, and I'm not saying one or two.
The last president to balance the budget was Bill Clinton.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is if it's gone down from there, do you think all of a sudden somebody can wave a magic wand and it go positive?
That's what the Republicans told me when Obama took office.
Yeah, trust me, I know because my tail voted for Barack, and that was the
Look,
last time I ever voted. I remember when Barack Obama was like, "We will help the black people. We will help you all."
He did. He expanded healthcare access to tens of millions of people.
Well, my mom lost insurance, and we ended up losing our house because
Dude,
the rights that he had for
this
insurance.
is anecdote.
I'm just telling you what I had to deal with. My mother,
And I'm not saying it doesn't matter or that it's insignificant, because I 1000% do not believe that. I care about what's happening to you and your family.
and
But at the same time, it actually, it positively impacted far more many people.
the thing that it hurt is you're apparently with Barack, being an African American, you were supposed to be able to get a certain whatever to help with like insurance or to help. Well, both of my parents, I don't know if you guys know, both of my parents are deaf, so they can't hear or speak.
I didn't know.
So they already get disability for not being able, they have a disability. Well, when they found out that my mom was African American, they took her disability for being deaf and then gave her a partial for being African American. So like she ended up getting 20% of what she gets every month. And we didn't have enough money to pay bills. We got kicked out of our house. So we had to find some random RV to live in for like 6 months. And I was like, screw Obama. This whole thing,
Oh, hold on. Let me ask you this. How do you feel about socialized healthcare?
I don't know. I really don't know.
What if I told you that you would have your taxes raised, but overall you would spend less money and it would be free at the point of service?
For my parents, I would
Or
not.
for you? I mean, you need healthcare.
Yeah, but I haven't had health care in like 12 years, bro.
Brother, you gotta get your physical done.
No, I mean, and you're right. I guess what I'm saying is, yes, we need all these things, but we can't have everything we want.
No,
And
but look, we
We can.
can.
We
Go
can
ahead. Go
when
ahead.
it's in the defense budget.
yeah,
though.
no, and yes, Rick talk.
Blank check, slush fund, and that's where that ends every one of those arguments for me. We spend more on the defense fund, our own defense fund, than like the next 8 countries combined. So how safe can you be? There's always money to go kill some fucker we don't know anything about. But when it comes to helping
Who's
people
a civilian most of the time.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, it's some innocent guy. But when it comes to actually helping people here, which is what this president says he's for, they could give a shit about that.
Guys, look, and I'll tell you this: I worked as a night manager at a homeless shelter for like 8 months. You know how many people of those homeless people that came in were veterans? It's probably like 70%.
Yeah, they're
And,
one of
Yeah.
the worst populations that is fucked is veterans.
dude, and they tell so many stories about how they're screwed over.
And
Dude,
Biden just fired. Oh, hold on. Trump just fired a shitload of these motherfuckers at the VA.
I
Yes.
know, and that's why I said there are bad things that Trump does. I guess what I'm trying to see is I wanted to see if you guys thought, yes, somebody can do bad things, but is there anything of him that does good? Because no offense, that's how politics are. If you
Well,
meet
but
a
hold
Democrat,
on. I can tell you things I think he's done well.
now hold
Okay,
on,
but and after I
before
ask my question, I'm fully willing to illustrate instances in which I think Trump, only in his first term, has done things well.
now hold on, Percy,
But
before you say that, okay, I want to explain. I think there are people out there with politics, and I don't think you guys are with that because I love you guys. You guys have done an amazing job of just telling me things without like attacking me, which is awesome. But I think there's so many Democrats and Republicans, which is why I don't choose a side. Who, if they are Democrat, they're against anti every single thing a Republican does, and vice versa. And I'm like,
Yes.
Look, this guy, 70% of what he does I may like, but 30% I'm like, I don't know, I don't like it. And I think you guys have done a good job of like, no, that you've explained instead of no, Trump's he tans, he's an orange man, he's bad. You've actually explained it.
Well,
So I'm saying I appreciate you is what I'm trying to say. So go ahead though.
Appreciate it.
well, so okay, let's talk about things in Trump's first term that I thought he did well. I think the First Step Act was a decent advance towards criminal justice reform.
Okay.
And so the First Step Act, which he did in his first term, I would give him some credit for. And this was after the George Floyd riots. As it pertains to foreign policy, I think he tried to make inroads with North Korea, and I think this was a good thing. We should generally be trying to make inroads with some of these countries that are, really, really unpredictable and most people are scared of. Now, that's not to say he didn't do awful things like rip up the Iran deal that Obama agreed to. But at the same time, I think that there are some things he did, irrespective of that I think are good. My question to you is, what has Trump done and I'll pose to you two questions. What has Trump done in his first term or his second term that you have liked and agreed with? Or what has Obama or Biden done that you have disliked and caused you to vote Republican?
Okay, so here we go. So I never voted Republican, but I still want to answer your question as if I had, okay?
Okay, fair enough. Well, I guess I mean who you support. I know you don't vote, but
No, I get it. I just wanted to explain it before I went through it. I want to start with Barack. Barack's first term, I was pro Obama. I mean, I went to a school. I actually went to 4 high schools, but one of them, when Barack was running, was very anti-Barack, and I heard a lot of racist statements, and I still was like, no, I'm with him. And when that happened with my mom, and I started, of course, YouTube's around, excuse me, and I started hearing these stories of him kind of tricking the black community into, coming out and voting and all that. And it was like he promised a lot of things for votes and he didn't follow through. And one of them was the whole, which Biden, which is crazy that I'm giving him credit. I'm not a big Biden fan. Biden did more for the DEI than Barack ever did. And
what
so
is DEI?
DEI is where you do the whole like, okay, you have 2 people trying out for a job or applying. This person's white, this person's black. They're the exact same across the board, but you don't have a lot of people of color working for your job. So you choose the black person to meet the criteria of the DEI.
Totally not true.
No, well, what?
In complete fairness, I want to sort of make things as real and as true as we can.
You're fine.
DEI specifically is equal opportunity. So it means if you are in an area and you have a job opening, you have to extend your reach to impoverished areas to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to apply for this job. But it actually does not mean that there are any quotas. It does not mean that a company has to hire somebody because they're black. It just means that if somebody is black or white or poor or whatever, and they are in a particular community, they need to be given the opportunity to apply for the job and an opportunity to interview for the job, et cetera, et cetera. But people mistake DEI for quotas. DEI is it's absolutely not a quota.
Now look, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'll tell you this: people are human. right? And we
Now,
know
what you're talking about exists. I mean, I've seen that.
well,
but
and that's kind of what I'm
certain
going with is
certain government contracts, like I'm not going to say who I work for personally. I don't know what industry you're in, but certain government contracts are tied to certain metrics that you hold that are based on race.
and
To
and
your point,
I was gonna tell Percy as well, and I'll tell you this, Rick Talk. I don't want to say the name, which is crazy because I feel like we can't say the names on here. But before I got into full time coaching and training and all that, I worked for a company, and I just remember the owner, or I guess you could say the general manager, because there's multiple throughout the state, saying, "Well, we're gonna hear kickback if we don't," and they ended up hiring, so and so.
Well, that's really interesting. So what? Okay, so hold on. You're not willing to illustrate what government you work for, then?
We'll say this: it is a business that extends to people every single month. It's not like a lawn care business. It's not a car selling business. It is you pay for it and you get it every single month. Um, and this is words from not
Man,
manager. If he
yeah.
meets the state test, he fails it, and then we can move from there. But we have to hire him to begin with.
I can say that whatever individual companies or man, I don't want to call this other person a liar, and I certainly don't think they are. I keep forgetting your name. What's your name again? I'm so sorry.
Rec Talk.
Rectalk.
Rick,
Okay, yeah.
Rick Talk.
I I don't want to make it seem like you're not telling the truth, because I don't think that. But
Mhm.
DEI specifically is
I'm
not
not
quota
talking about
based.
DEI. I'm not talking about DEI. DEI is a separate thing. What I'm saying
Okay,
is,
well, okay, fair enough. Well, specifically, Tiger Baskins and I were talking about DEI. So that was the only reason I brought it up.
Now I'll tell
okay,
you this though, Percy. The boss that I had did not say DEI, but that's what made me think of DEI when he said that. Um, so I don't know what he was having to explain or what he was having to go through, but it seemed like he just didn't want to have to go through the hassle. If does that make sense? Like it's not necessarily a law, but he didn't want to have to go through the hassle of why didn't you hire so and so.
yeah, I only brought that up because you are both kind of talking about two different things. Like obviously, Percy's talking about DEI, but I've bid different projects,
Yeah.
and there are certain metrics that have to be behold, particularly for government contracts. And I'm an electrical engineer, if that gives you any idea.
Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah, I guess my whole thing was, what people constitute as DEIs specifically on the right.
And I apologize, Percy, if I didn't explain or if I don't
No,
know.
no, no. That's okay. I mean, look, if we're talking about separate things, I'm happy to talk about separate things.
I guess I
Um, but
apologize.
what I'm saying is specifically, DEI does not constitute quotas. It
Okay.
constitutes equal opportunity. So when I hear people on the right, not you specifically, Tiger Baskins, but just in
No,
general,
good, you're okay.
when I hear people on the right whining about DEI and how it's unfair that black people are getting disproportionate second looks, and they're getting hired when maybe they shouldn't be, when they're not qualified or whatever. That's absolutely not what DEI is. DEI is predicated on equal opportunity in making sure that everybody is available to apply to the position and is aware of the position. Now, I think you had talked about DEI a little bit earlier, and so that's the only reason I brought it up. So
Yeah,
maybe it's
you're good.
possible that I there was a bit of a misunderstanding, but yeah.
No, and I appreciate you explaining that. I've actually gotten into fights with other people of color because of my understanding of DEI and me saying literally just this. I don't care what color you are. If you're qualified for the job, you're qualified for the job. And I get that people of color want to say the whole, yeah, but for the past 500 years, you know, we didn't have the same rights. And it's like, yes, I agree with you, but I think we're in a different day and age right now.
But you know what? Actually, I
No,
would
no,
actually go I would go a step. I would go a step further than DEI and say that, disproportionately accepting African American men and women into colleges and things like that is actually equalizing the disproportionate effect that systematic racism has had for quite some time. So
no,
I
that's,
actually would go further than DEI if I were like supreme overlord.
but I guess that's where I want you to understand. I'm not trying to say that. Now, kind of what Rec Talk was saying is I've just been around a company and I've worked for different people, but I've been around a company that they actually like take into account of, okay, we got to make sure we do this because we don't want to hear from this. We got to make like, they don't even care how good the person is they're hiring. But I back to
Huh.
you were asking me about the what do I think Trump did good. I think the thing that changed my mind, guys, and you tell me your thoughts on it. I remember when CNN said that we were at war with North Korea, and they were talking about it and like, oh, they're testing nuclear weapons, right? And I was like, oh snap, because at this time, I'm a little punk. No offense, but I'm just like, okay, I hope things go well, blah blah blah. And they're testing nuclear weapons, and it wasn't like 3 days later that Trump was taking a picture, shaking hands with North Korea's president or Kim
Not
Jong.
before he tempted him via Twitter and
Yeah,
was incredibly antagonistic, but yeah.
yeah, and he went to North Korea and he shook hands with him and took pictures with him, and it was like everything was okay. And I thought, I think I'm kind of done with the news kind of creating their own narrative of everything.
Agree.
Like it wasn't a pro-Trump deal. It was just I'm tired of the news. I'm tired of them always trying to create their own like, oh, hey guys, this is happening. Percy, I need you to be scared when you go to the supermarket. Rec Talk, I need you to be scared when you're driving to work. Like, oh no, no. And it's like, how do you tell me that he's about to go to war with America and he's shaking hands with the orange guy?
Yeah, the problem you're talking about is the 24-hour news cycle is built for things like 9/11. This
Yes.
is something John Stewart, a point he has made, where without that, they're just going to keep generating sensationalized things. Then when there is something that you really do need to be concerned about, and I think you're in a camp with the majority, I'm in this camp. I don't know what to believe from the mainstream news. Where
Yeah.
do you go to get not what is the word? Like you hear the term fair reporting and stuff. A lot of people want like you need to give 50% of both sides. I don't want that.
Yeah.
Just tell me the truth.
Believe half of what you hear, or believe none of what you hear and half of what you see.
Yeah, it's hard to find.
Yeah.
And so people that's calculated, by the way. Who owns all these things? Stupendously wealthy people who have their own agendas for what needs to happen. And generally, it's separating poor people from their money and trickling it up to the top 1%.
Yeah.
So
Whoa, this is based as hell.
we're all concerned with woke and trans and who's getting to run a track meet. Meanwhile, in the past decade, we've had the greatest transfer of wealth between the bottom 50 to the top 1%, which is not a moral issue. It's not sustainable to have a wealth gap like that in the economy.
Keep cooking.
Because wealthy people can't spend enough money to kick it back into the economy. Their wealth is held in stocks and assets. It's called an asset bubble.
And they're frugal as hell, so they don't spend that much.
Well, they're not even frugal. It's just you can't spend. Elon's not going to spend enough money to make up for what he took from the bottom 50.
Agreed.
He's just not going to be able to.
Agreed.
And I don't see, and this is what scares the shit out of me. I don't see that getting any better anytime soon.
Well, but that's what I think
No.
and Percy, like, I think I've made it clear over time, and I think with explaining how I think you guys will get that, but you can tell right away, like, okay, this guy's not a Trump fan, but he does like the idea of, okay, let's change a little bit. But I love that you guys are explaining things in your own way because one, Percy's very passionate in how he feels. You know, you're very passionate in how you feel. And I think for me, I just want something different for America. Now, granted, do I want things to go bad for America? No. But I do. I just feel, like you said, since Bill Clinton, I feel so disappointed as American or as an American when I feel like, dude, all these people are taking advantage of us.
Yes.
But well, hold on. I would push back. We're not being taken advantage of.
Now,
Yeah.
and go,
Okay.
When I mean,
What do you mean? In what way?
well, like, I mean, oh Jesus,
Meaning that like we elect these people that have created all these problems? Is that what you're
I
saying?
guess what I'm saying is I feel
dude, I
like,
just had a massive, fucking colossal mess that just took place. Hold on,
Go Jesus.
you're good.
I just had a fucking Coca-Cola spill all over the goddamn place.
Hey, look, I didn't cause that. Trump did.
Here's the thing. There's no such thing as any country taking advantage of the United States. It doesn't
Okay.
happen.
That's not what I was saying. I'm saying our country is taking advantage of us. That was what I was saying.
Yeah. That's
Okay, you're right. You're totally right.
That's what I'm
I think
saying.
you and okay, sorry. I guess things are getting a little bit muddled. I agree with you. I think Tiger Baskins I disagree with a little bit more in complete fairness.
Yeah.
But I actually think that call me crazy. I think you're a social democrat, right?
Wait, who?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know what I'd label myself. That's probably the most accurate thing, but I mean, I'm right probably on certain things or further right than most people in the left.
On what? On social issues or economic?
I mean, I'm trying to think.
It's while you're thinking, I'll tell you this, Percy. People on the left call me more right. People on the right call me more left.
I mean, look, if what you're saying is that the number one issue in America right now is class warfare, that's very left wing.
Yeah.
And if what you're saying is the solution to our qualms, to our economic ills, are a redistribution of wealth in the form of taxes, that's pretty left wing.
Yeah, I guess guess because I am fairly left wing, I base center off of me. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't necessarily think of it.
Were you a Bernie Sanders supporter in 2016?
Yeah, I'd vote for him today. I guess where I'm coming from is I grew up extraordinarily right-wing religious, and now I'm left-wing atheist. I've gone from
same. Okay, yeah. I'm also left-wing atheist, and I also grew up right-wing, hyper-Christian and religious.
Well, I'll tell you,
I guess
I grew up Democrat because we didn't have a lot of money, which I was religious. But then I think I'm kind of moving towards the middle. I'm not fully right-wing. I'm still religious, but I think I was just tired of every time I voted for a Democrat and they won, nothing ever got better. So I was
but in the case of Obama, I agree he didn't do everything he could, and I am to the left of mainstream Democrats. Let me make it very clear.
Yeah.
I am well to the left of mainstream Democrats. I'm more in the Bernie Sanders wing, AOC wing, etc. but Democrats actually do things to help people, and you can argue if it's enough or if it's not enough. And I think that's a valid argument, 100%.
Yeah.
And you could make the argument that all politicians are bought and paid for, and I would get right behind you. But I think where you lose me is this argument that the Republicans are going to do absolutely anything for the middle class. I think that's where I'm like totally lost.
I think what kind of kept me on the left side, I guess what keeps me in the middle is I met this family that they are extremely wealthy. I mean, they're not rich, they're wealthy. And they're huge Democrats. This lady, this woman, she owns a business. I'm hold on. She actually owns a business that helps 3 countries overseas. They're small countries, but they help countries overseas with their small business. And she was huge into the Democrat, and I'm like, why? She said because it helps us to give to these countries overseas. And so I guess I kind of get where the Democratic side, it does help to help other people. Republican to me seems more selfish, which is why I'm not fully Republican, why I'm kind of in the middle. Republican is more of a selfish political side.
The Republicans, generally speaking, are in favor of further consolidating wealth.
Yeah,
And
yes.
I don't think the Democrats are as ambitious as they should be about reducing this consolidation, because I think they're all rather corporate. But
Yeah.
you do have a dichotomy here. You know, you've got the way that I always look at it, and the metaphor that I always use is, you know, you've got 2 parties, right? And you can look at the country as a house.
Yeah.
And the house is decrepit and it needs renovating and it's just not doing very well. And you need investment into the home. And one party is going to do some really superficial shit. They're going to like change the drapes. They're going to change the carpet. They're going to like try and make it look like they've really done something to the place, but really it's all superficial and they're not really that interested in helping at all. Whereas the other party just wants to fucking set the house on fire, burn it down, and collect on the insurance.
You say it like that. That's a perfect point. I wasn't going to say set the house on fire. I was going to say more of they want to leave the house as it is and just try to buy land around the property and increase the value. They don't care about how the house looks.
Well, they want to burn the house down, collect the insurance money, and then say, hey, but you can burn your own house down one day, but we own all the lighter fluid. That's the situation.
Yes, and we have to buy the lighter fluid.
No, it's not possible. It's not possible for anyone on this panel to be a billionaire.
That's a great point.
So we're going to give all these tax cuts to ourselves, and maybe some of them will come to you. But guys, it's the land of opportunity.
Selling the impossible dream. See, which is crazy.
It used to not be impossible.
No, it didn't.
Especially in the 50s. But hold on, and this is I'll say this, and then you guys can have at it. Tiger, or even anybody on the panel here. Do you know what the top marginal tax rate was in 1952?
90%.
Yep. It was 90%. And this was a time, it was called the Great Compression. It was the time in American history when wealth was as adequately and equitably distributed as possible. And it wasn't until a handful of presidents, but mostly Reagan, reduced the income tax rate, to the extent where people could be worth half a fucking goddamn $1 trillion.
Rec Talk, he was saying that Reagan ended up reducing the tax.
Yeah. With the whole trickle down economics thing, and look, it's not even that we can't become billionaires. If you're 20 in your mid 20s right now, it's not even realistic for you to own a home right now.
I know.
Good point.
That's
Set aside being wealthy. Why? Because all these guys are buying. That's one thing we could do right now. I would cap how much real estate you can own.
100%. Yeah.
Well, and
speculative investment has killed real estate.
That's why Percy Rec Talk. That's why I get that's why it's so hard for me to be. That's what keeps me from being a Republican. I mean,
and this is what irritates me with Democrats. And this is maybe why I look at Democrats to the right of me as right. This is what kills me about the criticisms of Biden. Biden was a very moderate Democrat. Very moderate, in my opinion. And,
well,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Now, the DNC is also messed up in that they made this switch way too late, and I think they've pushed some bad candidates before. They might do well to, here's what the right does well. Man, they stick to something, and they rally together. The left is fragmented right now on what we're talking about. Well, we don't want to rock the boat. It's insane that Democrats are not filibustering every opportunity they have right now. That it's crazy to me.
It's insane that Chuck Schumer basically folded and conceded nothing. I mean, in my opinion, I completely agree with you. The Democrats, unfortunately, are to the right of us. I mean, they're all corporate. And when they can, they're going to side with the Republicans because it's good for the donors. I mean, in my opinion, the best medicine for our economic and political struggles is campaign reform.
Yeah, just make publicly financed campaigns. You can't
100%
donations. This is what it is.
100%.
And if you did that, you'd have both parties crying foul on that.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
It's fucked up that Pfizer can donate, however many $100 million to your campaign, and then you go vote to raise drug prices.
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact that Elon Musk and look, I don't want to pretend like the parties are equal. They're definitely not. Yeah. I know you're not. I'm not pointing fingers at you, but the parties are definitely not equal. I mean, Elon Musk donated $300 million to Trump's campaign and got an office in the White House
and Mar-a-Lago.
And in Mar-a-Lago. Trump has more 1%ers in his cabinet than any president in the history of the country.
Right. And he ran the first time on what? Drain the swamp.
Drain the swamp, yeah.
No one's packed it full of more bogs and marsh than Donald Trump has. No one.
I know.
So that's my thing. I get there are some things to like about the Trump. I mean, the most superficial thing is he is kind of funny and he is a good shit talker. I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. But you were kind of saying, well, there's just some, people make mistakes. And to me, it's not a question of making mistakes. This guy is fucking the country over for his own personal benefit. I don't see how it can be looked at any other way.
I mean, unless he's just genuinely fucking stupid.
I don't think he's stupid. I don't.
I mean, I don't think he is either. I mean, I think this is market manipulation. I think it's him getting him and his buddies rich.
I do. I think in his mind, I think he thinks that he is going to get the country rich. I really think he is.
No way, man.
I disagree. I don't think he cares.
Well, yeah,
he doesn't.
That's the best way to put it. I don't think he cares. I think in his mind, he's like, almost like a, hey, watch this.
I
think
think
that's
it's
what.
more like how you look at an ant. You don't ever think like that's how he looks at you. You don't ever think about the ant crawling up
You're
the road.
right. I mean,
That's
you're
how he looks at people.
yeah.
Unless you disagree with him and you're in an important position, then he'll fire you. Hell, he told people to hang his own vice president. We've kind of forgot about that.
I know.
110%. Yeah, I mean, he's the first president in the history of the country to not engage in a peaceful transfer of power, then lead a revolt against the electoral certification at the Capitol, try and disrupt that certification, and have people hang his vice president.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and let
Now,
me ask you this. Are you a proponent of free speech? Tiger Baskin. Is that important to you?
Oh, I think no doubt. And I guess I was gonna kind of return the favor. I was gonna ask you guys, do you? And this is a crazy question. Trust me, this is a definitely a controversial. Do you think that the whole COVID deal? Do you think that was like for real?
Yeah.
Well, you have to ask a more specific question. Do I think people were dying from COVID? Yes.
But do you think that they termed COVID a something else?
Yeah, I think
Well,
they
hold on.
used it to get as much power that a government can. Yeah, I
Well,
mean, I think
hold
they used
on.
it to benefit.
Trump was president during COVID.
Yeah.
So what now?
So hold on. Donald Trump was president during COVID.
He was, but it was right at the end of whose presidency was it?
Biden is the incumbent president after him.
No. Right before he became president.
This was
I
in
mean,
the middle of Trump's.
What?
This was
It was Obama before Trump, but this happened in the last 2 years of Trump's presidency.
I guess, look, no offense to Trump, I'm not trying to pick a side. I'm just asking you guys: do you think COVID was a spill? Like, I don't know how to. I don't.
No,
spill.
no.
Like, was it made up? And
Do you think it was coined? I guess.
No.
oh, do you think it was like an inside job like 9/11? Is that what you're asking?
That's tough. I don't want to say that. I think it was real. I think people really.
Well, go ahead. You go ahead now, and I'll answer after you.
No, and I want, like I said, I want your opinion. I think people really died from it, but I think people die from the flu all the time.
Okay. Well, hold on. I'll let my buddy here go ahead, and then I'll answer after him.
I'll shut up. Okay.
No, you go ahead.
After I say this, hold on. After I say this, people now, even after COVID, have died from the flu. They've died within the last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Okay. Hold on. Hold on.
For COVID, but during there was no.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, during COVID, there was no flu. So how was there not?
And there was. Hold on. That's not true. There was the flu.
The percentage was crazy different. The gap was different.
Well, Jesus fucking Christ. All right, hold on.
Because
I didn't understand your position.
COVID was real.
It was. I'm not saying it's fake. Don't think I'm saying that.
Okay. Stop me when I'm saying something you disagree with then.
Okay.
COVID was real. It was impacting real life people. And in my opinion, the reason that the global economy took the position they did against COVID was not because the mortality rate was significantly higher than the flu. Okay? That is a common misnomer among the right-wing conspiracy theorists.
Agreed.
The reason that the global economy, including our economy, took the approach we did towards COVID was because the virality was so stark, it was so transmissible and it was so much more dangerous than the flu. Our healthcare system in the United States was being overran. There were too many people via COVID patients that needed things like ventilators, etc. We didn't have enough. And so because of this, we decided to ease the strain on our healthcare infrastructure. It would make sense to wear masks to prevent the virality of this particular virus. Also, it made sense if people get vaccinated to ease the strain on our healthcare infrastructure. Also, if you have an older person, maybe a grandparent or somebody that was overweight or anybody that was at a high risk of being affected by the virus, it would make sense you would care about these people and wear a mask and get vaccinated. But the idea that everybody was getting vaccinated or everybody was wearing a mask because the virus itself was somehow like Ebola and had a 50% mortality rate or whatever, I mean, just was not true. It was all predicated on the strain on the healthcare infrastructure.
Well, and that I was going to ask you, and in Rec Talk, I want to hear your answer for it too. Do you guys feel? And look, and now you can feel a little bit towards both ways. Okay, like I said, the same way with politics and how you feel. I personally feel like the vaccine was forced. I don't think it was necessarily right to say that people had to get the vaccine to keep their jobs.
Yeah, which
We've
did happen.
been well. I disagree. And maybe if he disagrees, he can illustrate that.
And that's fine. I'm just saying, I know a lot of people who didn't get it and never got, and there's not been one person that didn't get the vaccine that ended up getting COVID, and and blah 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 blah. And I know that's a percentage. Trust me, I know that it doesn't matter what happened in my life. I'm one person, but I know that the vaccine being forced and people having to quit their jobs if they didn't get it. I mean, we've seen professional players, if they refused to get it, they had to quit their job. They couldn't do it.
This is not the first time this has happened.
No, agreed. And I don't remember. It was like the either 40s or 60s, or people.
You don't have to go back that far.
Okay,
We have been mandating vaccines for a very long time.
But I guess what I'm saying is, you didn't have to force people, or you did. That force happened, and people chose not to do it or to do it. But then all of a sudden, fast forward, the people that didn't choose to get it, nothing happened.
So I have gone back and forth on this, and I don't have a strong opinion, and I think I probably agree with Percy in dissent, and I might disagree on some things. What he's talking about is its R naught value, which is the value that tells you how many people on average an infected person will infect themselves.
Yeah.
So for the flu, it has an R naught value between 1 and 2. COVID-19 has a mean R naught value between 3.28 and 2.79. So it's 2 to 3 times more infective than the flu. So to put that into perspective, the measles, which is the most infectious disease known to man, has an R naught of 19. So you'll infect on average 19 people if you have the measles. So it is a fairly infectious disease. And it's hard for me to really judge how the government responded because we didn't know a lot about it initially. So initially I was like, well, yes, we need to get vaccinated. And even stepping back, I'm generally libertarian on a lot of things as far as what you're requiring people to do. If I'm going to require you to do something, I probably need to have a good reason to require that or to take a right away from you. I do think it was boggled a little bit. I don't think Fauci was the greatest mouthpiece for what was he? He was head of what was he head of, Percy?
He was the head of the CDC.
Yeah, he was the head of the CDC. So he was disseminating this information. He has some not great things in his past. I do know people that were given the choice of one worked for Johnson and Johnson. Ironically enough, that you don't have to get the vaccine, but if you don't get the vaccine, then you can't come in the office, and we're requiring you to come into the office. So they didn't necessarily say you're fired, but that was essentially what they were saying, which I don't like. I don't necessarily like having I don't know where you live.
But why don't let me ask you this then. Why exactly do you not like that?
Requiring someone to have a vaccine to come into the office. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't have a strong opinion, and I could probably be swayed either way. The thing like you brought up with, I do agree with to attend public school. This is where I've gone back and forth. You have to have the measles vaccine and a bunch of other vaccines.
Shitload.
A shitload. Those had gone through various trials, and so we did push this out. And the question would be, did you have a good reason to kind of push this out? It seemed like you did, right? I mean, it did affect elderly people. I don't think it affected young people really. But anyways.
Well, no, I mean, generally speaking, any virus is going to impact young people the least.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not a biologist. So I'm not like, I am not myself super educated on how all this went down.
Well, no, I mean, I'm certainly not either. But the reason I say that is because generally young people are the healthiest. They're generally, they're not obese. They generally don't have things like diabetes. They generally don't have compromised immune systems, et cetera, et cetera. So, younger people on average do have a more favorable mortality rate, but it is based on the fact that they are not, generally speaking, predisposed to the conditions that would facilitate a higher mortality rate.
Yeah.
I guess the whole question with this comes down to, was the government's response to this warranted? And I maybe it's a cop out. I guess I'm saying I'm not sure. I'm still kind of not sure. What I don't like that's come out of it, though, is
vaccine hesitancy.
Is anti-vax movement. And now you have an outbreak of measles in Texas. And I've literally had people tell me, what are you worried about? No one dies from the measles. Hundreds of thousands of people a year die around the world from the measles. So that I don't like. And that would probably inform me that.
Yeah, okay. But I guess my rebuttal would be, why pick this random vaccine to not trust? Like, this was something that was developed in part by governments all around the world, private industry all around the world. It was tested and peer reviewed to the extent that
it could be.
Maybe no vaccine in that time frame had ever been. And no, it definitely was. I mean, it was a pandemic. I mean, basically everybody was racing to the vaccine. I mean, everybody wanted to be the first one to have it.
Well, I didn't mistrust the vaccine. I guess I was looking at, should we make everyone take it? Which I know you're saying.
The answer is always yes.
Now, look, I'll say this, Percy. I think that's where we disagree. Okay.
What about polio?
Yeah,
I mean, or how about this? What about Ebola? I mean, if we've got something that has a remarkably high mortality rate, and we develop a vaccine, but it's not necessarily been around for like a bunch of time or anything, but the FDA and all the other global medical, apparatuses decide that it's a safe vaccine to take. Should we not mandate everybody get a vaccine to protect against Ebola if it's killing everybody?
I guess my view on it is, and Rec Talk, you can tell me how you feel, and Percy, how you feel. I live in America. I was born in America. I can't choose where I was born at. I can't choose the religion. That's why you guys just said that you were atheist. If you're born in America, you're supposed to be, Christian, right? That's what
Well, you
everybody
can
is in
choose your
America.
religion. I mean, you can
Yeah.
choose your religion.
Okay. So the same way that you guys are hesitant to choose your religion, I'm hesitant to choose to trust in my government. I know that my government is very, very, guys, come on now. How many innocent people do we kill? How many innocent people do we kill from other countries? How many things
But
do we
this
have
wasn't just
happen in
our government,
America?
Mike. That's
Yeah.
the thing.
But so for me to blindly trust the government and go, oh, we kill innocent people in
But it
other
wasn't the
countries.
government. It was Pfizer, if I remember correctly.
Yes, who is
That was the private company that actually was the first one to come out with the vaccine.
so for me to think that they are not a part of the government, come on now.
Well, they're not a part of the government. I think you
No,
could
I'm
say,
not
though,
saying that they are on paper a part of the
I
government.
think you could say if there was a problem with the vaccine, I'm not saying there was. I mean, it's obviously not in Pfizer's interest to publicize that, and it is in their interest to have it mandated.
Guys, if I
Is it in their interest? Yeah, I don't know, mate.
But I'm just trying to tell you guys, if there was a problem with something that I was selling, do you think I'm going to go, Percy, hey, this is what we have. This is the new product. But hey, be careful. When you buy it, there's a 30% chance your house will blow up. Do you think I'm going to tell you that? What
But hold
company?
on, mate.
What company? Please tell me what company out there.
There is risk associated with every vaccine. That's not new.
But please tell me what, not just vaccine, but what business out there tells you the risk of what they're doing?
Well, let's back up a second.
The government, mate. We have a regulatory body that generally tries to make sure that all of the shit that we intake is safe. Also, it wasn't just our regulatory body. It was globally. We were shipping these vaccines, Pfizer was, all over the world to Europe. I mean, do you not think that Europe did their due diligence?
You don't think we made a shitload of money off of it?
We didn't make shit, mate. Pfizer did.
Yeah, Pfizer made money.
Yeah, I'm not saying we as in me and you. I'm talking about Pfizer. You don't think they made a bunch of money off of it?
Brother, look, if you wanna 86 the private healthcare industry and pharmaceutical companies in lieu of socialized medicine, don't talk dirty to me. I mean,
I would love to do that.
We know dang well that every single cancer and disease out there, there's no reason to cure it. You make money off of it.
I guess
hey, Percy, instead of you making $30 billion a year, now you'll make no money. You'll make $3 billion.
Well, but hold on. Tiger, you're sounding like a leftist here because you sound like you're not trusting the free market in a for-profit motive.
Hell no, I don't trust the government.
Okay, we can agree on this. There are certain industries that should not be for-profit.
Thank you.
And healthcare is one of them.
No, I guess that's what I'm trying to say is.
Whoa, Jesus Christ! Did we make you a fucking leftist? What the fuck just happened?
Look, guys, I told you I was in the middle. Guys,
this isn't the middle, mate. Abolishing healthcare. This is far left.
But you heard how much I was on the right, but you're hearing now how much I am on the left. There's no way I would trust the government. So to go to say that, oh, hey guys, we created a vaccine. Well, how much have you practiced it? How much have you tested it?
Wait, but hold on, Tiger. Let me ask you this. Okay, let me back up. Do you are you aware of some of the illnesses we have historically eliminated because of the widespread use of vaccines?
For sure, that we have practiced and tested on for multiple years and months before.
Now, hold on. Do you understand that the reason they've been effective is because they have been more or less mandated?
Yes, but
through indirect or direct means.
Yes, but they have to be tested.
The Jesus Christ. The COVID vaccine was tested. It's why I got the vaccine. I got 2 boosters, I don't have autism. I didn't die of a heart attack. I'm still here.
Yeah, but and I'm not saying that. I never said that. I'm telling you, how long did COVID come out, and how long did the vaccine come out after?
So I
It
don't
was
know.
Trump's Operation Warp Speed.
Okay,
It
and I'm not,
was.
like I said, I'm not backing Trump. I'm just telling you, how long after COVID came out did the vaccine come out?
Well, and I'm out of my element here because I don't know how many I don't know what that process looks like, to be fair.
So I'll tell
Like,
you this though, Rec Talk. Usually there is a like 16 to 24 to 36-month trial, and apparently the vaccine
But we
for
expedited because of the nature of the situation. We expedited the trial and it was tested on millions of people before it was made available to the public. So
well,
you can say, oh, well, we should have tested it more. And you're totally willing to make that argument, but you can't make the argument that it wasn't tested because it absolutely was. And to further make my point, we gave half the fucking globe the vaccine that was a variation of the mRNA vaccine that Pfizer created, and nobody's grown a third fucking arm. I mean, like it's
but I
yeah,
guess for
I
me
don't know how
though,
much it can be
it's
expedited
it's
either. Like, I
it's
don't know how
not.
much time you need to observe
I was
after a
just about to
vaccine.
say though, I don't think to me it's how many people, it's how much over time, what happens over time.
But then you could say,
again,
well, you don't know. Like,
again.
it could show up 20 years from now. I don't know.
Well, but I mean, but God, you could say that about literally any vaccine ever.
Now, true though.
You
Now,
could.
Percy, did you read the signing off on Pfizer to multiple companies? And you can look this up. I know you probably won't believe me when I say this, but you can look it up, to where they were not allowed to say the negatives or the deficiencies that happened from the vaccine over time.
You
Dude,
talking about
I,
good.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
You talking about the Freedom of Information Act request? I feel like I've
Yes,
heard this
that
point.
Pfizer signed off on, that everybody who requested or took the vaccine from them to give to people, they were not allowed to say
Let me
any of
ask you
the
this.
defects that
Are you
happened from
aware?
the vaccine.
Oh, hold on. Let's back up. Are you aware of how mRNA vaccines work?
You said MRA?
MR.
mRNA vaccines. Are you familiar with how they work?
If you're telling me that there is a percentage that will go wrong no matter what vaccine you give, then yes. But the dependency
No,
on.
not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay,
So,
go ahead.
okay, fair enough. So the mRNA vaccine is a specific type of vaccination. Generally, it responds to viruses, and it teaches the body to produce a certain antibody that helps fight against the spread of multiplication of the virus.
Okay.
We've been using this with the flu for a long time.
And so I would think over time we would get smarter at it.
And we are, which is why we were able to produce it in like fucking 6 months.
But with
So,
talk about the percentage of the COVID is a huge difference in percentage.
no, it is. So, are you familiar with how we come up with the flu vaccine? Do you understand how the U.S. gets that?
No. I just know that we come up with a way to fight the antibodies and all that. But I guess
Okay,
my
but
thing
you
is
trust that vaccine?
it because it's been done over 100 years. You trust
But
something
well,
Not
but
every
it's
vaccine
different.
for it.
years?
No, but every vaccine every year is different than the last
But
because
at
it's
least,
fighting a new strain.
but if you had something to learn from, wouldn't that be better than
We
something?
do. That's why we were able to come up with the COVID vaccine in 6 months
So
because we had
COVID,
deep understanding of mRNA.
so
Allow me to
COVID is
explain.
so COVID is the flu.
It's very similar. Yes, it is with a far higher virality rate, but yes, allow me to explain. The way that the flu works is it's seasonal. So it hits Australia actually first, funnily enough, the land down under. And the information and data that we collect from Australia, the United States and other countries use to create a vaccine. So that by the time it seasonally makes its way to the United States, we already have a vaccine to prevent this particular strain. We have been using mRNA technology against viruses, specifically flu-like viruses, for a very, very, very long time.
Okay.
And if you take a look, and I'm not even going to use the flu anymore. If you take a look at the flu vaccine, or I'm sorry, the COVID vaccine, the risk from the flu is far greater than the actual vaccine. And it doesn't even matter how old you are. The risk of long COVID, the risk of heart complications, the risk of death via, some sort of, respiratory problem, etc., is far greater than the actual vaccine. So basically, almost without exception, if you can believe this or not, vaccines are far more beneficial than contracting whatever virus it is you're attempting to thwart. And we've known this for a very long time.
Yeah, I think that goes back to smallpox. Right? They tried virilation first, which was
Well,
getting smallpox.
I guess what I'm saying to Rec Talk, I'm saying to Percy, you're explaining vaccines as if they are Jesus Christ toenails. They're the most amazing thing in the world, and they work. Well,
They
if that's the
do.
case,
In fact, by the way, it is the most amazing thing in the world. The fact that we've been able to basically eliminate things like polio and measles and smallpox is nothing short of a scientific miracle, mate.
It is, but how come people who took the COVID vaccine still got COVID?
Oh my!
You just said that people who took the polio vaccine and the
Oh my God!
So I guess that's what I'm asking you is
hold on. The vaccine doesn't mean that you are suddenly never going to get COVID.
Yeah,
or if you get the flu vaccine, suddenly you're safe from ever getting the flu. The reason you get the vaccine is because it provides you the antibodies to prevent it from replicating, such that when you actually get the virus, you don't end up in the hospital and it's a mild version.
So how come people who never got the flu vaccine or the COVID vaccine who got COVID didn't end up in the hospital?
It's because people respond to it differently. I mean, like Freddie Freeman.
So what the fuck? What the f does the COVID vaccine?
Come on, dude.
You just
I don't know what more I could say.
No, I guess what I'm asking is if people react to it differently, then you just said people react to the COVID differently.
I mean, yes, the mortality rate was at like 98 or 2% or whatever. So 98% of people that get it are not going to die. But look, let me zoom out here. If the mortality rate of COVID is 2% or 3%, whatever it was, and 100 people get COVID, that's not a big deal. Only 2 people are dying. But if you zoom out and the mortality rate's 2%, but fucking 200 million people get COVID, do that math.
People die.
Yeah, do that math. Quite a lot of people are going to fucking die. So the whole point of the vaccine, and by the way, that's just people that die. That's not even including people that are like overwhelming the healthcare infrastructure of the country, who are on ventilators, and have health complications of some sort, but end up living in the long term. Like, the vaccine is meant to prevent people from being hospitalized so that they can survive the virus. It's not meant to prevent you from receiving the virus at all.
And look, like I said, I'm playing devil's advocate with what you're saying. But do you know that every 100,000 people that get the flu, that get influenza, Did you know that 47,000 people die?
Yes, look up what COVID is. It's far higher. The
You
virality
you
rate is far higher.
you
Look that up.
told me that 2% die.
I mean,
Well,
look,
how infectious is different than its
But I guess
mortality
what I'm
rate.
trying to tell you guys is, you just told me that if 2% of people of
I'm,
100,
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let my buddy here take over here.
Look, this is my fear with this. All right. Every species goes through a mass extinction event. And most likely ours is going to be something like a virus or a bacteria.
yeah,
And the result, I think the net result of this COVID vaccine discussion nationwide has added a ton of people that just mistrust vaccines entirely. That R naught value comes from differential equations. So if you look at something with an R naught of 3 up to 19, let's say the mortality rate is 80% for the next one.
yeah.
You might lose, I don't know, 60% of the world population before you can get a vaccine for it. And or more if people are just afraid of vaccines.
I mean, you're right though. I think that's the part. I guess that's what I'm trying to say is that's what this created is. You created a fear of vaccine because of because of this. Because
No, it's because of the right wing that there's a fear of the vaccine at all. The fact that we have the ability to create something that basically prevents us from dying to a particular virus or whatever is it's amazing. It's truly spectacular that we live in an age where, by the way, for most of human history, we died of two things: plague and dental health.
yeah,
But now we have hygiene and dentistry, and also we have antibiotics and vaccines to prevent against viruses. Like, the
but
fact that we live in this time is amazing. And the fact that so many people are convinced that this is actually our downfall is like insane to me. I genuinely cannot believe it.
but I think it's ignorant to think that there's no negative to it. To think that it's just 100% perfect.
No one's
Nobody's
saying
is
that. Yeah, no one's saying that. I mean, he brought up earlier, there's a risk associated with anything you do medically. There's a risk. There's probably I haven't looked it up, a non-zero percentage chance you'll die from taking aspirin if you have a I don't know, allergic reaction you're not aware to it. And I'm sure there's probably some people that are allergic to the COVID vaccine. The point is, you look at the risk versus reward. So is the reward I'm getting or the benefit I'm getting from this procedure or vaccine or whatever you want to call it, does it outweigh or greatly outweigh the risk associated with it? I think in general for the COVID vaccine, yes. Or I would just say yes.
No,
It does.
and look, trust me. Like I said, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm not trying to say like, oh, Percy, you're wrong, or Rec Talk, you're wrong. Screw you guys. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying the flu has been around for a long time, and to still say that everybody who gets the flu, you're telling me that they die at a 30 to 40% rate, but then all of
Who's saying that?
right here it says out of 650,000 respiratory deaths annually, 290,000 of them are from the flu.
Well, but hold on. Hold on.
So of all respiratory deaths.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So,
So you're looking at a subset of this.
no, yeah. Like I said, I'm
And
not
then
saying
applying
like,
a percentage as if it applies to the whole of people who got the flu.
let me try to find. Okay, here you go. No, that's definitely not it.
This is what's tough with statistics too, is
But
that
that's why I don't. Like I said, I think for me, I guess I'm looking at it in a way of like, guys, to think that somebody could just create a perfect medicine of COVID in 6 months, but then we've had cancer for how many years, and we still can't create a cure.
you keep going to these way extremes of things like perfect, like it's got to be perfect. Like again, no one's saying that. And what is cancer is a whole different animal. We're
Yep.
all going to get cancer at some point if we live long enough.
Yeah.
Like nearly guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, I just Googled it. Generally, the flu fucking ranges from 1.8 to 16.3 deaths per 100,000.
Which is
Okay.
close to what you said about COVID.
Said what
Dude.
about the mortality rate of COVID? You're
No,
saying
no,
it's
No,
similar to-
hold on.
Measles
We're
was
not.
19%.
We're talking about the virality, which is different than the mortality.
Could you find the mortality?
So the virality of COVID is much higher in the sense that it affects way more people. So if the flu, which has the same mortality rate as COVID, affects 100 million people, and COVID with a higher virality affects 200 million people, more people are dying. But that doesn't mean that the mortality rate is higher. It just means the virality is higher. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it just affects more people. It reaches
Correct.
more people faster.
Which is why COVID was such a problem. It was affecting so many people so quickly.
I guess I'm asking you guys, is in your mind, do you think that there is a problem with, and I be honest, is there a problem with coming up with a vaccine so fast? Or in your mind, it doesn't matter?
No, I think it's a miracle of modern medicine.
So you think that in America, medicine...
You should be lucky.
I guess what I'm saying is in America, in drugstores and CVS and pharmacies, you think that those guys create medicines to make you healthy 100%. You don't think they...
No,
Again,
well,
100%.
you're throwing around 100%.
I guess what I'm saying is, in America, when they find a cure, they don't care to tell you that. That's my opinion, because it makes a lot of money.
So you're
If
kind
they-
of going down on an Alex Jones loophole. So do you think that they have a cure for cancer they're withholding from everybody?
I think if I made a lot of money off of somebody, if I made $100 million
What's a yes
off
or no?
I don't even know who Alex Jones is.
What?
Well, don't worry about who Alex Jones is. It's just this seems like a fringe kind of conspiracy.
Do you think that they have a cure for cancer they're not telling us about?
I mean,
Yes
I
or
would
no?
say yeah. I would think so.
Okay.
Why would they tell us and lose money?
How many
You're
people?
America.
Because
You
you
just
could.
imposed tariffs.
Hold on.
You just imposed tariffs.
Because if there's a cure, they could make a fuck ton of money selling it to people. That's the incentive.
They wouldn't, because not everybody can afford it.
But that's never stopped the pharmaceutical industry before.
No. How would you afford it? How would you afford $1 million cure?
Hold on,
me, Percy.
Oh, Jesus God, mate.
Percy, how would you afford $1 million cure?
It's not going to be $1 million, mate, because that's pricing out the entire population. They don't make money that way. Are you familiar with the fact that...
How would you make money off the entire population? Making it affordable, which is medicine, to keep you alive.
By charging as much as people can afford.
Exactly.
To a charge. Yes, exactly.
Which is our healthcare system in a nutshell.
Exactly.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So it sounds like all your issues with the vaccine and with this would be solved if we just had socialized healthcare.
Exactly. Let's cut out the mafia middleman.
But that's the thing is, we just talked about it earlier. How do we make people make the iPhone affordable? You can't make people make prices what you want.
You can.
Well, but you can. Well, hold on. Let's back up. Every modern, developed country in the West negotiates drug prices. We're the only country that does not.
And now Biden, we're mad at Trump.
Biden negotiated a handful of drug prices. Most of them were only for Medicare. And that was the first president to even try and do that.
Biden
So,
said a sentence of, "I like when the black kids in the pool touch my leg hairs." Do you want me to read the verbatim sentence to you? This man couldn't even make a sentence. And we're trying
dude,
to
do
tell
you
me
want
what
me to
he's.
fucking tell? Look, if you're a Trump supporter, I feel bad telling you that Trump is genuinely racist and doesn't really like you at all.
And that's fine. I'm just telling you, both people can be bad, and that's true.
But one can be worse than the other.
And that's the thing about politics that I don't like. That's why I don't choose a
That's all
side.
politics is
Yes.
picking the lesser of two evils. For the
Eh,
most part,
We
But
have a
that's
two-party system, mate. I mean, what?
I'm just trying to talk. I don't care about the party. I'm trying to talk to you guys.
But the
I'm
difference
telling
is, but the main difference is, we have no problem admitting that we are to the left of the Democrats. We vote for them because they're better than Trump, and we're willing to articulate why exactly we think they're better than Trump.
but I'm
But it
talking
seems
about
like you're not necessarily willing to admit that the reason you're voting for Trump is because he's the left of the less of the two evils. It kind of seems like you're voting for Trump because you just like Trump.
I guess I'm just what I saw with Biden. I don't want to feel no
What did you
offense to you
see?
guys. No offense to you guys.
But what did you see?
I don't want to feel like a dumbass. I don't want to feel like I'm voting for somebody who couldn't even articulate a sentence. If
But
my
what? But
boss at
hold
home,
on, stop, mate. Look, I understand that Joe Biden couldn't give a speech and that Joe
yes,
Biden was demented. I get all of that. What did Joe Biden do materially that you did not like?
the fact that the owner of the country I live in was not
That's not
smart.
an answer.
Yeah, no, you asked for it. The fact that
But
the
that's not
owner
an
of the,
answer.
but it's my
What did
personal
he do
opinion.
policy wise? What did he do foreign policy wise? Like, what? Give me anything other than just ad hominems towards Biden. Like, what?
But but I think what you're asking is something that he did as an individual. I don't think he did as an individual anything. Now, if you're telling me what did his party do, what did it
Exactly. What did his administration do that you don't like?
but that's my point. You don't think Biden was smart enough to make decisions as an individual. That's
I never
my
said that
answer. No, but you just said his party. What did his party do? That's my
because I'm
answer.
trying to reduce. I'm trying to like get you to answer anything, and I'm willing to make basically any concession to facilitate you answering a question.
I think I just want somebody that's smart enough to make an answer. I don't
But
care what it
Trump
is.
is the dumbest motherfucker anybody will ever meet. How
You
does anybody listen to a Trump rally and come away thinking this guy's fucking brilliant? Like, what in what fucking universe?
you just said pick the lesser of two evils.
okay, so yeah, I mean I think
That's an answer to me. If
it's
my
a
dad,
policy one.
No,
if
hold on. Don't give him this. This is not an answer.
no,
I
go ahead.
asked you. I asked you what materially, policy wise, give me policy. What decisions did his administration make? Whether it was
Person.
him or his administration, what did he do that you didn't like?
No. Look, we were talking about the president. We weren't talking about his party.
No, but it's not about the party, mate. What did he do that you did not like?
How do you expect me to answer when Trump hasn't finished his presidency?
I'm talking about Biden. What did Biden do that made you vote for Trump? What did Biden do that you don't like? You've
Uh,
criticized Biden.
Nothing.
Uh, Jesus.
Well, okay. Well, tell me this: what did Biden do that made you vote for Biden over Trump?
Okay, great question. There were a number of things that I thought Biden did materially, if we're actually measuring
No,
policy versus
now,
policy.
granted, now don't tell me about his party. Tell me about something that Biden chose himself.
What?
That
But
Are you
this is such a
changing his answer? Like, so you're just going to say, "Oh, that wasn't him; it was his party,"
no,
and
I
he's a
want
puppet.
something that he said himself.
What he says is not his policy necessarily, though. Like,
No, what I'm
Trump
trying
says a
to
lot
say
of
is,
things he
guys,
never
look,
does, like
I'm
walls.
trying to make a
like
point.
basically everything that comes out of his fucking mouth. Look, how about
I'm
this?
trying to make a
I'm
point.
willing to give you 5 things Biden did that I thought were good.
And I'm about to look it up to see if he said it or if his party said it. So go ahead, tell
His
me.
party? What do you mean, mate? He
I'm
is the
saying
party.
that his party
But hold on, mate.
was
Hold on.
smarter than
If
him.
he's the president and he's a Democrat, he is the party.
No,
What are you talking
look,
about?
what I'm saying is that this man was not smart. He was not. You know how when you go to court,
Oh my God.
have you ever heard of court, like, going to jail or all that? When you go to
Yeah.
court, they
I do
tell
know.
you know what, this person is not. They can't articulate a sentence. So guess what?
But he
They cannot.
could.
They cannot charge you.
He could articulate a sentence. If
Okay,
you
so if
look,
he can
if
articulate a sentence, then tell me what he said he wanted to do.
allow
What
me to
he
say
did.
this, I agree that he was too old to be president, and I'm consistent principally. So I'll say the same thing about Donald Trump. But the reality is that if you're not watching clips off TikTok and you're actually watching holistic like speeches and press conferences,
Yes.
to come away with the idea that he's like totally like not there and can't string a sentence together it's just not true, mate. It's just not
And
true.
I've seen the speeches. That's why I want you to tell me, because the stuff I've
Okay,
seen,
I'll tell you.
I've been very disappointed in.
Okay, there were a number of things that I thought he did well. I'll start here. He instituted a 1% tax on stock buybacks. I
Okay.
thought that this was um, a half measure. I would have done way more. But you know what? I didn't think it was the worst thing in the world. He reduced drone strikes by 90% relative to his predecessor, which was Trump. He
Which
was able to,
I was actually I was in agreement with.
okay. He was able to pass the CHIPS Act, which subsidized the cost of chip manufacturing in the United States, which would make us less dependent on other countries like Taiwan. I thought that was pretty good as well.
Okay.
He passed an infrastructure bill, which was remarkably expansive. Again, I would have gone a little bit further because I'm to the left of Joe Biden. But at the end of the day, he invested more in infrastructure than any president in a very, very long time. And I thought that that was pretty good as well. The IRA was basically sort of the second half of the infrastructure bill, in the sense that it posted a lot of money towards things like renewable energy and things like that. I thought that that was pretty good. I overall thought that his withdrawal from Afghanistan was good. You can make the argument that we should have withdrawn a particular way or whatever. Maybe it was botched. At the end of the day, he's the only president that withdrew us, despite the fact that Trump campaigned on the fact that he was going to withdraw us and never did. Biden actually got us out of Afghanistan. I mean, I could keep going, but what?
Now look, and I'll give you this, Percy. This is my argument. This is not to defend Trump, but I'm not about defending one other and attack other. I'm just the fact of I don't like either. I'm not. I don't care. Trump. I think Trump is a very racist president. I think he's a racist person. I don't care about president. He said stuff in the past about women that I don't
Why would
agree
you
with.
vote for a racist
I
over
told you
Kamala
I
Harris?
didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for anybody.
Yeah, but you actively said earlier that you support him.
No, I support a few things that he did, but I think everybody can
Oh,
support a few things.
you're backtracking, mate.
No, I
What did
said
you
that
not?
shit earlier. I can record the clip and send it to you. I said that
What
everybody can
what did you
record.
not like about Kamala Harris?
I didn't really listen to her. I think the way she talked was like, well,
Come on, mate.
listen, everybody, hey, we just, she never talked about anything. But look, I'll play this clip for you, and you tell me what you love about this part of Biden.
And it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again.
Yeah,
Do you know how many retarded like Trumpisms I could pull up on my phone?
And I would love for you to, because I'm telling
But there's
you,
no point. There's no substance in that.
no, there's not.
Exactly. That's my point.
I guess what I'm trying to tell you guys is that's my thing. You asked me earlier. You asked my opinion. Why do I feel one way about the other?
Well, no, let's be clear.
That's the
I
best
asked
sentence.
you what specifically it was Biden did that you did not like. What policy did he implement that you don't like? And you don't have anything.
I guess I didn't like that he always had a handler talking for him at press conferences. What was the name of the lady? I don't know if you guys know. I know, like I said,
I mean, he had a press secretary, but so did
Yes.
everybody.
Yeah, but she talked more for him than most presidents did.
This is weird too, because do you know who is also showing major signs of mental decline? Donald Trump.
No, like yes. I guess
what
I'm trying
saying
to
is,
look,
you're
guys.
giving
Look,
me the
hold on.
impression of engaging in special pleading when it comes between the right and left.
I'm trying to get you guys to admit that yes, I know you don't agree with Donald Trump, but he's just as bad as Joe Biden.
No, he's not, mate.
Guys.
He's absolutely not. Hold on. Trump has been in office for 3 months. Let me elaborate what he's done.
He's been
and
in
you
office
tell
for
me
4 years and 3 months.
Let me tell. Let's back up as well. Actually, if you want to go back to the last term, that's perfectly fine with me.
I'm okay.
Let me tell you what.
I feel the same way about him that I do Biden.
Let me tell you what he's done in 3 months, and you tell me if you think this is good. He has, through Elon Musk and Doge, cut the regulatory body that keeps corporations in check. This was basically Elon Musk's reason for buying the White House. Was that he was being investigated by all of these regulatory bodies within the government, and he wanted to come in and gut them via staffing and funding and make it easier for him to not have to abide by the same rules that generally everybody would have to abide by. But even separate of that, irrespective, they decided to cut USAID, which 3 billion of which was going to starving Africans, people dying of AIDS, people dying of all kinds of diseases in impoverished parts of the country that don't have access. He halted all of that funding, has not resumed that funding, and has been in a battle with the courts to make sure that he doesn't have to give them that funding and that food and that medicine. On top of that, he has cut food stamps, which, if you're trying to cut government spending and bloat, and you start with food stamps, you're fucking evil. On top of that, he's cut Medicare.
Pause you before you keep going.
He's cut Medicare. He's next to coming for Social Security. On top of this,
now look, hold on. Before you keep going, I want to tell you this. I know that you guys probably didn't have to deal with this, and that's okay. But I want to explain to you. The girl that I dated, her mom had 12 kids on her Social Security. Well, she only had 2 kids. So guess who got $2,400 worth of food stamps every month?
Well, hold on, mate. If you're being elected to cut government bloat, and your first instinct is to cut food stamps, which assists the impoverished part of the country and keeps the most least privileged among us fed, but also the next month you want to up the Pentagon budget to $1 trillion, then you don't give a fuck about the average American. Would you agree?
Now, from my standpoint, I get what you're saying. I don't give a damn about the Pentagon. I'm poor.
But you should give a fuck about the Pentagon. That's where the most of our taxpayer money goes.
But if I'm poor, I don't know about that. I don't care about that. I care
if you're poor, you're right. The only thing you care about is the fact that they're cutting funding for SNAP.
Yes, but food stamps, when I hear about my family who's getting $250 a month and the girl I'm dating,
which is nothing, by the way. That's nothing.
That's nothing. No. My family had 6 people in it. And the girl that I'm dating, for them to get $2,400 a month because she's getting 10 other people, kids, and they're giving her their Social Security numbers for their kids. She's getting $2,400 a month. That's bullcrap.
So we should cut it for everyone?
But
So
how do you fix
exactly,
it? I guess what I'm saying is no.
you don't
I
fix
don't
it by
think.
cutting funding.
I
Look,
don't agree with that,
you don't start cutting government bloat with money for starving children.
guys. I don't agree with that. No, but how do you fix it? You got to start
You
somewhere.
don't. You
You don't
don't.
start
With
there.
any government with any government welfare program, there are going to be people that are taking advantage of the system. It's going to happen.
And she's selling 50 cents on the dollar, so she's selling all 2,400 food stamps for 50 cents. She's
I
making
would rather,
$1,200.
man, I would rather fucking quadruple food stamp funding and reduce, 200 billion from the Pentagon.
And now look, Percy, do I agree with you 1,000%? Yes. If my family could have got 750 or 1,000 instead of 250, dude, you know how easier life would have been? Yes. But it just makes a lot of us people out there who are on food stamps pissed off when we see people taking advantage of it.
You know who's the
Oh,
biggest?
but
Hold on. You
but
know who is the biggest welfare queen that takes advantage of it? Elon Musk.
yes,
Of who?
Elon Musk.
You say he takes
Corporate
advantage of
welfare.
food stamps?
Corporate welfare that
he's a
no
big
one on
ass
the
welfare queen.
Now, is
ever
that
talks
food
about on the
stamps?
right.
Is that food stamps?
It's a lot more money than food stamps.
And no, and I
It's
know that's a
it's
different
tens of
look,
billions of dollars in government subsidies for his companies.
guys, and that's a different division. There's so many different things out there. I guess I'm just talking
No,
about
it's
food stamps.
not. No, it's fucking not.
So food stamps and what'd you say? So food stamps and what are the same? Let me look it up.
It's giving people money
Yeah, there's a
for
lot
no
of.
other
I mean,
reason
hell,
than
there's
to help
insurance that
them.
gives people money.
What?
There's
You said
what?
there's insurance that gives. There's Medicaid that gives people money.
No, they fucking don't.
So Medicare doesn't
That
pay for
gives
people's
people
insurance.
money.
You said it pays for people's insurance. If they didn't have
It's
Medicaid, would they not
it's
have to?
well,
Would,
hold on. It's privatized. Let's be
but would
clear. It's
would
not proper socialized medicine.
but if they didn't have Medicaid, would they not have to pay for insurance out of their own pocket?
Generally, they have to subsidize through Social Security the cost of Medicaid because it doesn't cover it in full.
So they would have to
No,
pay out of their own pocket.
they do have to pay out of their
Yes.
own pocket
Okay, so
almost
that's out
all
of
of
their
the
own
time.
pocket. That's money out of their own pocket. Keep going.
I mean, it's just a gross misunderstanding of how it works. This is what I'm saying with you're giving the impression of special pleading. Special pleading is when you hold one argument to one standard and another to a completely different standard. So when it's your girlfriend that's defrauding the government for $2,400, this is a tragedy, and we need to start there. When it's Elon Musk to the tune of tens of billions, well, hey, it is what it is.
But is it the same division?
Even if
Mate,
it
this
wasn't,
guy
why would it
isn't
matter?
even a fucking citizen. He's not an American.
Guys, Trump
And
literally told people the way to take advantage of America is to have a farm, right? To have
if
farm
only all of us
animals.
could be fucking agricultural fucking pricks, mate.
Yes, and take advantage of America, but that's a completely different subject. That's what I'm trying to tell you
Oh
guys.
my god, mate. This is
I'm talking about food stamps, and y'all just talk to me about what did you say?
he just cut
Corporate
food
welfare.
stamps and he cut Medicaid.
I'm
And he's
not.
gonna
I'm
cut
saying
Social Security if you don't fucking take over in the midterms.
he just said what Elon Musk is. Do you think any poor person in America thinks Elon Musk has food stamps?
So because someone's poor and is ignorant of what's going on around them, it's okay to fuck them right in the center of their asshole?
No, I just was trying to pick a subject to talk about, but now we're choosing a different subject, so I'm trying to figure out what the name of it is.
So the government is subsidizing poor people by giving them food stamps. Is the same thing as subsidizing Elon Musk to do whatever business venture he's doing.
Is Elon Musk the only person that's taking advantage of it?
No.
Is
There's
he the only?
tons
No, but hold on.
billionaires.
He is the largest single government contractor from the federal government. That is completely true. Look that up.
So we're pointing at him because of that? Why would we not point at everybody else?
We're pointing at him. Well, hold on. Jesus Christ. We're pointing at him because he gave Trump $300 billion or $300 million to run his campaign via super PACs. He now has an office in the fucking White House, and he's an unelected bureaucrat waging war on unelected bureaucrats. basically predicated on his wealth alone. He has no experience running government. He's not a lawyer. He doesn't have a degree in political science. He's a rich fuck who's not even an American, who bought his way to the White House, and now he's telling everybody that they can't have food stamps and Medicaid. Is that not a problem?
Or Social Security. That he's already cut that for some people.
Which I heard
Already
that
cut.
before Trump even got president about the Social Security deal. No, look, yes, do I agree with you guys? Like I said, I'm not trying to come on here and defend Elon Musk. I'm not trying to defend these guys.
But
And
it
I know you
sounds a lot
guys are
like
trying.
it. That's
know-
the weird thing.
Well, the thing is, I know you guys are trying to attack him. I just play devil's
Yes, we
advocate.
are, because believe it or not, there are villains in politics.
There have always
There
been.
are people that this is called class warfare,
But
where
it's
people try and
funny
take
though.
advantage, given their class, of the lesser privileged.
But I guess what I'm saying is it's funny how, and this is the devil's advocate part. Everything I just talked about Biden, you guys defended 100%. But when I talk about
No, I
Trump,
didn't.
you guys raise pitchforks and all that.
What did we talk about? Where were we inconsistent? Now I'm lost.
You never. When have you guys attacked Biden in the last 4 or 5 hours?
Do you want us to just tear it? So yeah, we can tear down Biden if you want, for sure.
Yes, but that's
I literally,
my
but
point.
hold on, didn't we both have said that we're to the left of Biden? Even when I was giving Biden credit for some of the things that he did, I was explaining that I thought many of them were half measures and that I would have gone further.
Yes, but I'm saying attacking. Saying that you're going further is just like, I would have done a little more. But then when I say Trump, it's like, oh no, dude, guys, hey, no, he did this.
Because again, dude, we're talking about somebody who's deciding they're going to change the drapes and change the carpet when I think they should be tearing the walls down. And and the other party is setting the whole fucking place on fire. And if you want me to play some false equivalents where I think they're equally evil, I would be lying. They're definitely not. They are materially not.
And I'm not saying that they're equally evil. I think just me as a person that tries to stay away from politics, it would make me feel a lot better if you guys told me what you think what was wrong with the Biden party in his presidency.
Well, he went to forgive student loans and then folded on it. That was so he started with a good thing, and then he could have done way more. He didn't. He caved, and now that's not a thing. I can give you one on Kamala Harris too. Kamala Harris was one of the most fervent DAs in upholding wrongful convictions. Okay, but it sounds like you're trying to. So you want us to say that so that you can draw. Hey, aren't they equal? Hey, the girlfriend that's nagging the guy and the guy that hits her in the face for it, they're equally wrong. That's what it sounds like you're trying to do.
Look, I'll tell you this. I don't want to sound that way, but I'll say the last conversation or last hour, 2 hours we've been talking, it has been 90% one way.
Dude, look. Okay, go ahead.
No. I'm telling you guys, I've told you this from the get-go. I respect y'all's opinion way more than I do some YouTube video or some CNN video or whatever, because I know you guys, and I think you guys will do your best to explain something to me in a different way than some.
How about this? The biggest, the two biggest L's, and again, I'm to the left of Joe Biden, though I want to make it very clear, I'm not drawing a false equivalence. Trump and Biden, Trump and Kamala Harris, they're not equal. Okay? One is way worse than the other. He gave a great example. One is verbally abusive, and the other is physically abusive. It's not the same thing. Okay. But if I'm going to illustrate some pitfalls that I thought the Biden administration fell in, I would say this. He campaigned on legalizing recreational marijuana. And he didn't do that. About 9 months into their administration, Kamala Harris in a VP press conference was asked about it. And she said, we have other important things that we're trying to work on. So they basically kicked it to the side and didn't even really talk about it outside of the campaign for president that Biden had in 2019. So that's one area in which I think they could have done it with a stroke of their pen, and it actually would have been a massive political win, to be honest.
I completely
But
agree.
another thing is Biden campaigned on a single payer healthcare option, Medicare for all who want it, was how Pete Buttigieg sort of coined it. And he campaigned on the idea that there would be a single payer option. He got into office. He never talked about it again. Never talked about it again, and never even touched healthcare reform.
Now, and I'll say this though, Percy, and this is me defending Biden, which is crazy. I know it's going to blow your guys' mind. I think a lot of presidents, if not every president, always plays the role of I'm going to do this, this, and this, and then they kind of, when they get into office, they kind of it goes over their head. The reason why it sounded like I was trying to defend Biden so much is because I feel like so many
Trump.
people attack. I mean, not Biden, Trump, but it feels like so many people attack Trump, but they don't ever attack the other. And that's
Well,
what
because
Why is that required?
well, I guess for me, it's like if you're gonna say the lesser of two evils, that means both are evil. I want to hear your point on how both are evil. Now, one may be more evil than the other.
by a lot.
Yeah, and that's fine. It may be 80-40, but I do want to hear yours of the other because if not, then I feel like you're just a biased. You're just the type that's like,
Oh, I don't agree with that at all. What you're saying is to be unbiased, you have to basically steelman a position you think is wrong and then present your own with equal weight. I think that's useless.
nah, and look, and I know you think that, but to me, I think it makes me feel as a person that you're more human than the norm. Because if you tell me, look, I don't agree that Biden did this, this, and this wrong, but Trump, man, dude's a racist. Dude says this. He tries to take advantage of his power. He tries to do this and that pisses me off. I don't agree with it. But I'm not going to be one of those people because
So hold on. So are you just contrarian?
yeah, I guess so. I think people in America choose
I mean,
one
do
side
you
or the
just
other.
go?
I think people in America choose one side or the other, and no matter what that person does, they agree with it because they're like, it doesn't matter. I'm a Democrat. And I've met people of Republican the
No,
same way.
mate.
I've met people in Republican. It's like, well, do you know who you're voting? Oh, it doesn't. I'm voting Republican. What? But you
Look,
don't even know who.
I'll say this, and I've called in for a number of years now, and I love you, and I'll continue to call in, and I don't want this to sound like I'm being an asshole,
No, you're good. Go ahead.
but I've asked multiple direct questions about policy, and you've not been able to articulate any productive dialogue predicated on those questions. So
Agreed.
my critique, in my opinion, would be you need to do more research as to what these presidents are actually doing so that when you have these conversations, you have the ability to point to things Trump is doing that you like and point to things that Biden is doing that you don't like, other than saying, hey, I just feel like you're not being critical enough of Biden.
But I think in your eyes, what you just said means that I choose one over the other.
But you said earlier that you do. You said you're a quiet Trump supporter like 3 hours ago.
No, I told you my opinion. But if I didn't vote for one or the other, I think that should tell you everything you need to know.
So
Well, a lot of people.
participating, yeah.
If we have a class president and I don't vote for either one, then guess what?
Well, but come on, mate. That's such a cop out. That's such a cop out because you cannot vote. But if you're going to sit here and have opinions, you should at least be informed.
I'm just going to try to defend the one that's attacked the most.
But why?
For me, because that's the devil's advocate. In your mind,
so you're contrarian.
Look, like I said, and that's fine. You say that, and that's perfect, and that's fine. But in your mind, it's like, oh no, Tiger Baskins is a Trump supporter. He's the devil's right hand man. It's like, look.
Well, mate, no, hold on. Nobody said that. But also earlier, you did say you were low key Trump supporter. I'm not
No,
like putting words in your mouth.
what I said was I was glad to have a president that did something that was different than the others. That's what
Which
I
was
said.
what? What did he do that was different?
He pissed people off. He made decisions. He started like you
Why
said.
is pissing people off good? Why is pissing our allies off good?
It's not necessarily that's it, but him trying to make all these executive orders, I think to me was like, whoa, I didn't know that a president had all these. I didn't know he had this power.
He does.
Yeah, we're going. Look, I'll tell you what I do is I pick like the top 5 things policy wise that are important to me. So healthcare, like global warming, so climate change could be one. And what is my position? What do I believe on those things? And then I only have 2 choices on who to vote for. So I look at who most aligns with these like top 5 things that are important to me. And then that's who I go with. And then when I get in a conversation, I'm like, okay, yeah, I voted for him because of this, that, and the other.
So
I'm not telling anyone what to do. That's just what I do.
Did both of you guys vote?
Yes.
I did vote, yeah.
Okay. So I guess if we're being honest, heck, you guys could count me in with yours, just like Republicans could count me in with theirs, because it's like, well, you didn't vote, so your vote doesn't count.
Well, but hold on. There's a difference between voting and having an opinion. So you've not voted, but you very clearly have opinions. And I'm not saying that you're not allowed to have opinions or that your opinions are wrong. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, moving forward, I think you could do a better job being more informed with your opinions.
I guess I'll tell you this.
And that does sound really antagonistic, but I don't mean it to sound that way.
No, and I know, and I want you to understand, I personally don't care. And I know that sounds like, whoa, that's very ignorant. Because the last 6 presidents that I've had that I did care about, it didn't matter. So why the fuck am I gonna care about the 7th? Why the fuck am I gonna care about the 8th or the 9th or the 10th when they all lie? When they
Because
all
it
tell you
affects
what you
you.
want to hear.
But like Trump has affected me directly. Directly.
Yeah, and look, and I completely get it. My parents don't have food stamps anymore. So he's affected me too. So I'm not saying like, oh guys, hey, you need to vote. I've not once told you need to support.
But so why is that not like reason enough to like withdraw your support?
Because the past presidents have hurt me more.
Then withdrawing food stamps from impoverished families that can't afford food?
But I say this, the past presidents have hurt me more.
How?
Because whenever I was in 11th grade, I think, this was my 3rd high school I went to, guess what? The disability, I don't know exactly what the name of the bill was, but both of my parents are deaf. So they make about 8.
How old are you, Matt?
I am 30.
Okay.
So
I thought you were talking about the Disabilities Act for a second, but I was like, that was under Clinton. You're not that old.
no, yeah, I'm not. Thank you for saying that.
Talking about the Affordable Care Act. I think that's what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so
that's under Obama.
Yeah, it was. And that's what I'm saying is it ended up where my parents, who make about $1,800, $1,900 around there together, ended up not getting their disability for about 6 months.
But what if I told you that on aggregate, in a study, tens of millions of people overnight received insurance that didn't previously have it?
And
it was a net positive by tens of millions.
And that's great, but I guess I'm telling you from my own personal experience is whenever the police showed up and took all of our stuff and put it out on the street and said you can't
What?
anymore. Yeah, because we couldn't pay our bills. My parents didn't have the money they had coming in. So we were backed up a few months, and then finally they were like, hey, we can't live off of, oh, you'll pay us in a few months when the disability comes back in. So we had to move in with my grandmother, which was like 5 hours away. And it's like, this sucks. So
I'm totally sympathetic to that. I guess where I'm totally sympathetic. Like that's awful. where I'm coming from is between Trump and Kamala, one person is likely to make that worse, and one is more likely to make it better.
And now look, yes. Do I agree with that? Yes. And Percy, I know this might blow your mind, but I do understand that, yes, Trump is bad in a lot of ways. But for me, do I think Trump would make any of that better? No. I guess I'm just tired of the same old, same old. And it felt like with Barack, it kind of personally, it just hurt me. It was just like,
Sure.
man, I thought I was really voting
You
for
also
somebody.
realize that he was stonewalled by Republicans for much of his second term. I mean, it's not.
I know, it just, like I said, it just hurt me in such a way where I was like, never again am I going to blindly vote for somebody just because my family has always voted for that side. So I just tried to stay in the middle.
Man, this seems like. I love you, mate, but this seems like a bit of an overcorrection.
No, I think it completely is. But it just, for me, it was like, no, I'm not doing it. I felt like I voted for Barack just because it was like, man, this is going to be the best Democrat, president we've had since Bill Clinton, and it ended up just kind of shooting me in the face. Like, this was a huge personal burn, I guess you would say. The first time I ever had a college scholarship, and I had it taken away because we ended up just having to move schools. So, like I said, I'm telling you all of this, guys, but it's from a personal experience. And I know it sounds so bad, like I'm trying to support Trump. It's not necessarily the name Trump or the person. It's just kind of excited that it's somebody who's going to go against the grain.
So let me ask you this. This is kind of what I'm reading from what you're saying. You like and resonate with Trump because he's unapologetic in what he does and says, and he's the guy who'll go tell everyone to go fuck themselves and do what he thinks is right.
And now, granted, he may not do what is right, but I think I'm just happy not to have a puppet. Because I felt like Barack Obama was the guy that was going to be the, oh man, this is it.
But let me ask you. Well, let me ask you this: why would a billionaire not be even more of a class puppet?
No, Percy, I think you're exactly right to say that. I just thought, you know what, it's something different.
Okay.
That literally, it's literally that. It's just something different.
I mean, low key though, mate. Sorry, I'm eating sushi. I would say
I would love to have some, by the way.
it's a tuna roll. It's pretty good. I would say at the end of the day, like, I don't know that different is always better. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
if
I agree.
different is stagflation, tax cuts for the rich, cuts to Medicaid, cuts to Social Security, cuts to food stamps, cuts to aid that goes to countries of impoverished people that really need them, resources, etc. Like, I don't know that different equates to better. I also, and I guess,
I'll say this.
go ahead.
I know he has promised, or his party, which I know I just dogged Biden's party for this. He has promised that they will try to do, because I told you guys, my best friend, his wife is in education. She's in her 19th year. She needs 22 years to retire. Trump just cut that whole thing. So,
Yeah.
like, they are screwed, but at the same time, they've promised they're going to come up with a new education reform. How do you believe somebody on that? That's
Especially when when asked about health care, they said, well, what are you going to replace Obamacare with, was what they call it. He goes, well, I've got concepts of a plan.
Concepts of a plan.
I want you guys to know, if I'm attacking Trump, like I asked you to attack Biden earlier, that's the thing. I have people very close to me that are going to be ruined by Trump. Ruined. Sure. If he doesn't come up with what he promised.
He's not, mate. I'm sorry.
By the way, I hope we're wrong about Trump.
I
I
know,
hope tomorrow he makes a total turn and everything we've been talking about. I think a lot of people, we're really getting into being partisan and just, I'm just Republican or Democrat, right?
Yeah.
I think there's some Democrats that want Trump to fail hard and the country to tank because it gives the Democrats a win. I don't feel that way. I want the best. I want whoever's the president, no matter what letters in front of their name, to be as effective as possible.
Yeah.
Despite what it means for whatever party
Low
I'm
key.
affiliate. Yeah.
So, okay, so I don't want to sort of like confuse everybody, but I'm getting my master's degree in political science, and there's a term called accelerationism, if anybody here is familiar, which is
No.
basically the idea that like you want things to get worse because ultimately it will drive the populace towards the greater good.
Yeah.
Right. It will benefit progressivism. It will benefit, more hate towards the rich, and people will start to notice the consolidation of wealth, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm actually sort of in that camp in the sense that like I'm an accelerationist. I kind of want Trump to keep doing what he's doing because people are noticing on a larger scale than I think I anticipated the level to which the government is just simply a puppet for the ruling class.
Yeah.
And I want people to keep noticing and keep protesting and keep like, trying to sort of instigate an anti-movement towards this. And so, I guess I'm disagreeing with him a little bit here in the sense that I'm a bit of an accelerationist. I kind of want it to continue getting worse. I think that it actually benefits my far leftist movement a little bit more.
Oh,
Yeah, and I guess I would be I'll tell you what it makes me think of. That scene in The Big Short where they're all dancing because they know that the housing market's going to fail, and Brad Pitt's character's like, you know what we did? Like, if we're right, people are going to lose jobs, people are going to lose their homes. And I don't know the pill that I have to swallow to get to the other side of what you're saying. And maybe I'll change my mind. I don't know if it's a pill I can swallow, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
But I guess, and to take Trump's argument, oddly enough, sometimes you got to take your medicine. You know what I mean? Like sometimes,
Yeah.
sometimes to get to where you want to be, you have to experience quite a lot of,
Pain,
hardship, and pain. And I wish it weren't this way. I wish Bernie Sanders' movement in 2016 didn't, it came on scene and he won the nomination and he became president. I wish that we didn't need to go through all this. But
Yeah.
at a certain point, like if you're a far leftist, and by that I mean if you're a welfarist, if you're a social democrat, etc., you sort of do have to be like cognizant of how exactly are we going to get to our end? How exactly are we going to achieve in America what you see in Europe? And I think that if there's an old argument actually in Marxist circles where they think that welfarism is actually bad. They think it's a poison to Marxist change because they view social democracy or welfarism as candy, and they view socialism as like a salad. One is easier, one tastes better, one's quicker, one's cheaper, but the other is harder and necessary. And that's sort of how I view where we are right now. I mean, we're a complete oligarch, and we have to transition away from this. People need to wake up. It's only going to get worse. And to the extent that people have to suffer to wake up, and look, I'm part of the middle class as well. I'm certainly not rich by any means. to the extent that people have to suffer to wake up, I actually think in the long term it benefits us, but
I don't
maybe
know
I'm
what
wrong.
the upper end of acceleration, like in other words, I don't know that we'll ever get to where Europe is. I don't know that that's possible. I could be wrong. You would really, you probably got to start dismantling the two-party system. Like there's some really extreme changes, and I don't know that any level of accelerationism, which is what you're really saying, is squeezing the entire populace to reasonableness. I don't know that that's possible.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, if I told you guys I would vote for Bernie Sanders before Kamala or Trump, I mean, would you beat me up?
It would
no,
be
mate, we'd
curious,
fucking
but
throw you a party.
yeah.
I mean, look, I guess my whole thing is, and to just rebuttal you real quick, and then you tell me what you think.
Yeah.
If accelerationism is not the answer, how do you think we get to that?
No,
I don't know. I don't know.
I was about to say, I think personally, I think you make a great point. If you don't show the bad as fast as you can and show everybody this doesn't work, how do you get everybody to buy into the other? I don't know. I mean, and that's why I say, like I said, I love you guys because I can say these kind of things to you guys and you give me your real. Like, you guys help me to feel the way that I want to feel about politics. I'm not a one or the other, and I guess the more we sit here and talk about it, I do feel more like an old ass Bernie Sanders.
Yeah,
Well,
I wish we had Bernie.
So
He's the most vocal, maybe aside from AOC right now, against this.
I mean, they're doing the fight the oligarchy tool.
yeah, but I guess I just feel like the way you guys are talking, you're very passionate about it. And yes, like you said, Percy, I know you guys know you're a lot more knowledgeable about it. You want more for the majority of the people.
100%.
And that's where I'm like, you know what? I am with you. And that's where I don't want it to sound like I'm not on Trump's side because of oh, hey, let's raise this percentage of this. No, it was more of like, man, it's kind of nice to have somebody that goes against the grain, somebody that doesn't move with the puppet strings. Is he 100% right? No. Does he say things that are right? No. Like, that was my thought of it as well. Shit, we can't go worse than
Man,
what we already have.
I kind of thought low key, and maybe I was really foolish, but I thought when Luigi murdered that healthcare CEO, maybe I kind of thought maybe we were on the verge of like a bit of a like class consciousness.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it was surprising to me the amount of people that were okay with that.
Yes,
and I'm not, and I think that I'm not saying that's wrong. Like, I think people looking at that is like, well, yeah, he murdered how many people himself. It was surprising to me that I guess the amount of people that held my view on that situation, if that makes sense.
Which was that the guy had it coming.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this, and maybe this goes into your acceleration thing. Desperate people do desperate things, and especially in healthcare, when you squeeze people to the point of desperation, they're going to lash out because you've taken everything from them. They don't have anything. They don't 100%. Have anything. So yeah, it is disappointing that. I mean, has anyone seen this guy since they arrested him?
No, I have.
I mean, they're seeking the death penalty on this kid. I mean, they are throwing the book at him, mate.
Put us on that jury.
No, they're trying to make an example out of him.
Which, by the way, just goes to show when you fuck with the ruling class, you get the book at you, mate.
See, and that's where Percy is all the stuff that I said earlier. I hope you know I agree with you 1,000% on that, and that's where I love your stance on the acceleratum or being in the acceleration party. Is like, that's the part that's not fair. Is anytime that you're in that kind of class and something happens to you, guess what? Oh, they give you a slap on the wrist. But if you're a nobody, They throw the book at you and then make a documentary about you and make fun of you and make money off of you.
Propagandize everything.
Yes, and like that, dude, that pisses me the F off. Like, I
Well, here's the dirty secret, I think. Like we're talking and everyone on this panel wants to work toward a solution to these problems. I think many people in politics are not concerned with a solution. And I'm not equating both parties,
No.
but you can find this on both parties. They want to give the appearance of working toward a solution.
yeah,
The
exactly. The
optics.
promise,
That they're concerned with the optics, not the efficacy of what they're doing.
Yeah,
You know, when Obama got elected, you know, his big thing was healthcare reform.
yeah,
That was like the one thing he wanted to do. He was really passionate about. And it was back when like people could be denied for like pre-existing conditions. It was like a really bad time. You had a bunch of people that were uninsured. It was a really, really awful time. And he really wanted to like fix that. And his main solution, like the first thing he brought to the table in Congress was single payer healthcare.
Mm-hmm.
It was, I want free healthcare for people. And he got it negotiated down to Obamacare, but he wanted single payer healthcare. But he was not able to get it through. And I don't think he thought he would be able to get it through, but he fucking tried, man.
Well, explain this to me because I'm not a political science major. He had a supermajority in both houses, right?
Correct.
What is required to get a single payer health care system? What do you need?
I mean, the main problem for him in his first term was that so many Democrats were bought and paid for already, and they were corporate Democrats.
yeah.
And so they actually didn't want single payer healthcare because so many of the donors were
healthcare providers.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were big in pharmaceutical or healthcare or whatever.
Yeah.
Each corporate Democrat isn't getting funding from just one person. They're getting funding from all kinds of industries, the military-industrial complex, etc. And ultimately, there were a lot of Democrats that actually fought him really heavily on single-payer healthcare. And it wasn't like a Bernie Sanders, single-payer healthcare, as much as it was like a Medicare for all who want it sort of deal.
Okay.
But even still, yeah, the Democrats who were completely bought and paid for corporate stooges fought him really hard. In the same way, if you kept up with the Biden administration, a lot of the shit Biden wanted to do came down to Joe Manchin.
Yes.
Who's a corporate Democrat, and he struck a lot of that shit down. So it's actually not uncommon for Democrats to get in power at the executive level, try and accomplish things, and then corporate Democrats in Congress actually thwart their own ability to do positive things.
Well, and that's what I heard with Barack in his first term. In his second term, he still had trouble, but not as much.
Well, he didn't. He lost supermajority in both houses. I would think he had more.
His second term was really rough. He basically wasn't able to get anything through at all, to be honest. He was able to get a couple executive orders through and shit like that, but this was back when like presidents didn't throw around executive orders like fucking candy.
Can we agree to do away with executive order?
Yeah, I don't. That's the only thing not the only thing. A few things that I disagree with the whole Trump deal is he's throwing executive orders up against the wall and just hoping something sticks.
Well, what he's doing is he's signing a bunch of executive orders. He knows that many of them will get sent to the courts, and he's trying to figure out how many of them he can get away with. A president's never done this before.
Yeah.
This
overwhelm the judiciary.
Exactly. Yeah. This strategy that he's implementing is inherently unconstitutional. I mean, he's literally trying to figure out the extent to which he can get away with things that are very on the line of constitutionality.
Yeah, that's wild.
So let me ask you this, because I've thought about this. Because all the stuff that Trump's doing, if they let that go, fine. When you get a Democrat in office, you've ruled that anything I do is basically legal as long as it's my part of my presidential duties. Could I just not
Presidential capacity.
Can I not just make a witch hunt on everyone on the right, arrest Trump, arrest everyone I don't like? Hey, they're a threat to democracy. I've deemed it so. What would prevent me as a Democrat from doing that?
True.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be at the discretion of your DOJ, but
I'll just
that would
fire
be
whoever disagrees with me, like Trump does.
man. Yeah, that's really really scary stuff. To be honest, I mean that's Russia shit.
Well,
You
that's
know?
what it seems like we're building up to me, with
Yeah.
all of this that's going on.
I mean, it is very scary that Trump has been given via the Supreme Court that particular ruling, essentially immunity towards decisions that are made within his quote unquote presidential capacity, which is such.
Define that. How do you define that?
It's so obscure. That's the thing. It's so intentionally obscure that they basically get to use their own discretion to determine what's within its capacity and what is not. But funnily enough, man, you got to blame Democrats. This ruling was made while Biden was still president, and he did nothing with it.
What is that?
Go ahead.
This particular ruling was made when Biden was still president via the Supreme Court, and he did absolutely nothing with this power. Which is very typical for the Democrats. I mean, whenever they're in power, I mean, they're like completely inept. They're impotent. They're really, really unfortunate. And then whenever the Republicans get in power, they go fucking light speed.
I was going
And
to say, the thing I've always heard is that, and I know this contradicts what I was saying earlier, but Republicans are like bullies.
Well, yeah, they're like bullies, but they all vote together for the most part too. Like they get all on script, no matter how fucking crazy that script is, and they hold to that. Even in their media. This is like, say what you want about Fox News. Fox News is effective as hell at what they do.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Rush Limbaugh was a genius at what he did.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the way that the right wing zeitgeist works is, Trump is the puppeteer. So he'll come out and say something. And in a lot of cases, it'll be particularly ridiculous. And it is up to all of the other Republican, congressmen, commentators, YouTubers, Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, et cetera,
Yeah.
It's up to everybody else to make sense and rationalize the nonsense that comes out of his mouth. And everybody's on the same page constantly. The messaging is so incredibly consistent and effective. And the Democrats just do not have that. The Democrats are so fractured. And it, in my opinion, my analysis on the 2024 election, outside of really obvious shit like Biden, should have stepped down a long time ago. He basically only gave Harris 100 days to campaign. That was never a good idea. Like outside of all of that nonsense, like the biggest weakness the Democrats have is that we are very weak messengers.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very weak. And the Republicans are strong and they hold together and they hold the line. And we just cannot do that.
Look what they did. They said, damn it, we're going to overturn Roe v. Wade. And they kept on that. They couldn't win a popular vote for a while. Now, all of a sudden, the Democrats used to be the party of the working class. And they lost that somewhere. Republicans held the executive long enough to stack a court to get the fucking vote they wanted. And they did it. Like,
yeah. I mean, look, I mean, Ruth Bader Ginsburg not stepping down
Was one of the worst things that's probably ever happened. Honestly.
is it. Well, it's an example of liberals being selfish, not working together.
Like Biden. Biden should have
well-
stepped down long before he did.
110%.
Earlier, I do agree. That was the part about Kamala that we never got to see.
Well, and I think I could. You tell me if you agree, Percy or Tiger. When they trotted him out, not 6 miles from where I live for that debate, and I think they did that to force his hand to step down because I don't think he was going to do it otherwise. Like, look, you failed horribly at this debate. Now it's evident to everybody that you're not with it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, he set the Democrats up for such failure. He made us look disorganized. He also, quite frankly, made it look like we were hiding something from the public.
It looked that way.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he made it seem like, hey, I've never really been with it, and I'm deciding to step down now. Here's Kamala Harris, but like everybody else went, but wait, you've been the president for 4 years. What are you talking about? Like,
Yeah, you've been the
what do
president for 3 years and 96%.
what do you mean you're not with it? You can't run for office. I mean, then why are you still in office? Like it became such an untenable situation. And and look, this is just my opinion. I think that the Democrats should have held an open primary.
Yeah.
So I don't think they should have anointed Harris. I think they should have held an open primary and picked somebody. That was one of the biggest issues. But this has been an issue for the Democratic Party for decades now. Is that they
fuck Bernie?
They tried and they did. Yeah, they smothered that campaign in the cradle. They're constantly. Go ahead.
The only time that Democrats get together and all agree on something is when it's pushing a bad candidate.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean they decide who they want, and what's funny is in 2008 they had decided that they wanted
Hillary
Clinton.
Yeah,
and it wasn't until Obama ran, who was a nobody at the time, and became the nominee. But that's what happens when people get to choose who they want. They end up winning elections.
Yeah.
People thought it was a joke when he announced. Do you remember that? Like he had his Bears hat on and stuff.
I do, yeah.
They're like, I mean,
and
they almost thought about it like when Trump announced, like, nothing to see here.
Well, but also, I mean, there's also a lot of entitlement with the Democrats. I mean, so after 8 years of Obama, he actually had set the Democrats up really well. The economy was perfectly fine. He had stabilized the economy after Bush. He was wildly popular as a president. If he would have ran again, he would have won. And they decided they were going to go with Clinton again. And Clinton was so incredibly narcissistic about her chances of winning that while Trump was doing all these campaigns all over the country, left, right, and center, she was doing basically no campaigning, no advertising. She was basically chilling at home, picking out drapes for the White House. Not kidding. She was unironically, while Trump was out campaigning in all the battleground states, she was so narcissistic. She was sitting at home, picking out what drapes she wanted for the White House. And we saw how that turned out.
So did they not do their own internal polling like every campaign would do that would trigger like, hey, maybe don't worry about the drapes right now?
I mean, yeah. I mean, look. The reality of that election is that the polling was just wildly off. The
Sure.
polling was wildly off. I think if she thought that it was that close, she would have been out there. But in my opinion, like, she should have been out there anyway. It cost her nothing. Like,
Yeah, you're running for president. Why not tell people what your platform is? all across the
exactly.
country?
Yeah, I mean, you're running for president. And then, Biden ran, and because of COVID, ended up winning.
Yeah.
And so, that I guess gave us a brief respite. But
Well, he
now
campaigned
we're
on giving people money via stimulus, which also was probably a big reason he got elected. It's shocker
well, but
when you
well,
give people
I
money
mean,
and like it.
in fairness, though, the really funny thing is all of the stimulus that Trump gave out, he put his name on. So a
That
lot
is
of people received checks in the mail, and he had his name on it. And when Biden became president, he was still giving out stimulus because we were still under a pandemic. But he decided, I'm not going to put my name on it because this is just,
yeah, we're going to take the high road. That's kind
oh
of the
yeah,
Democrats thing too. We're going to take the high road.
yeah, exactly. We're going to take the high road. But later, actually, funnily enough, years later, he came out in a interview or whatever, and was basically like, not putting my name on the stimulus after Trump did it was stupid. I should have just
So he actually
I should have put my
he
name in all the
actually admitted
stimulus.
it.
Yeah, he did.
Got it.
So what is the issue? Is it that they don't have good strategists? Is it that they have good Democratic strategists that they don't listen to? What is the disconnect on strategy?
The Democrats specifically, their main problem under Harris was they tried too hard to capitulate to disaffected Republicans. They went around parading Liz Cheney, talking about, well, look at all these Republicans that are voting for us. Look at us. We're the, middle party. We're a safe haven for all of these Republicans who don't like Trump. And I think a lot of this was because in the Republican primary, Nikki Haley did so well that the Democrat consultant base genuinely believed that there were Republicans that the Democrats could get. But what I think Harris sort of didn't actually anticipate was that so many Democrats would stay home, because she basically took the leftist voting bloc for granted and decided, I'm going to put all my eggs in the basket of capitulating to the right wing. I'm going to parade around Liz Cheney. She talked about how we're going to have the most lethal fighting force in the world. Her and Tim Walz talked about how they both own guns. I mean, like, they tried so hard to capitulate to the right wing, and it was so obvious. And the left wing abandoned them.
So you think Democrats that could have voted for them that just they pushed away?
Essentially,
I do.
Base by trying to appeal to Trump's base or get closer to it.
Got it.
Right. Yeah. She tried too hard to court disaffected Republicans to the extent that she alienated her own base, which in politics is the main thing. I mean, look at what Trump was doing, right? I mean, so you had two strategies going on. Harris was trying to court disaffected Republicans, but Trump was shoring up his own base. He was going on all of these podcasts which have young white male demographics. And, he was doing this multiple times a week, going on these podcasts constantly. And at the end of the day, he ended up doing really well with men under the age of 30. And that was his goal. That was his entire campaign strategy, was, I'm going to overperform with men under 30.
Who generally don't vote.
Yeah.
Who generally don't vote. And when they do vote, they certainly don't vote Republican.
Yeah.
but because he had strategized which podcast he was going to go on, and decided I'm gonna get the red pill vote, more or less, right?
Yeah. Go on Joe
It totally,
Rogan.
yeah, exactly. Go on Joe Rogan. Go on all those other comedian adjacent podcasts.
Did he
And
go on SNL too during this time?
no, I don't think so. SNL is pretty left wing. But he basically did the podcast circuit, and Harris tried to do the podcast circuit, but she tried to go on Joe Rogan, but she had all of these stipulations where she was like, yeah, Harris tried to go on Joe Rogan, but her stipulations were, I want it to be on this day, I want it to be this long, I want you to travel to this location.
Okay.
And she didn't engage in any of that.
Well,
and ultimately, I mean, what ended up happening for Harris was all of the Democrats that she thought she could count on to come out did not come out because she forgot about them. She didn't care about courting their votes.
So who is the next Obama in the Democratic Party? Because I think the Democrats need a young, charismatic leader, no matter what the right says about Bill Clinton, he's one of the purest politicians that I think's ever lived.
agreed.
Yeah, I mean, Bill Clinton's a good politician. Man, it's really tough. I mean, Obama sort of came out of nowhere. He wasn't somebody that people were pegging to be president.
No.
I mean,
smooth as hell.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Oh man, yeah. Look, I think Obama, and look, again, from the left, I have plenty of critiques of Obama, specifically the drone strike nonsense, killing civilians left, right, and center.
Illegal wiretaps.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, like, man, the guy's a phenomenal politician. I mean, he's just so good, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he's like
attractive. Helps to be easy to look at.
Yeah, I mean, he's a lot like FDR in the sense that, like, if it wasn't for term limits, I don't know that guy would have ever lost. Like, he was just so popular, so easy to like, so smooth on the mic. Yeah, just such a beautiful family. Like, he's just he has all the things that you need to have. But I guess if we're talking about, like, sort of the next iteration of that, it's really, really tough. I hope it's not Gavin Newsom.
No, come on, man.
I really hope it's not. I think I don't know if any of you have listened to Gavin Newsom's new podcast.
Mm-mm.
But he's basically making the Harris mistake of trying too hard to capitulate to right wingers. Because right, yeah, at the moment you've got kind of a schism within the Democratic Party where you've got people like AOC, Tim Walz, Bernie Sanders, Jamal Bowman, et cetera, who are, they're trying to capitulate to the left wing of the base. They're trying to, basically procure class consciousness against the fact that we have an oligarch. But also you've got people like Kamala Harris, people like Gavin Newsom, who are still trying to capitulate to the right wing and get those disaffected Republican votes. I think that is so stupid.
Do you think they think there's not enough votes for the Democrats, or you think they're just trying to play a steal votes from the other side?
I actually think that they're under the impression they've maximized the Democratic base, probably.
Okay.
Which is totally wrong. Totally wrong. I call me crazy. I think there are a handful of people. I think Tim Walz could conceivably be a future voice of the party. I think Pete Buttigieg is, a pretty articulate guy.
Do you think we'd elect a gay president?
I don't know, man. I mean, we elected a black one. You know,
Yeah. And like, I'm just talking political strategy here because I'm sure these were things that would come up.
no, of course. Yeah, no. Absolutely, it would. I mean, the reality is that when you look at the latest Gallup poll, gay acceptance is at like 75%, which
Oh,
is
for sure.
about as high as you'll get any issue.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
The only the only holdouts are evangelicals and things like that. And look,
Catholic.
even Obama, despite how charismatic and good at politics Obama was, there were a holdout of the population that were never going to vote for Obama simply because they're racist.
Yeah.
So I think Buttigieg could conceivably do well, assuming his sexuality doesn't hold him back too much. But
Is
you
he
know,
religious? Does
he
anyone?
actually, yeah, he is. He is.
Because that seems to be a requirement to be elected. Like, you have, like, I don't think Obama was a religious person. He probably was an atheist, but you have to say that you're something, it seems, to get elected.
Man, I don't. I was talking to my friend recently in my class. Don't. I don't think there's ever actually been an atheist, a congressman or president.
I know there hadn't been a president. I didn't know about congressman. You're probably right though. It's weird to me. Maybe it shouldn't be. I mean, what percentage of the population is atheist? Probably.
Well, and to your
Low
point,
percent.
I think that's one of those where if you're going to run for something, maybe these guys may be atheist, but they don't publicize it because of the effect that it could have on votes.
For sure. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
Trump isn't
I think.
Christian.
I
Yeah.
mean, Trump. That's a good example. I don't think Trump is religious either.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he did it because he's like, yeah, I know that. Yeah, this is going to resonate with people. I'm going to do it.
I also think Obama is probably atheist.
I think that's the case. 100%.
Yeah, because he was never big on it.
Because I think he picked like a random church, like, I'm going to affiliate with this, and then that ended up blowing up in his face because the guy said GD America a bunch of times, and I feel like he was probably, man, we should have picked another church.
Yeah. I think, man, I don't know. Call me crazy, and maybe this is wishful thinking. I hope AOC does well in the future, and in future primaries. I would vote for AOC so quickly.
Yeah, especially with how she became a congressperson, because she just went grassroots and
Oh yeah.
upended a long-standing incumbent, and no one saw that coming.
I mean, she's never taken any money from PACs or foreign governments or anything like that. I mean, she's totally grassroots. She always has been, and I really, really respect that. I think that makes her trustworthy.
Yeah.
But I ultimately think probably, in truth, I mean, take Bernie Sanders in 2016, came out of complete nowhere. Pete Buttigieg in 2019 came out of nowhere. I think some of these candidates may do well, but oh man, I think in 2028 we'll probably get somebody who pops out of the woodwork, who you just really don't expect, who's probably going to do something.
Well,
I'll say this: I really hope Kamala Harris does not run.
I don't think she's a good candidate for the Democrats. I didn't think when I didn't know that she was necessarily a good VP. I mean, obviously, I know why she was picked. I mean, you look at the right, and I think what resonates with people in Donald Trump, and I don't think he's authentic, but because he just says whatever he thinks, and they go further and further right, I think he comes off authentic in a way that Democrats don't necessarily, because they've been kind of trying to moderate. I guess what I'm saying is I think the plan for the Democrats is you need to go hard left. Why else was Bernie
100%? Yeah,
popular? Like I think the Democrats look at Trump and think, oh, we need to move toward the right because the right's winning. The
they do.
right's winning because they're right wing.
Now, I'll say this. One, we are 2 minutes away from hitting 6 hours on this stream. So, Thank
we've
you.
solved the world's problems.
And we're almost there.
Wow.
But
It was that easy.
but to well, actually, I appreciate the hell out of you guys because I love that I can talk to you guys about these kind of things, and you do your best to explain them in your own way. And I'll always try to do my best in the same way. But to end the stream, I want you to tell me why you don't think Kamala is the best Democratic candidate.
Good.
I mean, oh man, that's a really loaded question. I mean, first of all, I think that a lot of politics is intangible, um, and she doesn't have the intangibles in the sense that I don't think she's very likable. I don't think she's very charismatic. I don't think that she's a good messenger. Um, and because of those reasons, and also, I think she's proved in her two campaigns, 2019 for president and 2020 or 2019 for the nominee and 2024 for the presidency. I don't think that she has very good political instincts
Okay.
at all. And ultimately, going back to what he was saying about Trump, what makes Trump such a slippery politician is that he's not ideological. Like Trump doesn't actually stand for anything, really. You can't put him like Mitt Romney. You could put in an ideological box. Bernie Sanders, you could put in an ideological box. You cannot put Trump in an ideological box because at the end of the day, he's a faux populist. He's going to take the biggest stances on the issues that poll the best for his particular presidency. And then once he gets into power, as we're seeing, he'll do a bunch of stuff he never fucking talked about.
Yeah.
I mean, in his campaign, when did Trump talk about taking Greenland? When did he talk about going to war with Iran? When did he talk about Canada being the 51st state? When did he talk about putting blanket tariffs on the entire fucking world? Or going and taking the Panama Canal, or cutting Medicaid or cutting food stamps? I mean, he didn't talk about any of this. So, in my opinion, if you're going in the Democratic Party, I think the good counterweight to that would be a trustworthy ideologue, very similar to like Bernie Sanders, right? And I actually think Jon Stewart would be a fantastic,
Yes.
Candidate if he really embraced like the left wing. I think Jon Stewart would do really, really well.
Well, and embrace that he's not just a comedian. Like he's enacted more political change than most Congress people.
So true.
He needs to embrace that. No, dude, you are in part a politician. As far as Kamala, I agree with what you. I don't think she presents well at all. She's not likable. Look, when Nixon and Kennedy debated, they televised it and then they broadcasted it over the radio. People that listened to it over the radio said a lot of them would say Nixon won. People that watched it on TV said Kennedy won, and that changed things from then on out politically. You got to look the part. You got to talk the talk. You have to present well. Also, to my knowledge, it doesn't seem like she plays well with others. I think she's had several staff turnovers. I don't know exactly what that's about.
It's true. Yeah.
But it's not a good look. And look, that's happened with Trump too, but I think it's more to Kamala's detriment. I really don't like the whole how she was as a DA. If I was running against her, I would hammer her on her record as a DA in California, which was indistinguishable from being hard conservative for the most part.
I will say this just because I guess I don't want to like, I don't know. I mean, like, I think that there are a lot of reasons Harris is not a good nominee, but I do want to say this. I thought that she absolutely like fucked Donald Trump in those debates. I thought that she was very well prepared. I thought that she was very well coached. She laid a lot of traps he fell right into. She was articulated her points effectively, cogently, concisely. She did really well in those debates, but in the end didn't really make a difference.
Yeah, substantively, I 100% agree, and I agree with Kamala policy-wise on most things, especially when put up against Trump. And I guess that's kind of the unfortunate thing with politics is if the message
It's a popularity contest.
It is, and this is going to come off as harsh, but it doesn't matter how great the message is. If I present it to you on a trash can lid, you're just not. It's not going to resonate. And that's kind of what, like her laugh. I know it's dumb, but the way she laughed and it's kind of sounded like a cackle. Didn't all of that play?
I kind of thought that it was like, likable and like human and I don't know. But I get what you're saying. The right wing really took that and ran with it. And I guess that's the main problem that Democrats are going to have in the future, and they'll continue to have this problem. They basically had this problem post Obama, which is the Republicans are really good at honing in and like really, making a mountain out of a fucking molehill on a particular problem that may not even actually be a problem.
And be disgusted about it. They should have been. They called this woman a whore and all sorts of ungodly things.
Yeah,
over and over and over. And I don't know
why slept her way to the top. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump literally was in litigation. Convicted rapist, like all this other stuff, and they never hit him on that. And I don't know if that was a mistake or not, but I would have gone at him equally as hard, probably.
Yeah.
Ah, man, yeah, I don't know. The problem is, oh man, I almost feel like you can't out Trump, and playing the attack game would have just been a losing battle.
You got to have the right candidate for it. Jon Stewart would be a good candidate for it.
Oh man, he'd be so good. I'm just really happy. I'm just really happy that, like, God fucking forbid, Trump tries to like run for a third term and does some really stupid shit.
I think he will. He'll try something to remain in office.
Yeah, I actually heard. He actually brought that up. How, he was going to try to find a way, and I'm like, dude, calm down. Like,
well, if he does, I mean, hopefully it opens the door for Obama again. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
What's good for the geese is good for the gander, boys.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to hop off here, man. I appreciate it. I love you, T. Tyler Baskin. Love you.
Well, hold on. Give me just 1 second here. I put my phone number in the chat. I don't know if you got that.
I wrote it down. Yeah, I got it right.
Okay.
Here.
Okay, sweet.
Well, good. Appreciate you, Percy. And Rex.
Of course,
man. Thank you, guys. And we may not talk about this for a year. We may talk nothing but football the time. The next couple of times you guys come on, or when we go on Rec Talks. But
there's not much more to talk about politically. I think we pretty much covered.
Yeah, we've solved all the world's problems.
But I will say though, I think for my personal, I guess, point of view, I do appreciate that you guys have tried to be as just I don't know. I feel like you guys have tried to explain it to a T.
Well, I don't want to be mean.
Appreciate that out of anybody.
Yeah.
Instead of just
saying, I'm not afraid of being mean spirited.
I kind of am, but yeah.
I think most people, it'd be easy to just say, you know what, I don't agree with you, blah blah blah. So I don't know. I just appreciate that. And now, still, Percy, you're a Florida fan, so away from politics, I have to hate you. And then Rec Talk,
true.
You're a Georgia Tech fan. So if
I'd be,
with a flat tire, I'm just going to keep driving.
If I were a Georgia fan returning, the quarterback you're returning, facing up against this Florida team returning what they're returning, I'd be pretty upset too. I'm not going to lie.
Whoa. All right, you know what? I'm not gonna
Fuck it, we're not friends anymore. We can do the politics, but this college football shit talk, it's too far.
But not football, damn it.
Leave my
No,
team
no.
alone.
For real though, guys, love you, and I will see y'all. I'm sure pretty soon. We'll get back to some football streams. Okay.
All right, see you, man.
Ladies, man.
See you, person.
Yep.
See, appreciate you guys jumping on. An amazing stream. If you guys watch this all the way through, you're crazy. So we'll see you guys later. All right, bye, y'all.